Hunting Hollywood. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 1125. You still have to do it yourself. Simon left London the next day, and his next stop was Helsinki. The official schedule of this trip to the UK was basically settled, but there were two other small things that were not settled. They were the Spice Girls and Harry Potter that he thought of on the plane when he came. Let's not talk about the Spice Girls for now. Regarding Harry Potter, Simon privately searched the Facebook social network and other online platforms in the UK, but couldn't find a lady named J.K. Rowling. Then he remembered that Western women often take their husband's surname after marriage. J.K. Rowling used to be a single mother, but this time it was not necessarily the case. Then he tried different ways to search, mainly with the prefix J.K., and even some online literary communities, but still found nothing. He had to give up. In the end, he decided to try it himself. On the next trip to Finland and Italy, Simon took the time to roughly list the outline of the first part of the Harry Potter series based on his memory, and also wrote a story outline and sent it to Los Angeles, asking them to find a ghostwriter. As for the inspiration of the story, Simon also took the same approach as before, and accidentally saw a little boy dressed as a wizard with black framed glasses on the side of the road, and drew a sketch of Harry Potter. Of course, Simon does not intend to sign his name when the story is published in the future. Considering the layout of this IP, he does not intend to give the author the right to sign his name. Instead, he casually gave a pseudonym, J.K. Rowling. As for the future, Simon can only do this: let it go. Los Angeles. While Simon was traveling in Europe, it was already April 18th, another Friday. The Easter schedule has ended, and the previous films are still going on. In the past box office week, the new version of Taken starring Jet Li once again won the single-week box office championship. Counting from March 28, it has been released for the third week. After the opening of the first week of $31.37 million, this action movie combining Chinese kung fu and Hollywood template fell slightly by 43% in the second week, earning $17.88 million, and the decline narrowed to 26% in the third week, earning another $13.21 million. In 3 weeks, this low-budget film with a $25 million investment has already grossed $62.46 million. Even with a $10 million investment in publicity and promotion, it has basically recovered its cost. Judging from the current trend, Taken has a potential of $15 million to $20 million in the future, and the total domestic box office is expected to reach $80 million. Although it is hopeless to break $100 million, even if Simon does not have high expectations for this new version of Taken, the expected box office of $80 million has exceeded everyone's expectations. The success of Jack Chang and Jet Li in Hollywood has not only triggered a wave of Chinese kung fu movies among the audience, but also Hollywood studios have turned their attention to the other side of the ocean. Recently, many studios have begun to contact there. Then I found that I was still a step late. This is about the Chinese kung fu movie Young Wong Fei Hong, Iron Monkey, launched by Deaneries Entertainment again last Friday. Although the English name of this film was unscrupulously translated as Iron Monkey, the wonderful display of Chinese kung fu in it still attracted a lot of attention under the craze caused by Taken. On April 11th, Young Wong Fei Hong, Iron Monkey opened in North America with 1,514 screens. In just the first week of its release, it once again unexpectedly won a box office of $10.36 million, unexpectedly breaking the 10 million mark. For such a single machine, Chinese-language film in April, with 1,514 screens, which is not a large scale, and $10.36 million in the first week, it can be called a small miracle. With a small miracle, Young Wong Fei Hong, Iron Monkey even took the second place in the single-week box office list. In the same box office week, the protagonists of the top two films in the North American film market were both Chinese, which is also a spectacle that has not appeared in many years. With such a small opening, the North American box office of Young Wong Fei Hong, Iron Monkey is expected to reach around $25 million US. It seems not much, but this old film produced in Hong Kong in 1993 was actually bought by Deaneries Entertainment in a package. Even though last year's Rush Hour made Chinese Kung Fu attract many people's attention again, most people are accustomed to looking forward and will not go to buy old movies in the past. Deaneries Entertainment is doing the opposite. On the other hand, the collapse of Hong Kong films since last year has made many film companies in urgent need of funds, and it is unlikely to even wait for a price. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment, in the name of releasing videotapes, including Young Wong Fei Hung, Iron Monkey and other more than 20 films, Deaneries Entertainment only spent less than $10 million US, an average of less than $500,000 US per film. Of course, converted into Hong Kong dollars, the average price of nearly 4 million Hong Kong dollars per film is still considerable. Now, the revenue of Young Wong Fei Hung, Iron Monkey has exceeded $10 million US in 1 week. The film's Golden Harvest, Media Asia and other producers are not so respectable anymore. The feeling of being cheated is worse than that of a certain producer of Black Mask last year. If the more than 20 films sold, not to mention all, even if only half have such market potential, it will be a huge loss. I thought that by strictly guarding against new projects such as Police Story 4, Hollywood would not make too much profit again. Unexpectedly, an old film that has been released for so many years can still sell well in Hollywood. In addition to being worried, Hong Kong filmmakers, who had originally had a bleak future due to the collapse of the Hong Kong film market, saw a way out after the success of consecutive Hong Kong films in Hollywood. Coupled with the attempts from Hollywood, it can be said that they hit it off. After all, it is a cold period between Easter and summer. After Taken and Young Wong Fei Hung, Iron Monkey, the third-place Ghost has fallen back to the tens of millions of US dollars this week. Also in its third week of release, Ghost in the Shell earned $9.86 million again, with a 32% decline in the 3-week box office, after its second week's 51% cut to $14.51 million. The cumulative box office was $53.91 million. Considering the film's box office curve, the film's total domestic box office is expected to be between $60 million and $70 million, which is not as good as the $80 million expected for Taken, but relative to the $30 million production cost, it was once considered satisfactory. The fourth place on the list is Alien 2. In its fourth week of release, this sci-fi film about aliens again earned $8.16 million, with a cumulative box office of $71.55 million, which has easily surpassed the first predecessor. Not only that, with the film's current box office strength, it is not a problem to break through 80 million in the domestic market. Taken is only expected to be close to 80 million, and Alien 2 is enough to easily break through the 80 million mark and go higher, so it will also become the most popular film in the Easter period, and of course the most popular of the 4 films related to Deaneries Entertainment. The fifth place on the list is The Cable Guy. However, in the fourth week of its release, the single-week box office of Jim Carrey's comedy has slipped to $4.51 million, barely exceeding the second-place Bridget Jones's Diary in its ninth week of release with $4.19 million, and the cumulative box office is $52.5 million. It is expected that it will be difficult to break through $60 million in the domestic market. Considering the $35 million production and $15 million investment in publicity and distribution, Deaneries Entertainment obviously cannot recover the cost from domestic distribution, and can only look forward to overseas. In addition to the top 5, it is worth mentioning that the sixth place is Bridget Jones's Diary. In the ninth week of its release, with a box office of $4.19 million, the cumulative box office of this love movie has reached $138.26 million. Although the single-week box office is much less than that of The Cable Guy, the box office curve of Bridget Jones's Diary is very stable, and it may not be impossible to hit 150 million. Deaneries Entertainment executives reviewed the entire Easter schedule and felt regretful. Except for Bridget Jones's Diary, which was included in the Valentine's Day schedule, none of the 4 main movies in the Easter schedule broke 100 million in the local market. However, the 4 movies were released at the same time, and this result is not surprising at all. For example, Alien 2, which performed beyond expectations, would have easily broken 100 million in the local market if it had not been hit by the joint impact of Taken and Ghost during the Easter week. However, the cake of the movie market is so big that if you take more, others will definitely have less. Therefore, the internal friction between the 4 films during this Easter schedule is obvious. Of course, considering the increase in box office revenue due to the stimulation of the 4 films being released at the same time because many audiences were attracted to go to the cinema, this is completely worth it. Without the 4 films of Deanery's Entertainment, not to mention that the extra share would definitely be eaten up by films from other studios, the weekly box office of the Easter period for 2 consecutive weeks might not exceed $100 million every week, and even reach a high of $130 million in the Easter week, which is comparable to the summer and the end of the year. In short, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Deanery's Studios. Near the end of the work week, Amy Pascal held a summary meeting with the heads of several studios under her, and returned to her office again, and began to ask her assistant Vanessa Lind about some work matters. Mainly a few things that her boss had recently handed down. Such as the idea of a love film called My Best Friend's Wedding, the matter of intercepting Sony's negotiation with Japan's Toho for the copyright of Godzilla, and the fantasy novel idea called Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone that she just got yesterday. Ronald Bass has accepted the screenwriting job. In addition, I have passed the story idea to Julia. ICM has not responded yet. As for Godzilla, Toho's attitude is a bit vague. I don't want to hear this ambiguity. Sorry, Amy, but it's obvious that according to the information we have received, Sony was about to reach an agreement with Toho. Now, if we intervene, with Deanery's Entertainment's appeal in Hollywood, the Japanese, as long as they are not stupid, will know who to cooperate with for the better. But they should be waiting for our quotation now. Amy thought about it for a while and roughly understood, Toho wants to participate in the investment. Yes, said Vanessa Lind, who has been with Amy all these years. According to the information we have received, Toho's cooperation with Sony was not originally intended to invest, but only to enjoy a certain profit sharing. Now Deanery's Entertainment wants to take over. In the eyes of the Japanese, the box office will be quite guaranteed, and they will naturally not miss the investment opportunity. In that case, Amy pondered again for a moment, and said, let our copyright team continue to maintain contact with Toho, but still wait for the other side to take the initiative to propose conditions. Vanessa nodded. She also thought so. Since the Japanese had already made up their minds, there was no need to lose more initiative. Let them make their own conditions, so that Deanery's Entertainment could bargain more easily. After saying this, Vanessa handed over a folder. Also, here are some information about writers who are good at children's fantasy novels. Amy took the information and flipped through it, saying, you can go home first. I'll leave after reading these. Vanessa nodded in agreement and said, actually, Amy, you don't have to be so tired now. What's more, you have a baby, so it doesn't matter if you go home early. Amy knew that Vanessa was concerned about her, so she smiled but didn't explain anything. Simply put, there are 2 types of executives in Hollywood studios, one is good at creativity, and the other is good at management. Michael Eisner was very good at creativity at the time. He even gave himself an additional title of Chief Creative Officer while he was in charge of Disney, and he also personally served as the host of a show on the Disney Channel. As for those who are good at management, they are often lawyers or accountants. Take Disney as an example. Frank Wells, Eisner's deputy at the time, was a lawyer. While Eisner was in control of the general direction of Disney, Wells helped to take care of various administrative affairs. The two worked together in harmony in the 1980s and quickly revitalized Disney. If it weren't for the appearance of Simon, the Big Butterfly, Disney would still shine in the 1990s. Although she started as an assistant, as she later became a producer, Amy thought she should have been a creative executive. Unfortunately. Well, this is certainly not a regret, but with the rapid development and growth of Deanery's Entertainment, coupled with a boss who is full of inspiration, Amy can only do management work wholeheartedly. Frankly speaking, with the current scale of Deanery's Entertainment, she is actually a little overwhelmed, so Amy has no complaints about the flat structure design that her boss dispersed her power and transferred it to Nancy Brill, Robert Iger and even the heads of the 3 studios. But she dared not slack off. After all, Amy has been with her boss all the way, and she knows very well that she can still stay in this position at this time, mainly because of the affection accumulated over the years, not because of her ability, so she also puts herself in the right position and does what she can. One of the most important things is to do the things that Simon personally told her to do as well as possible. Just like the script of My Best Friend's Wedding, the copyright of Godzilla, and the novel ideas about Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, with the experience accumulated by Amy over the years, these things seem insignificant, but often later, they will become the core of Deanery's entertainment. The most typical example is the DC movie universe. At the beginning, she was also responsible for negotiating the copyright of DC superheroes one by one. Therefore, if she does these well, even if the greatest credit will still be attributed to her boss, she is still indispensable in it. In fact, with her current accumulated wealth, she can retire immediately and be rich for a lifetime. However, there are never many people who can really let go of the top of the pyramid in this world. Chapter 1126 Too Expensive. BJ, HD District, in the Beijing Film Academy campus near Jimen Bridge. It was April 21st. A new week. Zhang Enki, who had just returned to campus, had just finished her morning class and was still chatting and laughing with two classmates in the classroom when her phone in her bag rang. She took out her phone from an inconspicuous orange shoulder bag that was actually Hermes and walked to a corner of the classroom. After saying a few words, she turned to the two girls next to her who were dressed in ordinary clothes but still looked beautiful, and said, "Qingtai, Xiaoxiang, I just happen to have something to do. Let's have lunch next time." After saying this, Zhang Enki hurried out of the classroom without waiting for the other two girls to respond. Although Zhang Enki's voice was not loud, the other students in the classroom had paid close attention to her recently, so they could hear it clearly. After her figure disappeared, there was a brief silence, and then someone whispered, "International stars are different." The tone seemed to be a joke, but the sourness was very obvious. These days, with the news of the huge box office success of Taken in North America, although Jet Li is still the most popular actor, even though she is only a supporting role, Zhang Enki has become a celebrity on the Beijing Film Academy campus. You know, the North American box office of Taken, which is expected to be $80 million, equivalent to 660 million RMB, is equivalent to more than half of the annual box office in China in 1996. Not to mention the qualifications of starring in Hollywood movies. In the circle of the 1994 acting class of Beijing Film Academy, there are countless inquiries from all sides about Zhang Enki recently, which makes the classmates in the class who have generally starred in some film and television dramas exhausted and envious. Comparison is the culprit. While others were still whispering, the other two girls who had just talked to Zhang Enki looked at each other, and tacitly quickened their pace to chase out of the classroom together. Not long after quietly following, they saw Zhang Enki talking to a woman in black who had just got off the car in a parking lot inside the west gate of the campus. The two girls quickened their pace and walked forward. They ignored Zhang Enki's slight frown when she suddenly saw them, and showed their surprise of meeting by chance. They took the initiative to greet her. The woman in black heard the two girls greet her and quickly understood their identities. She smiled and said, "Are you Enki's classmates?" "Enki." One of the girls was puzzled, and then reacted and looked at Zhang Enki. "Oh, by the way, this is your English name. From now on, Qingtai and I will also call you Enki." Then she turned to the woman in black and took the initiative to extend her hand. "My name is Wei Xiang, this is Zi Qingtai, and this lady, what about you?" The woman in black extended her hand and shook hands with Wei Xiang, Guan Yinan, and did not forget Zi Qingtai next to her. She shook hands briefly and introduced herself as Guan Yinan. The woman took out her business card and gave it to the two girls, saying, "Since you are Enki's classmates, you can call me Sister Guan." Zi Qingtai, who was a little more reserved than the carefree Wei Xiang, took the business card and looked at it. In addition to the name, there was also a title on it that made her eyes slightly widen, President of Jinshu Agency. He looked up again and took a look at the woman in front of him. She was about 35 years old, with an oval face and a big mouth. She was not outstanding in appearance. She was wearing a black women's suit and a bun, but she looked quite capable. Of course, the most important thing was her identity. The president of Jinshu Agency. As juniors at Beijing Film Academy, Wei Xiang and Zi Qingtai had already been exposed to the film and television industry. They had certainly heard of Jinshu Media, which had risen rapidly in the past 2 years. The president of Jinshu Agency in front of them, plus Zhang Enki's relationship, would naturally not be a fake with the name Jinshu. Zhang Enki glanced at the changes in the expressions of her two classmates and turned to Guan Yinan again. "Sister Guan, let's go." "Okay." Guan Yinan agreed, and finally smiled at the two women, turned to the Santana sedan next to them, and helped Jiang Enki open the passenger door. This small action made Jiang Enki's displeasure caused by Guan Yinen's excessive warmth towards her two classmates dissipate a little. She lowered her body and sat in the car, not forgetting to nod to the two women standing outside the car window. Guan Yinen turned to the driver's seat and closed the car door, but he handed a script to Jiang Enki in the back seat first, then started the car and left the Beijing Film Academy campus while saying, "A script just sent by Golden Harvest from Hong Kong. Golden Harvest is the company where Jack Chang works. You can take a look." Jiang Enki did not let go of the script immediately, but said, "Sister Guan, you shouldn't give out business cards casually just now. They are just ordinary friends." Guan Yinen turned his head to look at the girl next to him, slightly curling his lips. "Enki, you know, our company has been expanding in the past 2 years. Since they are your classmates, they are definitely within our recruitment range. However, even if you enter Jinshu, you can only start from the bottom. The company will definitely focus on training you and Yaohu." Although Guan Yinen did not point it out, Jiang Enki still realized the other meaning in the agent's words. "Don't be too stingy, her two classmates will not threaten her position." Jiang Enki's face was somewhat hot after hearing these words. After a little hesitation, she turned her head to look at Guan Yinen and stared at her and said, "What if I don't want them to join Jinshu?" Guan Yinen sensed the more or less embarrassment in Jiang Enki's tone, so he stopped smiling and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Jinshu Agency is different from Jinshu Artist Agency registered in Suzhou. The latter is just a human resources agency for extras, similar to the later Actors Union in Hengdian, but the word union seems not harmonious enough in China, so it was changed to Artist Agency. Jinshu Agency is an agency for professional high-end film and television talents, similar to WMA in Hollywood." Guan Yinen, 35 years old this year, was selected as an executive after several candidates were summoned to the 3 major Hollywood agencies for internships for several months last year. The development goal of Jinshu Agency is also China's WMA. Of course, the difference is also very big. Because China does not yet have a decree separating brokerage, production and distribution, Jinshu is currently pursuing the vertically integrated large studio model before the Hollywood Paramount Act, and will get involved in all fields. At present, Jinshu Agency, like other Jinshu subsidiaries, is in the stage of recruiting. This is why Guan Yinen just distributed business cards to Zhao Enki and her two classmates. Beijing Film Academy and the Central Academy of Drama have all kinds of high-quality talents needed by the Jinshu department. In the Santana sedan. Seeing Guan Yinen agreed so readily, Jiang Enki felt the superiority of a boss lady again, and couldn't help feeling that she was making a fuss, but she didn't change her words, but looked down at the script in her hand. This is a science fiction script called Phantom Agent. A brief look at the story outline roughly tells the love-hate entanglement of 3 childhood friends who received some kind of subconscious training to become top agents. Guan Yinen next to him quickly said again, "This is actually a story similar to last year's Black Mask. Golden Harvest's intention is very obvious. They want to sell it to Hollywood, so they invite you to participate. They have offered 1 million Hong Kong dollars and hinted that it can be negotiated. They are very sincere." Jiang Enki was flipping through the script in her hand with interest. When she heard the offer of 1 million Hong Kong dollars, her heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed some emotions. She was Simon Westeros's woman, so why should she care about 1 million Hong Kong dollars? It was only a few $100,000 US. So she said, "But, Sister Guan, Simon wants me to star in that My Fair Princess. The schedules should be inseparable, right? This Phantom Agent will start shooting soon, and Hong Kong people shoot movies very quickly. The schedule for My Fair Princess is in the second half of the year," Guan Yinen said here, paused, and said, "And, Enki, do you really want to act in this TV series?" Jiang Enki puzzled, "Is there any problem?" "Well, Ren Jinxi, we will see her later," Guan Yinen said here, hesitated again, and said, "Actually, she is the same as you." Jiang Enki was stunned for a moment before she realized what Guan Yinen meant by the same. However, thinking about Li Yaohu and Zhu Momo, she was prepared for this matter. Although her expression was a little embarrassed to cooperate with Guan Yinen, she still said, "I have read some information about this project. It is probably not bad. As long as the story is good, it will be fine. Anyway, I will see you later," Guan Yinen said without saying anything more, and turned to say, "By the way, I heard the news at the meeting at the headquarters this morning that Taken is likely to be introduced to China. Zhang Enki immediately became excited. Really? Although the news about the big sales of Taken in the United States has been published in major domestic media in recent days, because the film has not been introduced, it still gives people a feeling of being separated by something. For Zhang Enki, the most direct benefit of the film's introduction is that she can become famous in one fell swoop like Zhu Momo, who participated in If You're the One. Guan Yin smiled and affirmed, and raised an index finger to point to the roof of the car. However, there will definitely be a certain degree of deletion, but it is not a big problem. You have to know that Simon Westeros has a very good relationship with the people above. Zhang Enki understood this point just by looking at the scene when someone publicly visited China last year. As they talked, they soon arrived at a restaurant near the old Summer Palace, which was not too far from the Beijing Film Academy campus. This place should be considered the first generation of university town in Beijing, with Tsinghua University, Peking University, Renmin University, etc. all nearby. After getting off the car and entering the restaurant together, Guan Yin explained again, well, Ren Jingxi has occasionally been attending classes at the Beijing Film Academy recently, and lives nearby. Zhang Enki was not too surprised, but Guan Yin's explanation reminded her of some gossip. Since she has done this job, Guan Yin is also a woman who has heard all kinds of things, so she knows that Ren Jingxi was an assistant to Zhu Momo some time ago, but she didn't expect that she would be with Simon Westeros in the blink of an eye and get a TV series project back. Because Simon Westeros personally greeted him, even though several senior executives of Jinshi were more or less dissatisfied, they still gave various conveniences to My Fair Princess, a key project of Levi's company. Guan Yin privately hoped that this project would fail, so she didn't want Zhang Enki, who had just become famous with Taken, to participate in this TV series. How great it is to act in a movie! Just like the Phantom Agent project that Hong Kong offered to her on its own initiative, with a short cycle and high pay, this is more in line with the interests of her as an agent. Of course, the profit-sharing model of Jinshu Agency will not follow that of Hollywood, but as the person in charge, her salary is also linked to performance, and performance naturally comes from the salary commission of its clients. At 12:30, the two entered the restaurant. The time had not yet arrived, and Ren Jingxi had not shown up, so they ordered tea and waited. Unexpectedly, they waited until nearly 1 o'clock. Just when Zhang Enki was dissatisfied and Guan Yin was about to call charge people, they saw a woman hurriedly walk in at the door of the restaurant, with 2 followers, asked the waiter, and walked straight towards this side. Zhang Enki saw Guan Yin stand up, and she also stood up and looked at a woman who was approaching quickly. At first glance, she was unkempt, with a simple ponytail and obviously a little messy hair. Her quiet and beautiful face had no makeup and looked a little tired. The slightly loose black women's jacket gave Zhang Enki a completely different feeling compared to Guan Yin's black. She thought that this woman wore black because it was resistant to dirt. Looking at her 2 followers again, Zhang Enki couldn't help but complain in her heart. Her 2 personal maids and guards were already in place, including the car and house. However, in order to keep a low profile, especially when going to school, they would definitely not be brought with them. Guan Yin shook hands with a woman who approached, and then helped to introduce, Jingxi, this is Enki, this is Ren Jingxi. Hello. Zhang Enki shook hands with a woman, and saw that the other party just greeted her like this, and looked at her undisguisedly, as if she was selecting a piece of goods, and she was more dissatisfied, so she simply said, hello. Everyone sat down, and the 2 female attendants who came with Ren Jingxi took the initiative to sit next to them. Sorry, I was discussing the script with someone and forgot the time. Ren Jingxi explained, raised his hand to call the waiter, ordered the signature beef noodles here, and then said embarrassedly, I'm too hungry. Guan Yin and Zhang Enki started to complain in their hearts again at the same time. After Ren Jingxi ordered the food, he looked at Zhang Enki again with a more serious expression. After taking a look, he nodded and said, your ancient costume will definitely be very beautiful, and your temperament is completely in line with the role of Zui. Zhang Enki didn't know how to answer for a moment. Guan Yin had to help him out and said, Jingxi, how is the script? No, it's still a long way off, Ren Jingxi said truthfully, but if nothing goes wrong, it will definitely be completed by the end of June. I hope to complete the crew at the same time, and then there will be a 3 to 4 month shooting cycle. I hope this TV series can be broadcast during the new year. Guan Yin calculated in his mind that if the script is completed at the end of June and the shooting starts in July, according to the 4-month shooting cycle, it will not be completed until the end of October. Converted to the lunar calendar, it will be around September, and there are still more than 3 months before the Lunar New Year, so it can be in time. But, is this really too rushed? Thinking of this, Guan Yin couldn't help but say, Jinxie, as this is your first project, I think you can relax a bit. It would be best if you can finish it in 1 year. Ren Jinxie shook her head. I've made a timetable for you. Anyway, it's okay. Ren Jinxie was halfway through her words when Guan Yin and Ren Jinxie both understood that the word for was obviously a man. They didn't have much expectations for my fair princess in the first place, and since this woman was willing to rush the work, Guan Yin didn't persuade them much. Ren Jinxie didn't say much nonsense. He looked at Jiang Enki again and said, let's talk about the pay. I know that the movie Taken in which you participated has just become a big hit in North America. However, my budget for this project is limited, and I can only give you 3,000 yuan per episode. What do you think? Before Jiang Enki could answer, Guan Yin said, Jinxie, isn't 3,000 yuan too little? I think it's too little, Ren Jinxie said honestly, but I can only give this much, and I've inquired about the TV series that Enki has participated in before, and the highest pay was only 1,000 yuan per episode. It's different now. So I'll give you 3,000 yuan. I just read a movie script with a salary of 1 million Hong Kong dollars at the beginning. Here, a TV series with 3,000 yuan per episode seems to have only 20 episodes, which is 60,000. Even if she doesn't care about money now, this is not a price Jiang Enki can accept. To be precise, relying on the halo that she just gained in Hollywood, even if Jiang Enki asked for 30,000 per episode to shoot a TV series, someone would hire her. Everyone looked at each other for a moment, and they all felt that they couldn't continue the conversation. In the end, Ren Jinxie took the initiative to speak again, and he didn't want to waste time, actually, if it wasn't for him. Anyway, I don't think it's possible to cooperate. It's too expensive. Enki, and Yinan, why don't we just have a meal to get to know each other? Maybe there will be a chance in the future. Jiang Enki had originally planned to do this, but when she heard the word him from the woman opposite again, she couldn't help but feel competitive. But Simon asked me to play this role. Ren Jinxie nodded, and seemed to have no other reaction to the Simon in Jiang Enki's mouth, but said, but I can only give you 3,000 for the film, unless you are willing. I don't want to. Jiang Enki muttered in her heart, turned her head and looked at Guan Yin. Guan Yin thought that if they stopped there, it would be a happy ending for the three of them. However, thinking of the person mentioned by the two women next to him, he had to fight for it. Jinxie, 3,000 yuan is too little for Enki now. What do you think of 10,000 yuan? This is already a very affordable price. Ren Jinxie shook her head without hesitation. I really can't afford it. Guan Yin almost wanted to blurt out that you can't afford it, but your man can afford it. Ren Jinxie seemed to see through her thoughts at a glance and said frankly, he only gave me 6 million, and then told me to do as much as I can with the money. I think it makes sense. This is no way to talk about it. Guan Yin thought about it and tried. Then, will you tell him? Ren Jinxie nodded. I'll talk about this, you don't have to worry. Okay. It's really a happy ending. However, whether it is Guan Yin or Jiang Enki, inexplicably, they can't be happy at all. I always feel that something is wrong. It's like missing a great opportunity. Chapter 1127 Quiet Expansion. Ren Jinxie was half an hour late, and after deciding that the deal could not be concluded, she hurriedly ate lunch and left early, leaving Guan Yin and Jiang Enki staring at each other. And a sense of relief. They didn't really like my fair princess in the first place, but they made an appointment to talk face to face because of the pressure from a certain man. Now, Ren Jinxie took the initiative to take the responsibility for the failure of this cooperation, so they didn't have to worry about it anymore. As for the inexplicable loss in their subconscious, it was just some short-lived thoughts after all. We still have to look forward. After seeing Ren Jinxie off, the two continued to eat lunch leisurely. Guan Enki said to Jiang Enki, in that case, shall I talk to them about Golden Harvest's The Phantom Agent? Jiang Enki was no longer in a hurry at this time. After thinking for a while, she said, I'll take a look at the script this afternoon. Guan Yin nodded, and said, actually, there have been a lot of movie and TV shows looking for you these days. Most of the ones that were unreliable at first glance were rejected by me. As for the rest, such as the Phantom Agent, you all know about them. I have been to the United States. How should I describe the actors there? Some specialize in movies, and some specialize in TV. The distinction is clear. The situation is very different here in China. The box office of a movie in a year is not even as much as that of another movie. Although concentrating on acting in movies is of high quality, you may not be able to make a living. So, if there is a suitable TV series, I still suggest you to participate. Zhang Enki understood why Guan Yinan said that, and still advised her not to be too ambitious. Actually not at all. Well, there is a little bit, but she is also very clear about the reality. In China, there are not many people in the film and television circles who focus on movies or TV. Someone like Lao Jiang, who won major awards abroad with Sunny Days, has to shoot Beijing natives in New York and the like. What qualifications does she have to win? The two chatted like this, and seeing that it was almost time for lunch, Guan Yinan asked again, "Where are you going later?" "Someone is waiting to lend it to me. I'm going back to my residence in Shichihei. I'm going to read the script in the afternoon," Zhang Enki said, and then remembered something. "Sister Guan, if I have any opinions about the script, can I participate in the revision?" "Of course, as long as you have good ideas," Guan Yinan nodded, and explained, "Hong Kong is different from Hollywood in this regard. As long as you have a say, there is no problem changing the script on the spot. However, as I said just now, you still have to have good ideas. If you just add more scenes for yourself, they probably won't agree." "I know. Also, I almost forgot, there is a party in the evening to celebrate the completion of Kangxi private visits. In fact, it is mainly because the company wants everyone to get together more. Do you want to come?" "Where?" "It's in a private club near Shichihei, not far from your residence," Guan Yinan said. "If you want to come, I'll notify you in the evening." "Okay." Finally, the two of them paid the bill and left the restaurant together. A very conspicuous black Range Rover was parked on the street. This was the car that Zhang Enki picked some time ago. There was still some vanity in it. When she came out, the two girls in the Range Rover got out of the car together. One walked over, and the other helped to open the car door. Zhang Enki, who had put on sunglasses in advance, lowered her head and got into the car. She was quietly excited about the attention from passers-by. After getting in the car, she finally waved to Guan Yinan and asked the driver to go to her residence. She had already obtained the villa in the Rose Garden of the CP district, but she did not live in it. The main reason was that the place was still under development and there were not many residents at all, not to mention that it was still a bit far from the city. After talking to people around her and the United States, the man quickly arranged a courtyard house for her by the Shichihei Sea. The renovated courtyard was very grand and not far from the former residence of Sun Qingling, and the location was obvious. It was a little regrettable that she was not sent directly this time. On the other side, Guan Yinan and Zhang Enki drove their own cars to the headquarters of Jinshu Media, which is also located in the HD area, in an inconspicuous six-story office building south of the Beijing Normal University campus. The location is very close to China Film, less than 500 meters away. When the headquarters was finalized, many people, including Zhang Enki, had some resentment. Simon Westeros was so rich, he should at least let everyone open up a piece of land in Guamio. However, Westeros himself actually gave a reply, saying that if you want a good office space, you must first make achievements. In fact, it is already very good that the whole building was booked by Jinshu Media. Now, considering that the local box office of If You Are the One released before the New Year in China has exceeded 60 million, and the overseas copyright has been successfully sold for 30 million yuan, it is also a good start. It can be regarded as some achievements. Finally, there is no time to waste. Guan Yinan's work in the afternoon is to discuss Supergirl with Jinshu's senior management. This matter was finalized last year. During this period, many changes occurred, such as changing the TV station and struggling with the creative team. After the new year, it was finally confirmed that it will be broadcast exclusively on Jinshu Satellite TV, which logs on the satellite. Jinshu Media will have the exclusive agent contract for the contestants of Supergirl this time. Think about the popularity of the original version of this program, American Idol, in North America. As long as everything goes well, it can directly support the music department of Jinshu Agency. You know, the domestic music industry was still quite prosperous in the 1990s. Just after parking her car downstairs of the company's office building, Zheng Enki saw her boss Wu Shanlin and a group of other people hurriedly entering the door of the office building. One of the women was very familiar, Chen Qing. She quickly followed and finally caught up with the crowd. The senior executives of Jinshu Group are all energetic and hard-working people in their 30s. Guan Yinan is even 2 years older than Wu Shanlin. They are all in the startup stage, so there is no obvious difference in rank between them. Seeing her coming, Wu Shanlin and others nodded and greeted her. Guan Yinan stepped forward and greeted Chen Qing. Then he looked at Wu Shanlin again with an inquiring look. There is no elevator in this old office building. Everyone walked towards the stairs together. Wu Shanlin whispered, "It's done." Then he didn't say anything more. Guan Yinan didn't ask any more questions, but was relieved. She actually knew the matter. In Suzhou, the project of Jinshu Film and Television City was recently reported. The reason was that the local government approved it in violation of regulations. The reasons were not complicated. Some people were attracted by the hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in the large project and wanted to undertake some projects. Jinshu department had its own arrangements. After all, it was their own money, not government infrastructure. Of course, it was impossible to give it to anyone who wanted it. Therefore, some troubles were inevitable. Looking at Chen Qing again as she walked up the stairs and flipped through a handheld computer, Guan Yinan thought of a certain man. With Simon West's relationship with the higher-ups, it would be strange if this matter could not be handled. After all, there are countless projects in various fields in China that are similar to Jinshu Film and Television City. In this era, it is popular to cross the river by feeling the stones. In fact, the higher-ups are turning a blind eye. As long as you don't make a mess, you are happy to try. But there are always a lot of troubles. For example, this kind of report. It depends on whether you have enough energy and whether you can cover it up. Guan Yinan was actually one of the executives selected by Chen Qing. They met many times, so he knew this beautiful girl with a very hard-to-talk personality quite well. At this time, looking at Chen Qing's still tense face, Guan Yinan felt that this matter was not as simple as just covering it up. Whoever was behind it would be in big trouble. Of course, these were not something she could worry about. Arriving at the floor where Jinshu Brokerage Company was located, Guan Yinan separated from Wu Shanlin and others and turned to her own work. Chen Qing did not care about Guan Yinan's comings and goings. She came all the way to a meeting room on the 6th floor. She did not rush to grab the main seat. She sat down casually on a chair and waited for others to sit down before saying, "You don't have to worry about the follow-up of this matter. Tell me about the progress of the company's various projects." In addition to Wu Shanlin, Luo Jin, who is in charge of the cinema chain and the cinema, was also there, as well as Yi Zhen, the main person in charge of the Jinshu Film and Television City project in Suzhou, who also looked to be only in his 30s and belonged to the young level of executives. Unlike some other fields, although Simon personally finalized the Jinshu system, the specific aspects of the people around him were all selected by Chen Qing. In addition, with some understanding, they were quite convinced by this girl who was younger than them. After hearing what she said, everyone knew that they could not intervene in the subsequent matters. Wu Shanlin began to report on the various projects of Jinshu Media. The first is If You Are the One, which has begun to wrap up its release, and the overseas copyright has been successfully sold. The local box office is 60 million yuan, and the overseas revenue is 30 million yuan, which is a good start. Next, the TV series Project Kangxi's Private Visits finalized last year was just completed last week, and together with Supergirl, which has entered the production stage, this is the main height of Jinshu Media in the summer of 1997. There are no movie projects in the summer. It's a small pity, but there's nothing we can do. After all, the business has just started. Both Simon Westeros and themselves are thinking that it's better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. Moreover, it's really hard to make money in China these days. TV projects are more stable. Everyone has seen the sample of Kangxi's Secret Visits, and the effect is very good, so they are confident that they will have another good start in the field of TV series in the summer. As for Supergirl, everyone knows the truth that oranges in the south are not as good as those in the north, not to mention that there are few such programs in China, so it can only be regarded as an attempt. Then, it's the end of the year. Love Call Transfer, which is in charge of Feng Dao, has recently entered the final stage of casting and will start shooting in May. If nothing goes wrong, it will definitely be this year's New Year's film. In terms of TV at the end of the year, It is my fair princess in charge of Ren Jinxie. Wu Shanlin and others have reservations about this project, not to mention that Ren Jinxie is just a rookie, but since the big boss personally makes the decision, they will do their best, so it will be the main release of TV series at the end of the year. As for next year, first of all, in terms of TV series, if the effect of Kangxi's Secret Visits this summer is good, the second part will be launched next year to make it a series. Then there is the Das Heyman project, which will also be at the end of the year. At present, the real scene in Suja has begun to be built. If everything goes well, this project will be mainly filmed in Suzhou. In addition, the possible second season of Supergirl or Superboy is still to be determined. There was little concept of series in China before. In the various popular movies and TV shows in the past few years, it was rare to see the second and third parts. This is also the experience that Jinshu learned from Hollywood. After all, everyone can see the stability of series. As long as it is done, it will become a signboard of Jinshu. Then there is the film. With the success of Taken and the dust settled on If You Are the One, Zhang Guoxi's Hero has also entered the late preparation stage. If everything goes well, it will start shooting in the second half of the year and will be released in the summer of next year. At the end of next year, it will be Party A and Party B, whose script has been temporarily suppressed. The last one, Demigods and Semi-Devils, is basically a non-staff project, because it is the personal hobby of the big boss behind the scenes, and he doesn't plan to make money. The cycle is also quite long. It is just a signboard that hopes to make some money. These are just the main ones. In the future, as long as there are other suitable film and television projects, Jinshu will also consider participating in them. Overall, the plans for the next 2 years in terms of film and television production are full. Then there is Jinshu Film and Television City. I was disgusted this time, but fortunately it's not a big deal. The Qin Palace, which broke ground in October last year, has been under construction for half a year. Some major sets such as the Qin Palace Hall have been basically completed. Director Chen has already begun to arrange the scenes of his The Emperor and the Assassin, which will also start shooting in the second half of the year. After Director Chen finished shooting The Emperor and the Assassin, Zhang Guoxi's Hero can be stationed back to back, without any waste. However, the entire Qin Palace project, various buildings and pavilions, and the Qin and Han-style scenery blocks will still need to be carefully crafted in the next 1 or 2 years, or even longer, to finally reach the level of tourist attractions. The other Ming and Qing palaces in Jiangnan and Fenghu are still under planning and design. The selected plots have just started demolition after the new year. It is good to be able to break ground by the end of the year, because they are also intended to be tourist attractions, so of course they need careful planning. And the construction period will definitely be longer. It is expected that some scenes will be used as shooting sets by the end of next year. If they want to be used as tourist attractions, it may be around 2000. After Jinshu Film and Television City, it is the theater chain and cinema business. The 2 cinemas in Beijing and Shanghai have been very successful in their pilot projects, which is actually within expectations. Because they are both core prime locations and are central cities in China, even if the industry is sluggish, they still have a considerable number of movie consumers. From the data from last year's opening to now, the turnover of the 2 cinemas in 1997 can be between 15 million and 20 million yuan. It is also a good start. Therefore, the second batch of 20 cinemas in the core areas of various provincial capitals have been launched and are expected to be put into use next year. As for the theater chain, due to domestic regulations and passive resistance from various regions, the progress is quite slow. However, in general, the entire Jinshu group can be said to be in a state of quiet and vibrant expansion. In fact, compared with other domestic private media companies that are in the early stages of development, the Jinshu Group, which has taken shape unknowingly, can already be regarded as a behemoth at the level of an industry leader. Chapter 1128 Free Trade Zone established. Chen Qing stayed at the headquarters of Jinshu Media for an hour, listened to the progress reports of various projects, took away some paper documents, and left on time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The destination was another big government office at the root of the imperial city. Speaking of it, she had been going back and forth between various big government offices in recent days. For example, in the morning, she took Jinshu Media and Jiangsu local representatives to negotiate with the higher authorities for the matter of Jinshu Film and Television City. In the afternoon, she was for her boss's upcoming trip to China. Although she still did not plan to make a public appearance this time, there would still be some high-standard receptions in private, and she needed to communicate the schedule. In the evening, she was invited by Wu Shanlin to attend a party held by Jinshu Media for the completion of Kangxi's private visits. She kept running around like this until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Sitting in the car returning to her residence, Chen Qing, who actually enjoyed it in her heart, couldn't help but feel a little resentful. After Lin Sunian returned to North America, she began to take care of her pregnancy and maternity leave like a queen, but she had to run around like a big girl. What a miserable life. The black Mercedes-Benz car shuttled through Beijing late at night and turned into the brightly lit Nanluoguxiang Mauer Hutong after the renovation. Chen Qing looked out of the car. Over the past 2 or 3 years, the ancient Hutong here has undergone many major and minor renovations. It is now obviously much more spacious. Even the brick walls of the courtyards on both sides of the street give people a brand new feeling. The reason is self-evident. Moreover, the changes in this area are far more than just these surfaces. Chen Qing also knows that at least in the southwest of Nanluoguxiang, most of the courtyards around her boss's courtyard have changed owners. The words simple and rich are not enough to describe it. Taking advantage of the opportunity that many people are crowding here, Chen Qing also helped her boss buy 2 mansions again. One is on the east side of the original courtyard, which is regarded as expanding the original 2-story side-by-side courtyard to 3-story. The other is on the south side of the 3-story mansion diagonally opposite, mainly used to accommodate the female maids and guards in the mansion, as well as parking. When Chen Qing's car arrived near the mansion, the garage door on the south side of the wall, which was almost the same shape and color as the surrounding brick walls, quietly opened. Of course, Chen Qing didn't need to care about the subsequent trivial matters. After getting off the car with her entourage, she walked a few steps east and entered the gate that was also opened after receiving the notice. The 2 sisters Jiang Shanwu and Jiang Yuanqi had already come to greet them. Walking through the corridors and buildings to the inner courtyard, passing by Zhu Momo's residence, she found that the lights were still on. Chen Qing didn't mean to greet him, but she couldn't help but think of Ren Jingxi, who was very active recently. She didn't feel any threat, but she couldn't help but sigh that her boss was not fierce enough. What a good match for the little aunt and niece. The Jiang sisters had already prepared hot water. Chen Qing took a hot bath and came out. The day was not over yet. She went to the study to plan the party list for the first human club. From last year to now, she reported several batches of candidates to her boss, and not many members were selected. However, since they were coming, her boss still planned to arrange some party activities, not only for the few selected members, but also for other political and business bigwigs. So in the early morning, she turned on the computer and sent another email to her boss. Work matters were mainly communicated with people around his boss. Personal emails were still some half public and half private trivialities, such as the recent report of Jinshu Film and Television City, or the large-scale planting of ornamental peach blossoms at the Film and Television City, and Simon's sudden plan to build a yacht on Tehu Lake last year. Finally, he mentioned that he had found a batch of very distinctive large stones, which were placed in Teohuahu to carve the 8 characters. Balabala. Some photos were also attached. After writing an email, he instinctively checked and revised it twice, sent it out, and finally rested. It was already 1 a.m. on April 22 in China. Kiev was 6 hours behind BJ. Simon arrived in Rivne on April 20 local time. After a day of running around, he took the time to check his work emails late at night and saw Chen Qing's email. The location was in the manor that was just completed last year on the shore of Lake Basf in the south of Rivne. The Basf Lake, with an area of nearly 1 square kilometer, is the largest lake in the Rivne region. At first, Rivne Media almost used Basif as the name of its own TV station, but Simon later changed it to the more popular Basic. According to the city's planning, the northeastern part of Rivne is an industrial area and a civilian area. The western part is a middle and high-end residential area with a UFMS family community as the core, and the southern part is the rich area. After cleaning and repairing, the beautiful Basf Lakeside is the core of the rich area. Compared with Chen Qing, who can spend an hour to carefully carve out an email, Simon has to read dozens of emails in an hour. He only schemes over the various trivial matters mentioned by the girl in the letter, replies to the things he cares about, and quickly turns to the next unread email. Around midnight, Eve Besanoskova knocked on the door and walked in after getting permission. She held a cup of warm milk in her hand and gently placed it next to the man's hand, and said softly, "Boss, do you want to rest?" Simon raised his wrist to look at his watch, nodded, but slightly turned sideways and patted his knees. Eve blushed slightly, but sat down obediently. Then, well, 188 centimeters tall, too big for a woman, not suitable for hand-raising at all. Eve was also very aware of her disadvantages, so she shrank as much as possible, and secretly envied a certain Eva Banshikova, Galina's sister, who was 1.5 meters tall. When she was held in the arms of a man, she looked like a doll, quite coordinated. Then her thoughts turned to Natalia Banshikova, who was transferred to London. It's ridiculous. However, I am almost the same. This time, if my sister Ludmila had not gone to Tokyo for work, he would definitely not let them go. What are you thinking about? Hearing the man's sudden question, Eve quickly perked up, but couldn't help but said subconsciously, "Mira. Oh, is Mila still angry with me? I didn't let her go on stage at the last Victoria's Secret show last year." Eve quickly shook her head. "No, and there will be opportunities in the future, right?" In fact, her sister was very angry and threatened to break up with the guy. She really hoped so, but unfortunately she was only angry for a while. It's better to let it go. In another 2 years, she is still young, don't worry," Simon said, resting his chin on Eve's shoulder, wrapping his arms around her body and reaching for the keyboard, typing away another email. "I know. This is closer," Eve answered casually, ignoring her sister's words that models who have not made a name for themselves after the age of 20 will be quickly eliminated. Anyway, who cares about her? As a sister, she can't control her sister. At this time, she just quietly tilted her head and touched the man's hair. The feeling of a cat stealing food. Then, at the man's command, he picked up the milk next to him and brought it to his mouth. After being busy for a while, Simon turned off the computer, easily picked up Eve's slender body, and simply carried her on his shoulders and walked out. The next day, he got up early again. Today is also the core of this trip to Ukraine, the establishment ceremony of the Riven Free Trade Zone. The venue is chosen in a conference hall in the city center. The current President Leon Kuchma and other Kiev senior officials who had arrived yesterday all attended. Simon did not show up, but just watched the special ceremony that invited dozens of world-class media to participate in the Westeros system. In addition to the speeches of Kuchma and other senior government officials, the highlight was the on-site event of signing an agreement with 16 people at one time. Overall, this is a promotion of Ukraine. Of course, smart people know very well that, to be more precise, it is only the area of Rivne Oblast. After all, Eastern European countries have been continuously opening up in various ways since the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and even the door has been wide open, resulting in a mess, but there is still no one whose economy has really taken off like the West, and the reasons are also varied. This northwestern Ukrainian state, which has risen rapidly in recent years, is an anomaly. On the surface, the Westeros system has invested in this area with all its might, which has led neighboring countries such as Belarus, Lithuania, Hungary, Poland and others to contact the Westeros system, hoping to follow suit, but the deeper reasons are very complicated. The key point is the strong control of the Westeros system over this area. This is also the reason why Simon will not rashly invest in other Eastern European countries and regions. After all, the current situation of Riven State has been achieved after nearly 3 years of various operations and games. It is unlikely to gain the same control in other places. After the ceremony in the morning, there was another grand foundation-laying ceremony in the afternoon. Tinkovo plans to build its own European manufacturing center in Riven. In fact, it already has a factory before. This time, it will expand the factory to a large factory park with an investment of $500 million and an area of 50 hectares, similar to the Nokia Park. According to the plan, once this project is completed, it will directly bring 5,000 jobs. The indirect promotion of the industrial chain is immeasurable. This is definitely just the beginning. With the establishment of the Riven Free Trade Zone, import and export tariffs on electronic products, clothing, food and other commodities in this area are completely exempted. Coupled with Riven's increasingly famous high-quality business environment, it will bring another wave of investment. On the other hand, with a strong penetration of the Westeros system into various fields in this area, Simon's control over Riven and even the entire Riven state will not become weaker and weaker as some people expect, but will only become stronger. Moreover, when a city and a state have a vital impact on a country's economy, the influence of the controller behind the scenes will only grow. As for other capital, on the one hand, there is no capital in the world that is stronger than the current Westeros system. On the other hand, the rules here have been set by Simon. If other capital enters, it is better to do their own business honestly, and they will definitely return with a full load, but if they want to reach out to other aspects such as politics and military, they will only return with a feather. Simon, let me introduce you, this is Valerie Pavlovich, currently serving as the Minister of the Interior, but I hope he can go further. After a lively day, at the evening cocktail party, Leon Kuchma personally introduced a middle-aged man to Simon. Valerie Pavlovich, who was about 50 years old and had silver hair, shook hands with Simon enthusiastically. Nice to meet you, Mr. Westeros. Oh, Valerie, just call me Simon. Simon was equally enthusiastic. Whether it was Leon Kuchma's almost direct hint just now, or the intelligence he got privately, Simon knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was the new prime minister candidate that Kuchma had determined to replace Lazarenko. Speaking of which, the Minister of the Interior in the West is mainly responsible for the police system, which is equivalent to the Minister of Public Security that Simon was more familiar with in his previous life. Leon Kuchma promoted such a person to power, and obviously also had the intention to strengthen his control over the country. However, although he introduced the person to Simon, Kuchma obviously did not want Pavlovich to talk to him more. He simply greeted him and waved his hand to signal him to go away. He continued to say to Simon, "There is one more thing, Simon. I plan to reintegrate the domestic natural gas sales network in the second half of the year. Are you interested in participating?" Timoshenko's rise to fame lies in the fact that she has almost monopolized the lucrative natural gas sales network in Ukraine in recent years. Moreover, as everyone knows, Timoshenko is also Lazarenko's money bag. If Lazarenko is taken down and his money bag is cut off, the politician will completely lose the threat to Kuchma. It is a very direct and effective method. Seeing that Kuchma was still staring at him after he finished speaking, Simon smiled and shook his head and said, "It's better not to. Leon, to be honest, this part of the business is too sensitive and is also very important to Ukraine. It's best for you to control it yourself. Of course, if you lack funds to operate it, I can help." Simon still looked down on Ukraine's natural gas business, even if it could generate hundreds of millions of profits every year. Moreover, Simon also roughly understood that this was a test by Kuchma. After all, this business was too profitable and did not require too much investment. Moreover, because it involved Russia's natural gas supply to the whole of Europe, it also had special political significance. If Simon showed too much interest, Kuchma would inevitably be wary of Simon. Moreover, in Simon's view, Ukraine's natural gas business was equivalent to a piece of cheese that caused rats from all sides to bite and fight for it. If Simon really wanted to intervene, with the powerful strength of the Westeros system, other rats coveting this piece of cheese would inevitably stop. Even Kuchma himself, even if he was afraid, had to accept Simon's joining. Such a situation did not meet Simon's expectation that the Kiev authorities would maintain a state of chaos. After the establishment ceremony of the written free trade zone, Simon continued to stay in Ukraine until April 25, and went through the various industries here step by step, and then set off again, aiming for the next stop, China. Chapter 1129. There is a song called Human Meeting. Simon arrived in BJ on April 25. First, he had a 2-day non-public official schedule. He reviewed various projects related to the Westeros system in Beijing and held a cocktail party at the Rinjianhu Club. Finally, he had some free time. It was already April 30th. Then he flew directly to Suzhou. Once again, the spring rain and apricot blossoms fell on the south of the Yangtze River. After running around for a month, he no longer arranged a formal work schedule and planned to take a week off. By the way, watch the fun. It was almost May, and it was also the time when international financial speculators led by Quantum Fund launched attacks on Southeast Asia. Simon specially called Soros and half-jokingly said that since he had come to Asia, the Westeros effect should also appear. Soros also half-jokingly replied that of course it would appear. So in this seemingly joking speech, the Asian financial crisis began to take shape. In the past, a day that many people remembered was July 2, 1997, when Thailand officially abandoned the fixed exchange rate system of the Thai baht and the Asian financial crisis broke out. In fact, as Simon experienced when he came to China during the Chinese New Year, things had already shown signs very early. The abandonment of the Thai baht did not happen in one day, but after 2 months of attack and defense against international speculators. In other words, the incident really broke out in May. During the few days that Simon was in China, he first learned that a real estate company called Finance One in Thailand was taken over by a bank and reorganized because it was unable to repay its debts. It reopened for trading on Friday, May 2nd. As a result, the stock price plummeted by 70% on the same day, causing the market to completely lose confidence in the Thai real estate industry. Prior to this, the Thai stock market had experienced a continuous decline for more than half a year, with a cumulative decline of more than 45%. Entering the weekend of May 3rd, although the stock market was suspended, Western media led by the Wall Street Journal began to create public opinion and exaggerate the serious insolvency of a large number of domestic companies. While the Thai government was exhausted from dealing with public opinion, it was still not alert. It was not until May 5th that the pressure of public opinion caused the Thai stock market to plummet again after the opening of the new week. At the same time, international speculators suddenly attacked and sold the Thai baht in the international financial market, causing the Thai baht to plummet by 9 percentage points against the US dollar in one day. The Thai government then reacted and quickly mobilized $5 billion of foreign exchange reserves to take over the selling pressure of the Thai baht in the international market. The first offensive and defensive battle between the two sides officially began. The plunge of the Thai stock market and the attack on the Thai currency by international speculators inevitably affected the entire Asian region. Directly or indirectly, it once again triggered the Westeros effect. It was very lively. Simon received a call from someone in Suzhou with a test. After all, his goal was too big. In addition to not showing up in the official arena, it was impossible to hide his schedule these days from someone. Simon's response to this test was also intriguing. China should be happy. China should be happy. The Asian financial crisis in 1997 was actually a very important turning point for the Chinese economy. Why do you say that? Because before 1997, the 4 Asian dragons and 4 Asian tigers were the main raw materials and product OEM bases in the West. After 1997, the economies of Southeast Asian countries collapsed, and a large number of manufacturing orders began to shift to mainland China. Following the shift, more overseas capital also flowed into mainland China. These directly contributed to the rapid prosperity of the Chinese economy after the new century. Therefore, it can be said that in the Asian financial crisis in 1997, Western speculators led by Soros only made a sum of money. What China earned was national destiny. B.J. Ren Jinxie knew about the man's first day in China, so she quietly got out of her workaholic state of these days, took the initiative to take care of herself, dressed herself up beautifully, and waited for someone to call her. As a result, she didn't wait for several days. The project in hand couldn't be stopped, so she went back to work. The loss in my heart was inevitable. It was once again true that if you are not close to someone, you will complain if you are far away. This morning, I went to the Grandview Garden, which was originally built for the filming of Dream of Red Mansions, to scout the location in order to design some plots more intuitively, and then I took my entourage to the Central Academy of Drama. It is inevitable to feel a little uneasy. After returning from the United States, Ren Jinxie chose to audit some courses at the Beijing Film Academy and explore and find his own team. The reason why he did not go to the more familiar Central Academy of Drama is very simple. Zhu Momo is here, and there is also Mo Wuling. However, if he wants to select excellent actors for his TV series, he must go to the Beijing Film Academy and the Central Academy of Drama. So he came here specially today to take a look. He greeted them in advance and asked Jinshu Media to help contact them. Ren Jinxie had some understanding of the management of students at the Central Academy of Drama. He thought it would be difficult to handle, but he didn't expect that a vice president would be sent directly to receive him. He didn't expect that Zhu Momo would take the initiative to show up. He also brought Mo Wuling, who still had a sour face after seeing her. Compared with Mo Wuling, who followed coldly, Zhu Momo seemed to have nothing happened. He also took her arm intimately and entered a small auditorium with several other school accompanying personnel. After Ren Jinxie's advanced selection, the acting department students of the 4 grades of the whole school who had schedules were basically all here. Zumomo sat down with Renjinxi, watching the vice president busying around, and smiled and whispered in Renjinxi's ear, "Sister Ren, do you know why they are so enthusiastic? What else can it be?" Someone must have said hello. Seeing her understanding expression, Zumomo nodded and said, "In fact, there is more. He came here quietly a few days ago and finalized an exchange project." Renjinxi was curious. "Huh? That's right. The Central Academy of Drama and the Beijing Film Academy can select 30 students to exchange and study in Hollywood for a year, and for members with outstanding performance, Deanery's Entertainment will also subsidize the other party to produce film and television projects. If this is done well, it will be a very dazzling political achievement for the Central Academy of Drama and the Beijing Film Academy." Renjinxi finally understood. Thinking about the situation in China, Hollywood is indeed the pinnacle of the world's film and television industry. Moreover, Hollywood can easily attract top film and television talents from all over the world, and theoretically does not need to do this kind of exchange, so this is basically equivalent to a benefit given on one side. Seeing Renjinxi looking at the stage in front of him in a daze, Zumomo said, "It doesn't include the acting department. This time it's mainly behind the scenes, directing, screenwriting, photography and other majors, and it's limited to 3rd and 4th graders and graduate students. Haha, those guys in the 1st and 2nd grade have been jealous recently. I wonder if there will be such an opportunity in the future." That's Hollywood. Mo Wuling, who was sitting on the other side, saw that Zumomo's voice was unconsciously a little loud, and glared at him. "Speak softly, what is there to be proud of? The whole class was criticized in the notice. Do you think you are not included?" Zumomo stuck out her tongue. Seeing Renjinxi's confusion again, Zumomo didn't mind exposing her family's dirty laundry at all. It turned out that a few days ago, the entire class 96 was criticized by the school as a whole for various absenteeism and laziness in the first academic year. Although she was just an auditor outside the school, her treatment was actually better than that of regular students, but she was undoubtedly the one who missed the most classes. Renjinxi nodded. In fact, she had felt it from the short days she had been with Zumomo before. Although I don't know how other classes are, the girls' class 96 is indeed not peaceful. After chatting for a few words, the middle-aged vice principal came over again and said that he was ready. Renjinxi politely thanked him and indicated that the audition could begin. The targets of this audition include several main male and female pairs that have been planned for my fair princess. Of course, Renjinxi also remembered the man's instructions. He certainly couldn't choose all newcomers. Next, he would have some contact with some famous actors, including actors from Hong Kong and Taiwan. However, if the appearance is suitable, of course, it will still be given priority. When the audition started, Mo Wuling wanted to pull Zumomo away. After all, it was not a big deal for the two of them to stay here. What's more, she was still angry with Renjinxi. But Zumomo was very enthusiastic about this matter and refused to leave. Mo Wuling was angry and simply left alone and returned to the courtyard of Mauer Hutong. After all, it was not far away. There was no need to drive a car. He quickly returned to the courtyard and came to the book building in the back garden with familiarity. Sitting in a familiar position, she couldn't help but think of the man's situation here a few days ago. Her niece is shameless, and she, as an aunt, has to continue to help cover up for her sister. It's really tiring. Moreover, when Renjinxi left, even though she is still angry, these days, Mo Wuling has unconsciously begun to think about some things. After all, she can't always be Momo's assistant. Perhaps, she should have some career of her own. She has even had some ideas. Since Renjinxi can do film and television, frankly speaking, she is even closer to him. Therefore, in her spare time reading in the library these days, Mo Wuling's reading type has quietly turned from the books in the library to some professional books, such as film and television directors. It's just, well, she didn't know how to continue with these thoughts, and she was even embarrassed to talk about them with Zumomo. She would definitely be regarded by that girl as being close to Renjinxi. How could it be possible? She would not compete with a woman who is willing to degenerate. Well, thinking of her niece, this can't be said to be self-indulgent. Or, it's all the fault of a certain hateful man. Think about the days when he was here. The courtyard here is full of beautiful women. Can you handle it? Humph. All the girls that Zu raised are cheating on him. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that he shouldn't be so vicious. After all, it's still Momo, and his niece is also a fresh little red apricot. On the other side, time lasted until the afternoon. The foundation of the Central Academy of Drama is here, and it has indeed selected several good candidates, of course, all of which are pending. In the evening, Ren Jinxie, who was about to leave, was pulled back to the nearby courtyard by Zumomo, and he also brought all his female classmates in class 96 to have dinner together, jokingly asking Ren Jinxie to help open a back door. Whether it is Beijing Film Academy or the Central Academy of Drama, the students' vision is actually not low, and they may not necessarily watch ordinary TV dramas. However, entering these two universities is also considered to be half a foot into a certain circle, and you can pay attention to many things if you are a little bit careful. This, my fair princess, may seem insignificant, but just by looking at the school's response to this project, you can tell that there is a big background behind the scenes. Therefore, for such a project, as long as you can play a role in it, you may be able to accumulate a great network of contacts without knowing it. The lively party lasted until late at night. The female classmates who were invited to dinner by Zumomo for the first time left reluctantly, and Ren Jinxie was forced by Zumomo to stay overnight. Half-heartedly. After all, this is his property, and she is his woman. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. But at night, I couldn't help but think of a guy. I came to China, but I never saw her. It seems that, as he did at the beginning, she was just a dispensable vase he accepted casually. So the next morning, after getting up to work again, things took a turn for the better. Finally, she was remembered. The man asked her to go to Suzhou to see him. So they set off. Zumomo really wanted to go with him, but considering that her mother was there, going there would be like sending herself to death, so she had to hold back. Taking the private plane that had been arranged to fly directly to Suzhou, and then going around for a while, we arrived at the Tehu Lake in the western suburbs of Suzhou at about 11 o'clock. We took a speedboat to the center of the lake and boarded a 3-story wooden cruise ship with an antique appearance. When we first entered, accompanied by some music, the first thing Ren Jinxie felt was a scent of women. There must be a lot of women here. So he couldn't help but feel a little self-pity. Following a maid to the top floor of the cruise ship, he glanced and saw that it was true. In the center of the small hall on the top floor, 3 girls were dancing, with enchanting and charming postures. On the soft couches on the left and right, there were women in ancient costumes playing various musical instruments. On the large soft couch in front of the small hall, there was a man. He was hugged on the left and right. In addition to the guy on the large soft couch, there were 5 women squeezed on both sides. "Can I hug him?" he said a little in his heart, but saw him waving at him, and was gently pushed from behind, so he walked over subconsciously. In a daze, her shoes were taken off by a waitress, and she leaned against him unconsciously. The man held a wine glass, seemed a little drunk, and had a faint smell of alcohol on his body. He casually hugged her and whispered, "You came at the right time. There happened to be a new song. Let's listen to it together." The man just said a word, and the dancing girls in the audience quietly retreated, and the string music in the boat hall began to change. And the man's casual explanation. Originally, the song could be called "The World Is Not Worth It," but who knows whether it is worth it, so it was changed to "The World Will, How Nice It Is to Walk Through This World." Ren Jinxie was a little dazed because she was hugged by the man and a glass of wine was stuffed into her. However, when she thought of the melody with operatic voice for a moment, her attention was refocused and she began to listen carefully. After all, she graduated from the Chinese major. The more culturally literate a person is, the more she can hear the background of a song. Unconsciously, before the wine was taken, Ren Jinxie felt a little drunk. Only this song echoed in the cabin. The childhood sweetheart went to look for his childhood sweetheart, but the childhood sweetheart lost interest. Boy broke his zither string, and Shui just broke up with Shanjuan. Friends parted halfway, and married women always found new lovers. The young lovers happened to meet, but the magpie didn't come to work. How can immortality be achieved? Even at the age of 70, one still needs mercy. Old and sick people can spend 20 more years with the Orioles. Little change stole the elixir, but envied the human world instead. Chapter 1130, Legend of Shushan. In the boat hall, after the song ended, Ren Jinxie was still immersed in the music that was like a picture scroll of the floating world, 3 parts intoxicated, 3 parts sad, and 4 parts open-minded. I really liked the line in the lyrics. Fate is always picky, and nothing is perfect. On the other side, Wei Kansi, who was dancing when Ren Jinxie arrived, pulled the other two girls together to push the girl on Simon's side away, and stood next to the man. When the song ended, Wei Cancy suddenly smiled and stuck to the man. Simon, I think the line, "Childhood sweetheart goes looking for childhood sweetheart," is very interesting. Simon hugged the girl with curved eyebrows and whispered in her ear with a smile, "Yeah, let me tell you a secret, the world is not straight. Except for being a little directionally challenged and unable to tell east from west, south from north, Wei Cancy is definitely the most outstanding girl in the National Style Art Troupe." Simon played a joke at this time, and the girl immediately got the funny point. She stuck softly to the man's chest and giggled, "The world is not straight, haha, the world, haha, is not straight. Boss, you are so bad." Wei Cancy laughed happily, and Guo Xiao and Yu Yang Shuli, who were behind her, could only smile foolishly, but they obviously didn't know what was going on. Guo Xiao, who didn't want to be a fool, simply leaned over and half pressed on Wei Cancy to look at Simon. "Boss, what do you mean?" Boss said, "In the world, those who are not straight are curved." Wei Cancy was still overjoyed and rushed to help explain. "Do you understand? Ah, so stupid, that's it." At the end, the girls around who didn't understand much at first finally understood a little and smiled. After savoring the lyrics again, I felt that my boss was, well, quite evil. He actually said the world is not straight. Ren Jinxie leaned on the other side of the man obediently. The onlookers were brainwashed and still immersed in the artistic conception of the lyrics, but at the same time, another line of lyrics emerged in their minds because of the scene in front of them. How can immortality be achieved? Even at the age of 70, I still rely on mercy. Old and sick than Yingyi and Yanayan, accompany him for 20 more years. Ha. This is Yingyi and Yanayan. Myself. I suddenly hope to be the sickly girl who accompanies him for 20 more years. I won't dock in this life. As he savored it carefully, he felt that he had a thorough understanding of the world. People say that wisdom will hurt one, but perhaps, his heart was not as frivolous and complacent as he appeared. So he said again. Gains and losses, gatherings and separations, never seek perfection. Never seek perfection. Thinking of the beautiful women in front of him, the man's voice rang in his ears again. Sing it again. Also, your sister Ren is wearing the wrong clothes, help her change. He seemed to make a gesture as he spoke. The girls who were originally entangled separated and looked at her, and the girl behind her also came close. Then he found that a maid had pulled up the curtains around this huge soft couch, and this place suddenly became a closed space, like a mandarin duck bed. The curtains that let in light were still light pink, and the air was also light pink. A pair of small hands reached out to her in laughter. Then he reacted. The girls here were all wearing ancient costumes, even the men were wearing a moon-white robe with wide sleeves, only she was wearing modern clothes. It was indeed too discordant. And then the song sounded again. And yin-gying, 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 yin-gying. At a certain moment when she was trying to hug the man's strong back, she thought, it would be great if she didn't need to dock in this life. But it's daytime now. This boat won't shake. Not docking in this life is just a dream after all, but she didn't get to the shore for an unknown period of time. She was tired and injured, so she was sent to a bedroom on the lower floor. She was served so well throughout the whole process, and she was floating on the boat, and occasionally she felt like she was back in her childhood cradle. Shaking. Stumbling. Not docking in this life. When the warm spring sunshine peeked in from the gaps in the window lattice, she finally lost her sleepiness and felt very hungry, so she sat up. Maybe someone had been guarding outside. Hearing the noise, a waitress came in and greeted her with a smile, saying good morning. She also smiled and responded, and then was led by the other party to wash up. Then a waitress brought several sets of ancient costumes for her to choose from. After looking at them, she chose a pure white main body with a red brocade border around the waist collar. The style was simple and elegant, but also a bit voluptuous. The former is what I like. The latter can attract more attention from men. Then she was led to have dinner. In fact, I really want to see someone as soon as possible, and it would be better to have dinner together. However, since they didn't take him to see him, it was probably not appropriate. After breakfast, I finally came to the third floor from the second floor again. There was no scene of yesterday's beautiful women, but it was not deserted at all. Someone was still wearing the moon-white men's ancient costume from yesterday. He obviously looked like a foreigner. He leaned on the soft couch, wearing that suit, but he didn't give people a sense of peace at all. Still surrounded by flowers. However, there was only one person leaning against him at this moment, Chen Qing, whom she knew. She was the one who notified the man when he arrived a few days ago, and scolded her, asking her to take care of things. She was very venomous, saying that she should not scare people with her ghostly appearance. In addition, on the other side of the man, across a small mahogany table with books, tea sets and snacks, there were 3 other girls kneeling. At first glance, they were obviously not as high quality as the group of beautiful girls yesterday. But they were all very beautiful girls. Seeing her coming, the man waved his hand. Obediently leaned over again. Chen Qing, who was thought to be difficult to talk to, smiled and took the initiative to give her a seat. A waitress quietly came forward and took off her shoes for her, so she leaned against him again. Almost instinctively, she wanted to lean on his chest and close her eyes for a while. Unfortunately, it was obviously not appropriate now. The man put his arm around her and waved to the other 3 girls next to him. The 3 girls smiled and moved closer, but because there was a square table on the other side of the man, they could only squeeze together at the lower legs and feet. "I found them all for you." "It's not easy," the man said in a strange way. He first caught the face of a young girl who had just taken the opportunity to get close to him. He looked up and looked at her frivolously for a moment, then looked at her again. "Who do you think this is?" She was not a fool. Of course she understood. Looking at the little girl with a flushed face who was still trying to show a flattering expression, she tentatively asked, "Jinsuo?" "Yes, she is Jinsuo." "Then the second one." She only took a glance and understood again. Although she was not as gentle as Jiang Enki, she was also wearing ancient costumes at this time, which obviously added a bit of dignity. "This is Zui." "That's right," Simon smiled and said, "she is from Taiwan. Although she is just a newcomer, she can also be used as a gimmick to promote in the future." He pointed to the last one again, with big eyes and obviously revealing a spirit. "This is Xiao Anzi." She nodded. She was not unhappy at all because he directly pointed out that some of her previous work had gone to waste. Moreover, she pretended not to know that the 3 girls in front of her were just wearing a layer of ancient costumes on the outside and were obviously hollow inside. He can do anything. She couldn't help wondering if he hadn't gotten off the boat since yesterday. The man obviously didn't care about her thoughts. After casually appointing the 3 women, he said, "I found the male actors for you, but I'm not interested in meeting them. You can go and see them yourself when you have time." She nodded again. Looking at the 3 women still kneeling at his feet, she couldn't help but think of the song from yesterday. That line. "The childhood sweetheart goes to find the childhood sweetheart." Huh. It's obviously just a joke. Someone is so straight that he can't be straighter. After the man finished speaking, he seemed to have finished a day's work. He picked up a book on the small mahogany table next to him and opened it. He gestured to the girl who played Jinsuo who was closest to him, and gestured to a plate of melon seeds on the small table. The girl obediently stepped forward and began to help peel the melon seeds. Then he lifted his legs to the other 2 women, and they began to gently massage his legs. He looked very eloquent. He is really a master. She muttered to herself, but couldn't help but lean closer and asked carefully, "What book are you reading?" The man flipped the cover to her. "Swordsman of Shu Mountain." Of course I know that this is a fairy tale novel written by Huangzi Laozi during the Republic of China period. A teacher in college once talked about it with everyone as a fun fact. The main reason is that this super long novel with more than 4 million words but still not completed has a profound influence on Jin Yuang's martial arts novels. It can be said that many of Jin Yuang's martial arts novels can be traced back to Swordsman of Shu Mountain. Thinking of the demigods and semi-devils that the man specifically asked Jinshu to start the project, it is obvious that he must like this Swordsman of Shu Mountain very much. So I started to talk again. "It is said that this book is very exciting. Are you going to make a TV series?" "Of course not, it's too long, and the TV series can't be finished." "Of course, I'll make a movie." She turned her head and felt that something was wrong. But the little girl who helped him peel the melon seed seemed to get something funny and smiled softly. It was obvious that she was trying to attract his attention. From her angle, she could just see into the girl's collar. But she silently withdrew her gaze. The man seemed to be more interested. He turned a page of the book in his hand and said, "In 2 years, if it is appropriate, I plan to make a trilogy. Imagine, swordsmen flying on swords between steep peaks, fighting in the air, and swords flying everywhere. What a spectacular scene. She didn't have the boy's martial arts dream, and said, "It must be very expensive." It's not expensive. In China, according to the specifications of Zhang's hero this time, each one will only cost about $30 million US. Before she said anything, the three women on the other side were all shocked. The big-eyed girl who was squeezed at his feet even sighed, "That's 250 million RMB. In China, it will definitely not be able to recover the cost." She immediately thought so. However, she began to feel a little unhappy about the big-eyed girl's interruption. As long as we do a good job, we should have no problem earning 200 million RMB in China. Then, if the distribution in the entire Asian region, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Singapore and other places is done well, we can sell another 200 million. Finally, if Europe and the United States collect a little more, we can probably make a profit. This time it was the turn of a Taiwanese girl to interrupt, "But, Mr. Westeros, you can only make a small amount of money this way." He obviously looked very patient. Making movies in Hollywood, if you can achieve an average profit margin of 15% over the years, it is already a very high level. Most of them are between profit and loss. In addition, the key is a long-term profit. Seeing that the man was very kind to them, the girl with big eyes said flatteringly, "The profit margin of the films produced by Deaneries Entertainment must be far more than 15%, right?" "Yes, because I'm great." The girls chuckled in cooperation. The little girl closest to Simon peeled a melon seed. This time, she didn't put it in another plate next to the man. Instead, she tried to pass it to the man's mouth. When he ate it, he bit her finger and giggled, looking well-behaved. Mr. Westeros, then, if this movie is really made, can I play a maid in it again? Okay. Really? As the girl asked this, the other two girls were eager to try. Simon nodded, "Of course, but it would be a pity if there is no maid role in it." The teased little girl said slightly, "Mr. Westeros, you are so mean." The man just smiled and said nothing. After chatting like this, a waitress came in and said a few words. This side agreed, and soon several waitresses came in with a few packages. Except for Chen Qing, who stood up to make arrangements, Ren Jinxie and others were just curious. When the package was opened, everyone was a little disappointed. It turned out to be some bricks. Chen Qing, who had been watching the man and the girl's jokes, took the initiative again and helped the man explain. Soon he was surprised again. It turned out that these were samples fired from the so-called Lumu Imperial Kill near Suzhou. According to Chen Qing's explanation, Lumu Imperial Kill was a place that fired gold bricks for the Forbidden City during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Lumu Imperial Kill was responsible for the bricks and the several renovations of the Forbidden City in recent years. The samples in front of him will be used to build private villas for the man in the western suburbs of Suzhou and the West Lake. Just listening to the secret processes such as drying in the shade, grinding with clean water, soaking in tune oil, and the firing cycle of each brick, even if it is slightly simplified by some modern technology, it takes less than half a year. It is not difficult to imagine the value of these bricks. It must be just one word: expensive. After this little episode, the three women who were summoned last night heard Chen Qing and a man discussing the matter of Jinshu Media. "Boss, the team for Jinshu special effects has been basically built. However, in China, you must know that human resources are very cheap. If we follow your idea and specially train talents to build a team of 500 people, it will be very powerful even in Hollywood. In the future, if we do OEM for Hollywood, aren't you afraid that the apprentice will starve to death?" Simon was still flipping through the Swordsman of Shu Mountain in his hand, smiling and shaking his head. To be honest, I'm really not afraid. If the special effects OEM in China can develop, the low cost will bring many benefits to Deaneries Entertainment. As for teaching the apprentice to starve to death, think about the Chinese special effects movies even in 20 or 30 years. The Wandering Earth is just an anomaly, and Shanghai Fortress is normal. What is there to worry about? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1131 Puppet. Teacher Lee, I can only help you, I can't guarantee anything. The role of my fair princess has basically been decided. That, the people from Jinshu personally decided it. I can't change it. Well, no problem, I will probably go back soon. Qin Palace. This is the 4th day since Ren Jinxi arrived in Suzhou. He finally got off the boat in the morning, and a certain man really looked like he would never go ashore in this life. After hanging up the phone, Ren Jinxi, who was standing at a corner of the tall palace wall, walked towards the crowd not far away. Seeing her coming, Chen Qing waved her hand and helped introduce them with a smile. Jinxi, this is Director Chen. Director Chen, this is Ren Jinxi. She now works at Jinshu Media and is in charge of a TV drama project. Hello, Director Chen, I've seen your Farewell My Concubine and I've admired you for a long time. Hello, Miss Ren. Just call me Xiao Ren, Ren Jinxi said. Although she didn't like the way the great Director Chen looked at her, she still took the initiative to hand him a business card. Director Chen, this is my business card. Oh, I'm too busy here today, sorry. It's okay. After such greetings, Chen Qing took the initiative to speak, hoping to visit how the great Director Chen arranged the shooting location of the Qin Palace, so she spent more than half an hour wandering around this huge palace. Although many places were still under construction, just by looking at some modified and constructed sets, one could basically imagine the solemnity of the Qin Palace during the future shooting. After the two sides parted ways, the two women continued to visit the Qin Palace. Chen Qing said, the boss said that we can continue to cooperate with Director Chen in the future in terms of scenery. Haha, in fact, it is equivalent to hiring a design consultant for free. Director Chen is very good at this. Ren Jinxi followed Chen Qing and asked, in this case, why didn't we invite Director Chen to join Jinshu, just like Director Zhang did? Chen Qing curled her lips and said, we did invite him, but Director Chen didn't agree. Ren Jinxi tilted her head slightly, feeling that there was obviously something hidden. Chen Qing didn't keep it a secret and said, however, after the invitation, Director Chen didn't agree at first, and then, we probably disappointed him a little, and didn't come to visit him 3 times. In fact, it was mainly because Director Chen's film style was not compatible with Jinshu. If you were careful enough, you should have discovered this during this period. Ren Jinxi thought hard, but still shook his head. After all, she had just entered this circle. Seeing her shaking her head, Chen Qing was not too surprised and said, the operating tone set by the boss for Jinshu is entertainment-oriented. Whether it is movies, TV, or other businesses in the future, they are all working towards entertaining the public. To be more straightforward, it is the ratings and box office. The ultimate goal is to make money. Now Ren Jinxi understood. Think about some of Director Chen's works, such as Farewell My Concubine. If it weren't for the award halo, many people probably wouldn't be able to watch it. As they talked, they crossed a square in front of the main hall of the Qin Palace. Chen Qing walked leisurely. Seeing Ren Jinxi's understanding expression, she asked casually, who are you talking to on the phone just now? Why did you talk for so long? Ren Jinxi paused, then said, a professor from Beijing Film Academy. You know, I've been auditing some courses at Beijing Film Academy recently. He called to inquire about that Hollywood exchange study. Oh, what did you say? I told him that I could only help him. Chen Qing smiled again. Who are you going to talk to? Oh, okay, don't bother the boss. I'll give you a quota. Of course, only one. You can take it as a favor. Ren Jinxi's eyes widened slightly. It can still be like this? Chen Qing looked at her expression, smiling. Otherwise, what do you think? He should want to select some talents, right? Of course, Chen Qing nodded, and said, however, the boss means that there are a total of 30 places, half of which will be selected from the top 3 students in the eligible classes, and the other half, well, we use it as a favor. When you called just now, Director Chen also talked to me about this, and I also agreed to give him a place. In fact, many people have been asking about it recently. Everyone knows that being able to go to Hollywood to gild yourself is a qualification, no matter what you do after returning. If you can stay in the United States, it will be even better. Don't you think this is unfair? Ren Jinxi nodded. If the selection is based entirely on grades, only the top 3 in each class, 2 universities, juniors and seniors, plus graduate students, must have far exceeded 30 places. Now it has been directly compressed by half, which means that more outstanding students have lost their opportunities. Chen Qing just shrugged, so, In recent years, some people in China have been advocating quality education, and even promoting Western happy education, reducing the burden, and not focusing only on grades. It's all messed up, and then a lot of parents and students think it makes sense and follow suit. I think they are stupid. Ren Jinxie was a little confused again. She also knew about this. For example, the slogan of reducing the burden has been very loud in recent years. This, I think, should also. Chen Qing looked at her. Do you think it makes sense too? Ren Jinxie reacted slightly and didn't say anything. Chen Qing suddenly laughed. Of course, you must think it makes sense now. I also think it makes sense, because we have all entered the upper level of the pyramid. If the country implements quality education and does not focus solely on grades, then in the future, our younger generations, as long as they have connections, can enter any school they want even if they get 0 marks on the exams. After all, it can't be based solely on grades. Actually, this is the case in the United States. The president's silly son, haha, these are the boss's original words, can enter Yale just because of his status. The son of a millionaire, who donated millions, can enter Harvard even if his grades are terrible. Many people in the country probably also fantasize about this kind of treatment, but most people have forgotten that they don't have a father who is the president, or their family doesn't have billions of assets. If they really implement quality education, wow, the more I think about it, the more I look forward to it. Ren Jinxie was still speechless. Chen Qing put her hands behind her back and slowly walked out of the palace gate. Then she suddenly said to Ren Jinxie, in fact, it's all a fight for resources. Natural resources are resources, and social resources are also resources. Survival of the fittest. This is what the boss said. I'll give it to you. The entourage drove a black Mercedes-Benz from the parking lot. The two got on the car and watched Chen Qing instruct the driver to go to the nearby Ming and Qing palaces to plan the site. Ren Jinxie returned to the previous topic, but that exchange and learning team should be selecting talents for ourselves, right? Is that appropriate? Of course, half is used to select outstanding people. These are the professional talents we need. The other half, even if they just go to Hollywood to eat, drink and have fun, since the people behind them can help to speak for us, it is also a connection for us. Maybe one day in the future, it may be useful, so none of it is wasted. They walked around and talked about various things. At certain moments, Ren Jinxie also felt that the woman next to him had obviously had her outlook on life transformed by a man, and then the man's powerful outlook on life was quietly instilled in herself by her. However, even if she reacted, she didn't have much resistance in her heart. She remembered the sentence in Zhang Yiling's novel Lust, caution that made Ren Jinxie blush and resist. How could she think of it at the time? Now, or in the past few days, she felt that it made sense. Because when she calmed down a little, she couldn't help but think of a certain man, thinking about him all the time, even though she could obviously feel that he treated her, or more accurately, the kind of coldness around her, but she felt like a hare caught by a lion. Knowing that she couldn't escape, she even had some thoughts of not wanting to escape. Because he was too powerful. The last stop in the morning was a newly built office park at the foot of Taiyang Mountain. This will be the Suzhou headquarters of Jinshu Media. In addition, the Jinshu Special Effects Company that Chen Qing talked to someone about 2 days ago will also settle here. Ren Jinxie was also impressed by the shocking special effects of Hollywood movies, so she couldn't help but imagine that China could also make such shocking film and television works. Perhaps, the Shushen biography trilogy she mentioned can be expected. Computer talents in China have been very scarce in recent years. Jinshu Special Effects, because it involves professional software that was not very open before, we can only select talents from various universities for targeted training. For those who are willing to do this job, it is both lucky and unfortunate. In the still empty office building of Jinshu Special Effects, Chen Qing once again explained to her a completely different perspective on things. Ren Jinxie has been listening carefully, and asked, why? Chen Qing pressed her palm on a row of desks and slid slowly across them, saying, fortunately, as long as they enter this industry, as the first batch of Chinese CG special effects engineers, they will not be hindered from making a living in the next 20 to 30 years, because China's human resource costs are very advantageous compared to the West, and there will be no shortage of orders here. Unfortunately, if you enter this industry, unless you dare to give up everything and start from scratch, otherwise, a seemingly dreamy job is actually very boring, and the industry ceiling is very low. At most, you can work alone and set up a separate special effects studio in the future, but in the end, you still do special effects and add icing on the cake for one movie after another. Ren Jinxie thought this was actually not bad at first glance. Aren't most people in this world doing the same job day after day and year after year? Thinking about it carefully, I understood the meaning of Chen Qing's words. It's really unfortunate. After all, most people's jobs, such as her parents who are teachers, although her parents have been ordinary teachers all their lives, they still have dreams. On the basis of ordinary teachers, they can become a class teacher, a department head, or a principal. It is not impossible to jump out of school and enter a government department. And special effects engineers, straight up, are still special effects engineers. This is just a part of the film industry. If you want to change, as Chen Qing said, you probably have to start from scratch. Perhaps, there are other possibilities, such as switching from special effects to directors, but just thinking about it, the probability of such a thing is terribly low. Finally, after a tour in the Jinshu Media Office Park, the morning schedule ended, and Chen Qing took Ren Jinxie to a nearby restaurant. In fact, I really want to go back to the ship and have lunch with him. However, there is probably no chance this time. You can go back after lunch. Even if you care a lot about my fair princess, this is my personal reminder. Don't be so sloppy like you were a few days ago. It's annoying. Chen Qing was very rude, but Ren Jinxie just listened silently. He felt a little guilty. I know you want to learn more, so I'll take you around today. However, you can't get fat in one bite. There are many things that should be handed over to others. Since you are the boss's woman, you'd better dress yourself up beautifully. I understand. Also, what do you think of the role the boss chose for you? I don't know much about them. It seems that you still don't trust the boss. Of course not. Just kidding, Chen Qing laughed, and then turned serious. In fact, you can think about what the boss relies on to start his business. Even in China, if he wants to make movies and TV shows, he is 100 times better than a rookie like you. This time, the boss has helped you with a very important casting, which is a good thing that many people would cry for. I understand. Ren Jinxie said this in a low voice, but his mind couldn't help but emerge the picture of the three girls carefully lying at his feet. You still don't know, Chen Qing pouted. Do you think the boss picked those people at random? Of course not. For your little project, the boss asked people to collect thousands of actor profiles, and he looked through them one by one, and finally picked out those few. Ren Jinxie couldn't imagine it. Someone, just like that, hugged left and right in the cabin, and then flipped through thousands of actor profiles? However, Chen Qing said so, and she didn't have too many doubts. The girl opposite had no reason to lie to her about this. Then, Ren Jinxie couldn't help but think of Zhang Yanqi again. That was the first candidate for Ziwei he had chosen. Obviously, she was still his woman, but because she felt that her salary was too high, she gave up on her own initiative. When she asked someone to tell him about this a few days ago, she was still worried that he would be unhappy. Who knew that this time he didn't even mention it, and directly put 3 new candidates in front of her. Sure enough. Yingying Yanayan, Yingying Yanayan, Yingying Yanayan. And, he said at the beginning that maybe one day, he would forget her. It turns out that this is not a joke at all. So it was inevitable that she felt a little self-pity. Unfortunately, Chen Qing had no intention of comforting Ren Jinxie's self-pity. After lunch and seeing Ren Jinxie off, Chen Qing returned to the cruise ship on Lake Taihu. The cruise ship that the boss had the idea of building during the Chinese New Year was still under design. This ship was only bought for emergency purposes. Chen Qing was a little dissatisfied, but she could only make do with it. She came to the small hall on the 3rd floor of the cruise ship again. The boss's side had changed again. This time there were only one big and one small. Chen Qing stepped forward and pinched a little girl named Miu Miu, who was in the arms of her boss, said hello to the woman on the other side, and squeezed on the soft couch, looking at the stack of resumes that her boss was flipping through. Just a glance at the photo on the resume, it was obviously Asian, and it looked obviously different from the Chinese. Chen Qing knew that this was a Korean. Because her boss had discussed it with her earlier, she probably knew what the man was doing at this time. Selecting puppets. Puppet to help the Westeros system take over the Korean economy. Chapter 1132, Using Korea to Control Korea. In the past week, The first wave of attacks by international financial speculators on the Thai currency ended with the Thai government winning slightly. However, Chen Qing, who had privately read a lot of economic data from Asian countries from her boss, knew that the Thai economy was already shaky. For example, foreign exchange. After the first battle, Thailand's official foreign exchange reserve still amounted to $33 billion, which seemed sufficient, but in fact, through a large number of forward Thai baht sales, more than 90% of Thailand's foreign exchange reserves had been locked in advance. According to the hedging contract, the Thai government needs to use these foreign exchange reserves to buy back the Thai baht of financial speculators in 3 to 6 months. Do overseas speculators have so many Thai baht? No. In addition to a small amount of Thai baht used as margin, a large amount of Thai baht funds borrowed by overseas speculators from Thailand and abroad were exchanged into US dollars, which is also one of the main ways to make profits from foreign exchange operations. First, they determined to be bearish on the Thai baht. International speculators exchanged the borrowed funds for US dollars. At this time, the Thai baht worth $10 may only need $5 to buy it back for debt repayment in the future as the Thai currency depreciates. The remaining $5 is the profit of international speculators. Therefore, this is a bet. Because a large amount of foreign exchange reserves have been locked in advance, rash use will only bring greater risks. Therefore, the Thai government wants to fight against the attacks of international financial speculators again. After the remaining small amount of available foreign exchange is exhausted, it can only borrow money. Borrowing money must be repaid. If you can't pay it back, the result will be worse. Therefore, without breaking the rules, there is only one way to go, that is, to give up the protection of the Thai baht exchange rate and let the Thai baht depreciate. In this way, you can take over the currency selling orders of international financial speculators at the lowest price. When the Thai baht currency in the hands of overseas speculators is exhausted, the crisis will be over. Of course, you can also break the rules. Just like this crisis once spread to Russia in 1998, the Russian government said that it couldn't afford it and didn't pay anymore. It directly declared a sovereign debt default and allowed the currency to depreciate infinitely. The incident spread and almost caused another world-class financial turmoil caused by the U.S. long-term capital management company. This is a later story. Now, the Thai government is obviously not as single as Russia, and it is very likely to surrender. As for the Westeros system, the main focus is still on South Korea. Simon was looking through a group of Korean corporate executives or American Korean elites information collected by the headhunting company. Considering the sensitive and radical national characteristics of South Korea and the special operating mechanism of South Korean companies, it is obviously inappropriate to directly send Western executives to South Korea. It is better to control South Korea with South Korea. However, unlike other overseas layouts of the Westeros system, the people selected by Simon must be absolutely controlled by the Westeros system, and there will not be too much power delegation, but more like puppets. In the cruise ship on Tehu Lake. After flipping through a page of information in his hand, Simon ignored Chen Qing who had just come in, and asked the woman on the other side, "I will return to North America the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go back with me?" Before Ms. Liu answered, Miu Miu beside her said, "Yes, Dad, it's boring here." Simon smiled and pinched the girl's face, who wanted to go back to China with me in the first place. The little girl was even more unhappy when she heard this, "But, you agreed to accompany us in the first place, but you have been busy these days and have not been with me and my mother at all." "Well, my fault, let's go back together." The woman on the other side saw that the man and her daughter had agreed to this, so she did not object. In fact, she thought so too. A few days ago, the National Style Art Troupe ended its performance in the UK and did not start the next stop immediately, but chose to rest for a while. Simon happened to be coming to China, so he notified them that those who were willing to come together could go back to China to have a look, and some of them rushed over together. After returning, they found that there was really nothing to see. The mother and daughter went back home, which was considered a glorious return to their hometown. They were envied and jealous by relatives and friends, but that was all. After chatting for a few words, Simon sent the mother and daughter away, and then looked at Chen Qing, who was beside him with sparkling eyes, and asked with a smile, "Did you bet on Southeast Asia?" Chen Qing didn't expect her boss to suddenly ask this, but nodded without disguising. "Boss has revealed so much, if I don't bet some, Wouldn't it make me look too stupid? Simon nodded. Chen Qing talked about another thing. Boss, the matter of Hero will be settled soon if nothing unexpected happens. Regarding Hero, it is mainly about what kind of film will be released in China. Just like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, although Jinshu Media has assisted, it is not included in Jinshu's film list. The main reason is that this movie is mainly invested by Deaneries Entertainment, and China will still release it as an imported film. Simon didn't have high expectations for the Chinese box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, so it didn't matter. Zhang Guoxi's Hero is different after all. Although it is still more inclined to tailor-make for overseas, considering the previous Chinese box office of Hero, if it is still released as an imported film, the 13% share ratio is really a bit disadvantageous. So it took the initiative to contact the authorities, hoping to obtain the same treatment as domestic films for Hero through a joint venture with a mainland film company. For this purpose, a plan that is quite biased towards the mainland was designed. Just like this Hero, it was shot entirely in mainland China and is a theme that promotes Chinese culture. At the same time, foreign capital negotiated with domestic capital. Through a certain investment, domestic investors fully obtained domestic copyrights, so they enjoyed the share treatment of domestic films during the mainland distribution process. Foreign capital only enjoys overseas income and does not participate in domestic share. Domestic capital also only enjoys domestic income. Deaneries Entertainment hopes to choose China Film and Jinshu as its mainland partners this time. According to the total investment of $30 million, China Film and Jinshu only need to jointly bear 20% of the investment to obtain the full channel copyright in the mainland 20%, equivalent to $6 million, equivalent to about 50 million RMB. With the theme of Hero, the mainland box office is expected to exceed 100 million, even 200 million is not impossible. In addition, the peripheral channels can also make some money, and 20% of the copyright is very cost-effective. In general, this is a plan that is completely inclined to China. As for Jinshu, it is actually a pawn of the Westeros system in China, which has nothing to do with the overall situation. What's more, the premise of this special plan, whether it can pass the review, the initiative is completely in the hands of the China Film Bureau, and there are only advantages and no disadvantages. In addition, with Simon's relationship, there will indeed be no major obstacles to the special approval of a document. Hearing Chen Qing say this, it is probably that someone has passed the news, and it is basically finalized. Simon nodded again, and thought of something else, and said, "Don't interfere with the matter of the Ukrainian aircraft carrier, just let it go." Chen Qing blinked, looked at her boss again, and roughly understood, and agreed, "I know. It's just a little regretful." What her boss meant was that the Westeros system should not get involved in this favor, which is a bit of a pity. From the standpoint of her boss, she really shouldn't be involved in this matter. But in fact, when the Rivne Free Trade Zone in Ukraine was established a few days ago, the Chinese representative team also attended the signing ceremony. Chen Qing knew that another task of that team was to negotiate the aircraft carrier. After all, her boss quietly gave her a lot of convenience. However, since she doesn't want to be involved, then she won't be involved. With this in mind, Chen Qing changed the topic and said, "Boss, there's still a foreign actress missing in Love Call Transfer. Why don't you appoint one?" Simon gave a song and an idea at the beginning, and didn't intervene too much in the subsequent script of Love Call Transfer. Therefore, even if the original screenwriter was found, the new story would be very different from the past. Simon has also read the completed script recently. The new story is more in line with this era. The male protagonist meets business women, overseas women, conservative women, star-chasing women, gold-worshipping women, and justice women. It obviously carries some meaning of exploring the current social phenomena in China. Among them, there is also a foreign woman role, which can be regarded as exploring the cultural differences between China and the West. After hearing Chen Qing's suggestion, Simon thought about it and didn't really have any suitable candidates for a while. He asked Chen Qing beside him with a smile, "Who do you think is suitable?" "Of course, the bigger the better," Chen Qing also said with a smile. "I know that the top actresses in Hollywood are paid very high, but it's just a small role. If the boss asks, they should be happy to come and make a cameo appearance." "Well, a free cameo appearance, we definitely can't afford to pay for it. Because the filming will start next month, it has been basically confirmed that the project budget of Love Call Transfer is 20 million RMB, which is only $2.4 million when converted. This price is less than half of the value of Hollywood's first-line actresses, so we can only let our boss a favor. Of course, when a big star comes to China, the food and accommodation here must be all-inclusive. Simon thought about it again and simply said, then I'll let Linda ask who is willing to come over, just treat it as a vacation in China. In fact, although such a cameo opportunity does not make money, it is definitely beneficial for a Hollywood actress in the long run. Just like the reason why Brooke Shields was so well known in China was because of the line "Spicy Chicken Shreds" on the Spring Festival Gala. This time, if a female star is willing to show her face in a purely Chinese movie, she may also gain a lot of popularity here. As long as there is a will, this popularity can be transformed into tangible benefits in the future. Moreover, this is probably the last chance to accumulate this popularity. With the advent of the internet age, information has exploded, and it is even more difficult to gain the attention of the whole nation. After staying in China for a weekend, Simon finally set off on Monday, May 12th, ending his overseas journey of more than a month and returning to North America. Although Simon basically stayed on the cruise ship on Taehu Lake for the last week, many things were not delayed during this trip to China. After all, in Simon's current position, there are indeed very few things that he needs to do personally, and there are countless people willing to do it for him. In addition to some trivial matters in Jinshu media, before and after this trip to China, the Westeros system's investment in China's real estate, food, technology, heavy industry and other fields has more or less taken a step closer. On the second day after Simon returned to China, a special co-production film document tailored for Hero was announced, which cleared the way for Hero and even the planned Xu Shenzhuan trilogy. In the United States, Simon left for more than a month and returned again. The summer season in North America is approaching. Before that, the release of the 4 films in the Easter season, Alien 2, Cable Repair Man, Taken and Ghost have all come to an end. Face Off is expected to be released next week on May 23rd. In order to make room for the canvas, they will basically be taken off the shelves. As of May 15th, the last box office week before the summer season, Alien 2 box office revenue was $82.73 million, and it is expected to be completely taken off the shelves, with a box office of about $83 million. The box office of Cable Repair Man as of May 15th was $56.31 million, and it is difficult to exceed $57 million. Then there is Taken, $80.62 million, and the total domestic box office is expected to be around $81 million. Terror took in $62.93 million, and the total box office was also just over $63 million. In summary, of the 4 films, only Taken was able to recover all costs just by relying on the domestic box office, while the other films had to rely on overseas revenue to make a profit. However, compared with the box office performance of other Hollywood studios' films produced in the months before the summer season, this result is already quite outstanding. In addition, relying on Deaneries Entertainment's public relations and the fact that Chinese movie stars such as Jet Li participated in the film, Taken has also been confirmed to be released in the second half of the year in the mainland. There is also Bridget Jones's Diary, which was released on Valentine's Day in February. It was officially released on May 15th, with a total box office of $145 million in North America. The film's overseas distribution is still ongoing and is expected to exceed $200 million. The global conservative estimate is also around $350 million. With a production budget of $30 million, plus $15 million in publicity and promotion, and $350 million in global revenue, Bridget Jones's Diary has become one of the films with the highest return rate in recent years. 2 other small films released at the same time as Bridget Jones's Diary, Christopher Nolan's Following and Guy Ritchie's Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels, have also been taken off the screen. In China, the cumulative box office of Following is $34.61 million, and that of Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels is $43.76 million. Compared with the total cost of the 2 films of only $5 million, it is a rare big hit. In addition to these main hits, Deaneries Entertainment also launched other films such as Young, Once Upon a Time in China in the 19 weeks before the 1997 summer season, and the box office of the films at the end of 1996 that entered 1997. In summary, the cumulative North American box office of $1.54 billion in the 19 weeks between the summer season, Deaneries Entertainment alone accounted for $670 million, and the box office market share was as high as 43%. This is because Deaneries only had one movie, Good Will Hunting, during the Christmas season last year, and her co-productions such as Jumanji and Charlie's Angels were not included. In addition, there were reruns of the Star Wars series in the first half of the year. It is conceivable that with the release of a series of movies during the summer and year-end seasons, Deaneries' movies in 1997 are likely to take more than 50% of the North American movie market box office share, truly half of the market. Chapter 1133. A good movie is just the foundation. Before Simon finished this overseas trip, on May 14, the 50th Cannes Film Festival in 1997 officially opened. The 50th birthday is of great significance. Under the planning of the Cannes Organizing Committee, the number of registered films, the scale of the film festival and the number of guests were unprecedented, and tourists from all over the world also crowded the small city of Cannes. On the other hand, this Cannes Film Festival is also another effort of Deaneries Entertainment. First of all, among the 21 films shortlisted for the main competition unit this time, there are only 2 films directly produced by Deaneries Entertainment's label, namely Girl, Interrupted, directed by James Mangold and starring Mike Hershner and Angelina Jolie, and The Naked Six, directed by British new director Peter Cattaneo. In addition, Unexpected Spring, a new work by Canadian director Adam Egoyan, which was produced by an independent film company and the copyright was quietly bought by Deaneries Entertainment, also entered the main competition unit. Simon really likes Egoyan's Sex Club 3 years ago, and Maya Kirshner is still the heroine of that film. This time, Unexpected Spring is also a very good low-cost drama. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment actually has 3 films shortlisted for the main competition unit of Cannes. Since 3 films have been launched, Deaneries Entertainment certainly does not intend to return empty-handed this time. Since the preparations for the new film festival began a few months ago, Deaneries Entertainment has begun to quietly exert its influence. In addition to the operation of the film itself, including the selection of judges this time, Deaneries Entertainment has directly or indirectly intervened. For example, the 10 judges this time, Hollywood's Tim Burton, actress Mira Sorvino, Guang Wang from China, and British director Mike Leigh are all candidates that Deaneries Entertainment can directly influence. In addition, the chairman of the jury this time, Isabel Adjani, is definitely not the kind of filmmaker who is stubborn. Half of the 10 people have a say, and the result is basically certain. Simon's goal this time is to make The Naked Six hit the highest Palme d'Or. This film, which once achieved a miracle at the British box office, is a comedy in style, but through the absurd story of several unemployed workers trying to pursue a gigolo career, it indirectly criticizes the social situation of a large number of people being unemployed due to the decline of British industry. The humanistic connotation is no less than any other film. Therefore, it is not surprising that The Naked Six won the Palme d'Or. It has already broken the British box office record. If it is blessed by the Palme d'Or again, the box office in other markets outside the UK will also perform better. Then there's Girl, Interrupted. In the past, Winona Ryder's version of Girl, Interrupted had no other highlights except Angelina Jolie's crazy performance. This time, Simon replaced the heroine from Winona Ryder to Maya Kirshner, who is born with a neurotic atmosphere. Compared with the one-sidedness of Angelina Jolie in the original version, Maya Kirshner can be said to be tit for tat with Jolie this time, with a contradictory neurosis that is both introverted and extroverted, and successfully achieved a balance with Jolie. In addition, Simon personally checked the film this time, and the quality of the film has obviously improved a level compared to before. Since The Naked Six has set its sights on the Palme d'Or, Girl, Interrupted will certainly not try to get involved in the 3 Ker Awards, and its main goal is the acting award. No matter which one Maya or Jolie wins, it will be of great benefit to the film's release at the end of August. In addition to these nominated films, there is also Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which Simon privately favors more. Cannes. On the afternoon of Saturday, May 17th, at the Cannes Film Palace on the seaside of the small town, although no competition unit was applied, the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was still very lively. Lee Yahoo, wearing a Gucci golden low-cut dress, got off the courtesy car, looked at the huge Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon poster above the film palace, and then looked at the densely packed media and fans on both sides of the red carpet outside the Debussy Hall, and listened to the cheers in my ears. Suddenly, I felt that the difficult filming last year, which was so hard that I almost didn't want to live, was completely worth it. When the director and the other two leading actors got off the car, Li Yaohu walked forward and stepped onto the red carpet with everyone. Then, at the signal of the assistant accompanying her on the side of the red carpet, she stopped to take photos. The dense flashlights made people dizzy. After taking the photos, as soon as she left the red carpet and entered the film palace, Li Yaohu felt that she was looking forward to the next time. However, when she entered the screening hall and the premiere began, Li Yaohu became nervous again. Li Yaohu still understood that filmmakers have to rely on movies to speak. What if the audience doesn't like this movie? So, in the next 2 hours, when most people in the screening hall focused on the big screen, Li Yaohu's attention frequently turned to the surroundings, repeatedly pretending to look at the reactions of the surrounding audiences, and pricked up her ears to listen to the voices coming from the surroundings, even though the light was dim and she basically couldn't understand French. When the subtitles finally started to rise, Li Yaohu thought, no one booed, it should be still good. Well, this idea is really a bit unpromising. When the lights came on and warm applause rang out in the screening room, Li Yaohu was still a little unsure, was this just being polite? Until the short interactive session that followed. Li Yaohu went on stage with the director and several other main creators. Facing the enthusiastic questions from the media and the audience below the stage, Li Yaohu finally felt relieved after listening to the instant translation of the waitress beside him. These people obviously recognized the film very much. In this case, the box office of the film in Europe and the United States should be good in the future. It was already evening when the premiere ended. There will be an official cocktail party of Deanery's Entertainment later. Li Yaohu left the movie palace and did not rush to the party hotel immediately. Instead, she returned to a mansion owned by someone in the west of the city with teacher Yu, who accompanied her this time, mainly to change clothes and eat something. After all, the cocktail party later would definitely not be suitable for a feast. After entering the room, Li Yaohu spread her hands and let the waitress help her take off her expensive dress. Wearing only her underwear, she threw herself on the sofa in the living room. She was excited but a little tired. She stretched her body wantonly. Seeing teacher Yu sitting next to her, she smiled and said, "Sister Yu, are you envious?" Teacher Yu, who had to enter the theater to watch the movie as an ordinary audience member, rolled her eyes at her, took the soda water handed over by the waitress, took a sip, and said, "You'd better change your clothes quickly." "No hurry." Li Yaohu sat up, crossed his legs on the sofa, and said, "Let's have dinner first and then go over. I'm very hungry." Teacher Yu did not comment. Li Yaohu, who was almost being talked about, turned back and asked, "Sister Yu, let's be a star together. What's so good about that performing arts school?" After filming Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon last year, Li Yaohu signed with Jinshu. Later, she also participated in a story unit of Kangxi's Private Visits and got a role in Love Call Transfer, which is about to be filmed in China. Although the money she earned from participating in these film and television projects is not as much as the living expenses given to her by the man, it is still quite fulfilling overall. Li Yaohu also understands that she is just one of the many lovers he can't count, and she has to rely on herself in the end. As for teacher Yu, she was forced to sleep with someone at the beginning, so she also had an additional identity. Then, after teaching Li Yaohu acting courses, when Jinshu's stall gradually expanded, she got a job from the man and served as the person in charge of the Jinshu Performing Arts School to be opened in Suzhou. Not the principal. The main reason is that teacher Yu herself doesn't want to stand in front of the stage. So after Simon operated according to the Western private school corporatization model, teacher Yu became a shareholder and chairman of Jinshu Performing Arts School, responsible for the preparation of the school. Before going abroad, he had worked briefly as a class teacher at Beijing Film Academy. In addition, even teacher Yu himself understood that this was just a proxy holding and a nominal position, and there were many people helping with the formal preparations, so he agreed. At this time, hearing what Li Yaohu said, teacher Yu had some resentment. "He asked me to do it, how could I not do it?" "Tisk tisk, then break up with him," Li Yaohu said with instigation, "then you don't have to do anything." Teacher Yu was speechless for a moment. She used to think that she was a very independent woman, but now, looking at the mansion around her, the meticulous waiter team, and the luxurious private plane she took when she rushed to France, it was really a little reluctant. Anyway, although they didn't have much contact, that man was not annoying at all. Li Yaohu saw Teacher Yu like this, and he immediately laughed, and simply fell back on the sofa, twisting his slender body and continued to laugh. Teacher Yu, whose face had turned red unconsciously, became angry and embarrassed. She rushed forward and began to tickle her. You like to laugh, right? I'll make you laugh enough at once. Ha ha ha, it's itchy, haha, Sister Yu, I was wrong. I know you are reluctant to break up with Simon, and I shouldn't have advised you. Haha, I was really wrong, please forgive me. After some fun, Li Yaohu temporarily put on a set of home casual clothes brought by the waitress. Hearing that dinner was ready, he walked towards the restaurant with Teacher Yu and said, "It seems that you went to China a few days ago." Teacher Yu suddenly widened her eyes slightly, thinking that the girl next to her was going to tease her, but seeing her serious expression, she said in disbelief, "How did you know?" Kansi and the others from the National Style Art Troupe told me that he has been in Suzhou a few days ago. If we had known, we wouldn't have rushed to France. Li Yaohu said, feeling more and more regretful. A few days ago, she finished filming Kanxi's secret visits. The next Love Call transfer will not start filming until the end of the month. Since there's this gap, she simply rushed to Cannes in advance and planned to have fun. Teacher Yu was the same. The two had been in France for more than a week. Unexpectedly, she missed a man. Teacher Yu also felt a little regretful. She couldn't help but have a certain idea in her mind, but because of her reserve, she didn't blurt it out. Li Yaohu was not so reserved. When he came to the restaurant, he just sat down and said to Teacher Yu sitting opposite, "Let's go to North America together in a few days." Teacher Yu felt guilty. What are we going to do? Li Yaohu was distressed again. Teacher Yu's question, to be precise, should be how to do it. They can't just come to the door directly. Think about that scene, it would be strange if they didn't get beaten up. As for taking the initiative to contact him to seek a meeting, this kind of thing, Li Yaohu has hinted more than once in private emails in the past 6 months, but unfortunately there was no result. Moreover, it's not just her, but also the girls who stayed in the National Style Art Troupe, Zumomo and other models, and even some other women she knew, are basically like this. There's nothing she can do about it. In the final analysis, it's because there are too many women around someone, or because he is too busy on weekdays. After all, the Westeros system is so huge, with trillions of dollars. It's terrifying to think about it. It would be strange if there weren't many things to do in such a business empire. As for them, although they can't see him all the time, their current life is both luxurious and comfortable to the extreme, and there is no shortage of things to do, and they are not so empty and bored that they want to change their minds. In this case, just don't think too much. After dinner, the two women changed into evening dresses suitable for the party and rushed to the city again. Arriving at Daenerys's entertainment party, there were already crowds of people here, and many of them were faces that could only be seen on the big screen before. Fortunately, because there was a man standing behind them, facing these big names that were once out of reach, both Li Yaohu and Teacher Yu were able to treat them calmly, and even had some sense of superiority. After all, their men are the top of this circle. Under the coordination of Daenerys's entertainment team, they have met many people these days. The two women did not stay together all the time. They each brought a waitress who acted as an interpreter to socialize in the crowd. Li Yaohu soon met Liang, who was chatting with Ella Deutschmann, the president of Gaoman Films. Seeing Li Yaohu approaching, both of them greeted him politely. Li Yaohu also responded with a smile and said, "Li and Ella, you seem to be talking about a box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon just now." The reason for bringing an interpreter was that she was not good at other languages, such as French. After all, she had studied for so long, and she could still understand a lot of English. Ella Deutschmann did not hide it and nodded. Yes, Gaoman's team has just finished counting a batch of questionnaires from the premiere this afternoon. Combined with some of our previous internal test screenings, the box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon should be very good. Li Yaohu was even more curious. She also knew that she had little hope of winning awards, such as the Oscars in the West. Therefore, if she wanted to gain greater fame, the key reliance was still the box office. Ella, how much do you think it can take in? I mean, for example, in North America. No less than 50 million, Ella Deutschmann said with a smile. North America is in the midst of a kung fu craze right now. Our previous films Taken and Iron Monkey sold very well. Jack Chang's new film Police Stories 4, which was released in North America yesterday, also had a considerable box office on the first day. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is cooler than Jack and Jet's modern kung fu. According to the results of our comprehensive early test screenings, 50 million should not be a problem. The production cost of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is $15 million. If it earns $50 million in North America, it will have already started to make a profit. Li Yaohu could still easily calculate such a small account, and she also knew that it was already quite outstanding for a Chinese-language film to sell 50 million in North America, but she was not satisfied after all. Ella, only 50 million? I mean, is there a possibility of breaking 100 million? Ella Deutschmann shook her head. I'm really not sure, Miss Lee. What we can be sure of now is that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a very outstanding movie, a good movie, to be more precise, a good movie recognized by ordinary audiences. It's just a foundation. As for how high the box office can be, it depends on the subsequent publicity and promotion. Li Yaohu asked back, isn't Deaneries Entertainment's publicity and promotion the best in Hollywood? Of course. So, combined with feedback from all sides, I dare to say the box office expectation of 50 million. For Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, we should all know that this is already very rare. As for higher, that is phenomenal. In this case, in addition to excellent publicity and promotion, it even depends on luck. So the film industry is a casino. Even those who are good at counting cards can only increase their chances of winning. No one knows how much they can win in the end. Li Yaohu nodded subconsciously, and then thought of someone. I think Simon should be different. Ella Deutschmann was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, yes, the boss is an anomaly, no one can deny that. Chapter 1134 Borrowing money to make money is the best way. The media and audience feedback of the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in Cannes was transmitted back to North America. Deaneries Entertainment immediately pushed the relevant news to various media platforms such as newspapers, television and the internet. The Hollywood Reporter and Variety both gave quite appreciative comments, and the first official trailer was also released on the YouTube video website in due time. Everything is familiar. In Hollywood today, Deaneries Entertainment is not only a major studio that attaches the most importance to marketing, but more importantly, the Westeros system also has a large number of media resources. Therefore, even if the final stage of the sprint promotion of a series of blockbuster bombs in the summer season is in full swing, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is still more than 2 months away from the release date of July 25th. The film still attracted a lot of public attention at the time when the North American film market coincides with a kung fu fever. On the other hand, the two new films Police Story 4 and Absolute Power in the summer season that opened on May 16th can be said to be happy and sad. Police Story 4 is Jack Chang's new film, continuing the popular Police Story series in Hong Kong. However, after the success of Rush Hour last year, the production specifications of Police Stories 4 were upgraded across the board, and the script was specially modified to cater to the Western market. As a result, the project attracted the attention of all parties in Hollywood and was eventually acquired by Disney, which is controlled by Vivendi. The film was shot all over the world, and the final publicized production cost reached $25 million. It was released in North America with 2,376 screens. In the first 3 days of the weekend, thanks to Jackie Chan's popularity and a comprehensive media score of 7.8 points, it successfully earned $17.81 million. The full first week box office is expected to reach about $25 million. It is a big hit. As for the subsequent North American total box office of the film, it depends on the subsequent box office curve, but even if Disney gave a very high condition at the beginning, it will definitely make a fortune this time. So other Hollywood studios regret not being bolder when offering prices last year. Clint Eastwood's new film Absolute Power, which is co-produced by Sony, is in sharp contrast to Police Stories 4. With a production cost of $50 million and a screen size of 2,579, this crime thriller about a lone thief involved in a presidential murder case who uncovers evil and seeks justice only earned $15.17 million in the first 3 days of release, and is expected to make about $20 million in the first week. If the costs of these two films were swapped at the beginning of the summer season, neither would be considered a failure. Unfortunately, one cost $25 million, and the North American box office is conservatively estimated to reach $50 million, while the other has a budget of $50 million, and it is unlikely that the domestic box office will be equal to the cost. In general, the box office results of the first 3 days are that Disney is a sure win, Jackie Chan's popularity in North America has been further consolidated, and Sony, which has been bumpy, has once again suffered a setback, even if it is not a box office failure. Los Angeles. The result of Simon's one-week break in China is that he is surrounded by a lot of work in the week after returning to North America. Even when the new week of May 19th arrives, it is still the same. Deanery's Studios in Malibu. After breakfast, Simon arrived at his office at 8:20. Amy Pascal also arrived early, intending to discuss some things before the regular high-level meeting at 9 o'clock. Regarding Godzilla, some other details are still under negotiation, but Toho has asked for a 30% investment share, and there is no room for compromise. Simon, if you have no problem with this, can we sign the agreement soon? Simon sat on the sofa in the reception area of his office, flipping through a list of documents that Gurley had just handed over, and asked with two minds at the same time, 30% investment is no problem, you can agree to it. What are the details you mentioned? It's mainly the distribution commission, and the very important peripheral product share. We have the initiative in the former, and we can probably get it at 15%. The latter is mainly on Toho's side, after all, they have been operating Godzilla for decades. Simon nodded and motioned Amy to continue. He just asked to make sure he had a clear idea in mind, and he didn't intend to intervene in these details. Seeing Simon's agreement, Amy knew that the interception of Sony was basically finalized. She looked down at her memo, smiled, and said, "Over at Sony Pictures, I met Chris Lee again at a party this weekend. He said that 2013 The Last Jedi has been approved. Haha, it's mainly because Sony knows that it will basically not get Godzilla. However, Sony only gave a budget of $40 million US. Simon made some marks on the list of documents in his hand and said with a smile, "It's good that the project has been approved. At the beginning, Waterworld only wanted $70 million. After all, it was not something that could be seen in public." Amy didn't say much, smiled, and continued, "Also, Wu has recently found a new project. Together with Joe, the male lead of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which just premiered in Cannes, they are planning a gun battle action movie. I've read the story outline. It's probably about a killer who fails in his mission and is hunted down. This is the type of movie that Wu is good at. However, Danny talked to him once, and Wu is obviously not very interested in continuing to cooperate with us. He doesn't plan to be the director himself this time, but only responsible for production." Simon knew what Amy meant by that. If Simon thought it was necessary to retain him, Deaneries could offer a higher price to try to win him over. But Simon shook his head. "We stick to our own standards. If Wu can't accept it, let him do whatever he wants." To put it bluntly, it was because of the success of Broken Arrow and Mission Impossible 2 that Page Wu wanted to fight for more salary and voice for himself. This is human nature. Unfortunately, other Hollywood studios may indulge famous directors many times, but Simon will not. After all, there are too many cases in memory of people who messed up the movie because of their success. On Deanery's side, anyone who wants to be arrogant must get out, and Simon will not indulge them. Amy, who had long believed in her boss's judgment, did not refute. She wrote it down on the memo and said, "Next is The Matrix. Simon, the Wachowski brothers have talked to me several times recently. Independence Day is about to be released. Do they think that their own project can also be launched?" The Wachowski brothers had already caught Simon's attention a few years ago. The two did not have the idea of The Matrix that Simon's big butterfly fanned away. However, after completing the first feature film The Matrix invested by Deaneries Entertainment, Simon sent them to the Independence Day crew to serve as assistant directors for Roland Emmerich in order to let the two brothers accumulate more experience. Independence Day will be released on July 4th, the Independence Day in the United States, and the work of the Wachowski brothers has been successfully completed. When Simon heard Amy mention this, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay, but the problem is the release date. You should pay attention to it." "This is definitely a blockbuster," Amy said. "Since you have always been so optimistic about them, I think the summer of 1999 should be very suitable." Yet, a lot of the preliminary work for The Matrix has been completed. It is just the summer of 1997 now. If the production is accelerated, it will be fine even if it is released in the summer of next year. However, the 1998 film list is full, so it can only be released in 1999. In addition, Simon knows how successful this project was in the past. If it is not released in the popular summer or year-end schedule, it will be a waste. Even if it is released in the summer of 1999, there are still 2 years. As a business, with the same profit prospects, the shorter the operating cycle of a sum of money, the more cost-effective it is. It is still the same reason. With a capital of $100 million, earning 10% in 1 year and earning 10% in 2 years are completely different concepts. Therefore, if the release date is determined, the closer the date of the official start of The Matrix is to the release date, the more beneficial it will be for Deanery's Entertainment. Even though Deanery's Entertainment is now the largest studio in Hollywood with the richest cash reserves, Simon has always paid close attention to this issue. Amy Pascal certainly had no objection. The two continued to talk about a lot of trivialities about Deanery's various businesses, such as the game project of the same name that Deanery's game department will develop simultaneously with Lucasfilm's Star Wars prequel series, such as another summer tour that will be launched after the second American Idol ends, such as the implementation progress of the modification suggestions given by Simon after his last visit to the construction site of Universal Studios in Rome, etc. This continued until nearly 9 o'clock, when the two got up and went to the conference room where the Monday high-level meeting was held. While walking in the corridor, Amy remembered another thing. "I almost forgot, Simon, about the exchange study program with 2 Chinese universities. How should we arrange it here?" A few days ago in China, because the courtyard of Mao Hutong was close to the Chinese Academy of Drama, Simon took the time to go there, and suddenly came up with the idea of introducing a group of students to Hollywood for exchange and study, and gave an order casually. I thought it would take some time for both sides to come up with a plan. When Amy brought it up, Simon thought about it and said, "You should talk to Chen Qing about this matter, because some of them have special identities, and she must know them. Arrange some comfortable positions for them with preferential treatment. The others will all be thrown into the film crew that is being filmed, just as interns." Amy nodded to show that she understood. The subsequent regular meeting lasted for an hour. When I returned to my office again, someone was already waiting here. It was an Asian man in his 40s named Zheng Xiaodong. Just by hearing the name, it was obvious that he was Korean. Of course, this was not accurate. Simon had seen the other party's information when he was in China. Zheng Xiaodong, 43 years old, was born in Seoul, South Korea, graduated from Yale Law School, and is currently an American citizen. He works for the American international law firm McKinsey & Company, which specializes in corporate mergers and acquisitions and bankruptcy reorganization. In addition, he has been based in Hong Kong for the past 6 years. Although he was not able to become a partner of McKinsey, or even the chief of McKinsey's Hong Kong branch, this middle-aged man with a double degree in Yale Law and a Master of Economics was quite capable and participated in many M&A and restructuring projects during his time at McKinsey. He was not outstanding, but he was experienced. This was one of Simon's criteria for selecting puppets. Mr. Westeros, it's really such an honor to meet you. At this time, facing Simon, this middle-aged man, who had not been able to make further progress largely because of his ethnicity, was obviously a little trembling. When he greeted Simon, he instinctively bowed 90 degrees, which made Simon very satisfied. What he needed was someone who still retained Korean habits. After the other party stood up, Simon did not shake hands with him again. He motioned Zheng Xiaodong to sit on the sofa in the reception area and walked aside. Zheng Xiaodong had been hesitating and waiting for Simon to sit down before he dared to sit down. His butt was only slightly close to the sofa. When he saw Girl A serving coffee, he subconsciously stood up a little and thanked her repeatedly. Simon waited patiently for the other party to exchange polite words with Lady A, and then said after a while, "Mr. Zheng." Zheng Xiaodong quickly turned his attention to the young tycoon next to him, and respectfully and carefully interrupted, "Bruce, Mr. Westeros, you can call me Bruce, this is my English name." Simon shook his head. "No, Mr. Zheng, if you plan to work for me, I want you to use your Korean name as much as possible." Zheng Xiaodong didn't understand why, and thought that his rash interruption was inappropriate. Some beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and he nodded quickly. "Oh, of course, no problem." Whatever the young tycoon in front of him said, it must be what it was. Zheng Xiaodong still didn't understand why he suddenly appeared in front of Simon Westeros, So much so that when his boss notified him of this a few days ago, he thought it was an expired April Fool's joke. It was not until he returned to the United States and officially received the meeting date from Simon Westeros that the global chairman of McKinsey came from the Chicago headquarters yesterday to secretly meet with him to explore the reason, and finally confirmed it. All of this was not a dream. The only thing Zhang Xiaodong could confirm was that this was definitely a great thing for him. It was a turning point in his life. The result now was that the more he valued this meeting, the more he was trembling, and the calmness and composure he usually had disappeared. Feeling the sweat on his forehead, the middle-aged man almost wanted to cry. As long as he was not blind, he probably wouldn't be satisfied with his performance at this time. Simon could certainly see the nervousness of the middle-aged man next to him, but he didn't mind. He continued, "Let's get down to business. Zhang, I hope you can come and work for me. Is there a problem?" Zhang Xiaodong's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. Of course, Mr. Westeros." "Very good," Simon affirmed, and then said, "The thing is, I plan to make some investments in South Korea next, so I found you, Zhang. First of all, what do you think of the current economic situation in South Korea?" Zhang Xiaodong quickly confirmed two things. He had been hired. He also found the reason why Simon Westeros took a fancy to him. Therefore, he began to relax. After hearing Simon's question, the middle-aged man thought about it for a moment and said, "Mr. Westeros, in my opinion, the economic situation of South Korea is as shaky as Thailand, which was recently attacked. This can be seen from the bankruptcy of Hanbeo Steel at the beginning of the year. If Mr. Westeros wants to invest in South Korea." Zhang Xiaodong said that he was more transparent about why he was approached, but he paused for a moment and quickly said, "Next, it is indeed an excellent opportunity, because South Korea's economic development has been pretty good in recent years, and there are many companies worth investing in. Therefore, once an economic crisis occurs in South Korea and some companies are in trouble, Mr. Westeros can just launch a vulture acquisition." At this point, Zhang Xiaodong paused again, and seeing the young man next to him nodded slightly, he continued, "However, there are also many obstacles, because the South Korean economy is not open. For example, the equity of enterprises. The current South Korean law stipulates that the maximum proportion of foreign investment in South Korean enterprises is only 7%, and it is impossible to obtain control. Of course, South Korea has been promoting financial reform since last year. Once a crisis occurs, I think as long as Washington puts pressure on Seoul, many restrictions will be lifted in the short term." Simon smiled slightly when he heard Zhang Xiaodong say this. "So, Zhang, you should understand what I want you to do." Zhang Xiaodong did not hesitate this time, and bowed slightly to Simon on the sofa. "Yes, Mr. Westeros." "Very good," Simon repeated his affirmation again, and pushed a document that Lady A had just placed in front of him to Zhang Xiaodong. "In this case, this is your first title after working for me, the position of Director of the Bank of New York, just treat it as a part-time benefit. Oh, now it should be the Bank of New York Mellon." Zhang Xiaodong showed a surprised expression again, carefully picked up the document that Simon pushed in front of him, opened it and took a look. It was an employment contract. He quickly flipped through it, and the only thing missing was his signature. This made Zhang Xiaodong once again have the illusion that he was dreaming. Even though he had been in Hong Kong before, Zhang Xiaodong knew that the Bank of New York had recently successfully acquired Mellon Financial Group to become a first-tier bank in the United States. Moreover, with the nature of his previous work, he certainly knew what the position of director of a large bank with assets exceeding 100 billion meant. It's just that his ethnicity, even if he was a manager at McKinsey, he would not dare to think about such a position. However, Zhang Xiaodong is not a fool after all, and he soon figured out the connection. No matter how Simon Westeros got this position for him, he had to obey Westeros completely if he wanted to keep this position after entering the board of directors of Bank of New York Mellon. Once he had his own ideas, he would be ready to pack up and leave, or even go one step further and lose everything else Westeros gave him. Simon did not explain too much about this, and believed that the other party would definitely understand. As for the deeper level, giving one of the two seats on the board of directors of Bank of New York Mellon that he had obtained some time ago to Zhang Xiaodong, first of all, it is easier for the other party to control, and secondly, it is related to the next layout for South Korea. Veronica has been sorting out the finances of various companies in the Westeros system for some time. However, based on previous data, Simon can probably determine that the cash reserves that the entire Westeros system can freely use should be around $60 billion. Even compared with Simon's wealth that has continued to shrink due to the plunge of the Nasdaq during this period, this money is still not much. Simon had no intention of using all the money. For the top of the pyramid, borrowing money to make money is the best way. Placing Zhang Xiaodong on the board of directors of Bank of New York Mellon not only gave him a sweet aid in advance, but also intended to let him coordinate the Westeros system to withdraw funds from Bank of New York Mellon and invest in South Korea. Of course, Bank of New York Mellon would definitely not be the only source of funds for the Westeros system. Chapter 1135 Four People. Simon's meeting with Young Soo-dong lasted only 15 minutes. He offered a director of Bank of New York Mellon as a sweet treat, and then began to arrange work for him, investigating the debt status of several major chaebols in South Korea. Therefore, Young Soo-dong could only stay in North America for 3 days. After completing some job handovers, he would need to return to Asia again. He would temporarily stay in Hong Kong to build his own team. There would be people in Asia to cooperate with him. After Young Soo-dong left, Simon met with 3 other people at other times of the day, named Choi Yun-soo, Young Sang-won, and Jong Young-ho. Choi Yun-soo, like Young Soo-dong, is 37 years old, a Korean American, a first-generation immigrant, graduated from Columbia Business School, and previously worked at Lehman Brothers. Young Sang-won and Jong Young-ho are from South Korea. The similarity is that they both came from the Hanbo Group, which had just collapsed. Young Sang-won, 41 years old this year, still has a background of studying abroad, graduated from New York University, and was a senior executive in the Human Resources Department of the group before losing his job due to the collapse of Hanbo. Zong Sang-heo is the only Korean native who has no overseas study background. He only attended Seoul University. He is 37 years old this year. He previously worked in the financial department of Hanbeo Steel and was an upper-middle-level executive. Because Hanbeo Steel was also implicated in the bankruptcy case, the Westeros system has spent some means to pick it out these days. The 4 people can be said to be selected by Simon quite specifically. First of all, the 4 people's previous work involved legal affairs, administration, personnel, and finance. While complementing each other, they have excellent foundations and many years of work experience, and they are not lacking in the potential to be independent. Secondly, they are all over 35 years old, with families to support, and they were not successful before. It can be basically determined that they have been smoothed by society. In addition to nationality or overseas study background, even the last Zong Sang-heo has a dirty foundation and is easy to manipulate. On the other hand, compared with young people who have some national sentiments, they will not have too much resistance to helping the Westeros system harvest their own country when they suddenly get a chance to develop. Finally, the 4 Korean faces will be active among some corporate giants in South Korea in the future. As long as they pay a little attention, they will not cause disgust and vigilance among the Korean people. Simon did not meet the 4 together at the same time, just in case. For a long time to come, the 4 will work independently until the Westeros system confirms that they can be trusted, and then they will be put together. If they cannot pass the test, whether in terms of ability or loyalty, they will be abandoned. And this is only the first batch of puppets selected by Simon. There will be more in the future. The last job on Monday is Titanic. After more than a year of tossing, this movie is basically certain to burn $200 million, and it has not been completely completed until now. This time it is about the soundtrack. After Simon intervened a little, the soundtrack of the film was chosen by the original James Horner. However, because of Simon's Big Butterfly, even if it was the original soundtrack, Horner was unlikely to write the classic song that added the finishing touch to Titanic. Simon still had to do it himself. From 3 o'clock in the afternoon until nearly 7 o'clock, 4 hours, he accompanied the sample and gave some modification suggestions based on his memory. In terms of the soundtrack, Simon's main suggestions were the Scottish bagpipes and the My Heart Will Go On that was brainstormed on the spot. Frankly speaking, although Cameron's history of burning $200 million failed to change, the new heroine was replaced by Rachel Weisz, and the new pairing of the hero and heroine was much more pleasing to the eye. During the period, I also discussed the distribution with Amy, who came to see the film at the same time. This time it is confirmed that it will premiere at the Venice Film Festival in the second half of the year. The previous premiere of Titanic at the Tokyo Film Festival was mainly because the Tokyo Film Festival in October was closer to the end of the year. However, Japanese audiences did not seem to buy it, so of course it was skipped this time. Even if the Venice Film Festival in September is a little early, if the premiere feedback is still not good enough, it can give Daenerys time to make up for it. Returning to Cape Dumay Manor in the twilight, Simon just stepped into the lobby of Shale Villa and saw several people sitting and chatting on the other side of the curtain wall. Walking over, Janet got up first, followed by Veronica and Melbourne, who had just been leaning on her. "Honey, how are you today?" Janet went forward and hugged Simon, saying hello, then took the man's arm and turned around, explaining, "Auntie came back this afternoon. There was some problem with AOL." Simon nodded slightly and glanced at his son, who was still being held by Veronica. Melbourne was swept by his father's eyes, and subconsciously let go of Nana's hand and said obediently, "Dad, good evening." Simon was a little cold, yet. The little guy hurriedly said, "Aunt Jenny and the others are preparing dinner, I'll go help." After saying that, he ran away quickly. Janet was watching the interaction between the father and son, and almost laughed out loud. When Simon and Veronica greeted him again and pulled him to sit down, she couldn't help but smile and said, "You are always so mean to Mel. Don't you find that he is getting less and less close to you? Why do the father and son have to be so close?" Janet almost wanted to roll her eyes, but thinking about it, it seemed quite reasonable. She also knew about the closeness between generations. Just like her father, he was always very strict with her brothers. Now, they can't be said to be close, but they love their grandson, Mel. Yes. And there are Aunt and Mel. This is probably. It can be considered a family inheritance. Simon was pulled by Janet to sit down, and he was still in a bad mood. He glanced at Janet, who was smiling beside him. "You two rest here, let Jenny prepare dinner alone." Since the beginning of October last year, Jennifer has been pregnant for more than 7 months. Janet heard it and pouted. "No, Sophie came this morning and is in the kitchen." There was also some small complaints. Even if Sophia Fessy didn't come, there was no need for Jennifer to prepare dinner in person in this villa. Someone is just jealous and looking for trouble. Humph. Seeing Janet say this, Simon didn't continue. He looked at Veronica, who was holding a cup of coffee and sipping it with her head down. "What's wrong with AOL?" The 3 core giants of the Westeros system in the internet industry have completed the review of Ygritte, which Simon values the most, and AOL was ranked second by Simon. Veronica looked up slightly when Simon asked, and said, "I found that AOL's network deployment budget in many regions has been abnormally overspent in the past few years. Steve Case believes that given the current stock market situation, we should not investigate further to avoid causing a continuous decline in stock prices. If Case does not cooperate, it will be difficult for my team to continue." Although Simon has been overseas for most of the past month, he has never relaxed his attention on the Nasdaq. As of today's closing of the East Coast stock market, the Nasdaq index, which has been plummeting for more than a month, has fallen back to a low of 4,353 points. Compared with a peak of 7,045 points on March 24, the day of the Nasdaq crash, the cumulative decline has reached 38%. The Nasdaq crash after 2000 was a relatively slow process, and there were several rebounds during the period. This time, it just fulfilled Simon's original prediction that the higher it rises, the harder it falls. The 38% drop is not a halving, but it is also a chest and abdomen drop. The Nasdaq sector, which once had a market value of $9.3 trillion US, now has only $5.6 trillion US. In just over a month, $3.7 trillion of stock wealth evaporated. The 3 giants of the Westeros system, Ygritte, Cisco, and AOL, which were once the leading stocks on the Nasdaq, were also the first to bear the brunt of the decline and suffered a great loss. If it is for the sake of stock prices, Simon really shouldn't make a big move now. However, Simon has always valued the long-term development of the Westeros system. After a little consideration, Simon quickly said to Veronica, "I will talk to Steve after dinner." After saying this, Simon turned to Janet and said, "Next, arrange 2 more teams of female guards for her to ensure that there is at least one group of people around her at all times." Before Janet spoke, Veronica had already said, "I don't want so many people following me." Just then, Sophia Fessy came over, and Simon stood up and said, "That's it." After that, he went to meet Sophia. Janet looked at the man's back after he stood up, made a face at Veronica, and simply stood up and moved closer to her and, "Okay, that's it, and you must have encountered more things than us, and you also know that some people can do anything when they are pushed into a corner." Veronica said, "In fact, the problem is not that serious. With the popularity of the new technology bubble in the past few years, the budget overruns of AOL's network deployment are basically expected." I know, Janet still smiled, just in case. Simon and Sophia next to them hugged and exchanged a few words, then sat down on the sofa again and talked about other topics. As for AOL, the problem there was also expected by Simon. He had even realized this problem in the past few years. However, after confirming that AOL's network deployment in various regions was truly completed with quality and quantity, he turned a blind eye to some overspending. This time, to put it bluntly, Simon wanted to take advantage of the issue to clean up a group of people while tightening finances and rectifying the companies in the Westeros system. After chatting for a while, Jennifer came over with her belly full, notifying everyone that dinner was ready, and everyone walked to the dining room together. After dinner, Simon connected to Steve Case's video call and scolded the head of AOL without any hesitation. Seeing that the big boss was angry, Steve Case argued a little, but seeing that it was ineffective, he had to give in. Simon was not reassured by Case's verbal promise, and he had to see how the other party would perform next. If Steve Case continued to pretend to obey but secretly disobey, Simon would not mind taking him down. As for the internal turmoil and stock price drop caused by this, Simon did not care. If a company in the Westeros system could not operate because of the loss of a senior executive, such a company would be better off. As for the stock price, it was even more empty. Completing this cleanup will only make AOL develop better in the future, and the long-term stock price trend is the same. The next day was Tuesday, May 20th. Simon still arrived at the company early. Today, the time before 9 o'clock was reserved for Danny Morris, the head of New World Pictures, to discuss the promotion of upcoming films such as American Pie and the production of projects such as Rush Hour 2. Danny Morris also mentioned the increasingly obvious popularity of Hong Kong films. Hong Kong films have experienced a major collapse in the past 2 years. Unexpectedly, it has turned around so quickly. At least, for Hong Kong filmmakers, it is really a turnaround. In addition to Bai Jia-woo and Fa Jack and others who are currently looking for the highly sought-after project, Simon also heard that some other familiar names will enter Hollywood, such as Sui Hark. Relying on Bai Jia-woo's matchmaking, several major Hollywood studios are currently in contact with each other, including New World Pictures and MGM. Simon happened to remember that in the past timeline, Sui Hark did try Hollywood during this period and collaborated with action star Jean-Claude Van Damme on a film Thunderbolt. And then there was no more. In Simon's opinion, Sui Hark's talent is better than Bai Jia-woo. His failure in Hollywood can only be said to be bad luck, and he did not encounter the right project. Speaking of Sue, Simon also recalled the idea of shooting the Shushan trilogy when he was in China some time ago. In the past, Shushan was Sue's obsession. Unfortunately, the filmmaker tried this IP twice in the 1980s and the beginning of the new century, but both failed, so that the Shushan series became a forbidden area that other filmmakers dared not touch. As for the reasons for the failure, it is quite complicated. From Simon's perspective, one of the most important factors is the budget. Although both times were big, they were still not big enough. After all, such a bizarre and sword-fighting fairy series, the production specifications in the 1980s should be compared with the Alien of the same period. The 2001 version should also have the investment level of Hero. Unfortunately, the budget Sue got twice was not generous. Therefore, it can be said that the two films before and after can only be regarded as semi-finished products. On the other hand, Sue's talent is unquestionable, but sometimes he is too imaginative. While giving enough budget, there must be some restrictions to avoid deviation. Just like the script. Simon believed that both projects would have a good story at the beginning of production, but in the actual implementation process, because there were too many ideas to realize, most of the money was spent early, and in the end it was inevitable that they were stretched to the limit and had to rush the work, and the result was predictable. After such consideration, Simon basically made up his mind. This project can be handed over to Su Leogway again, but he must also keep a close eye on him and not let him get too excited. In the office of Deanery Studios, slightly distracted by thinking about The Legend of Zoo, Simon said to Danny Morris, Since everyone is vying for it, you can pay more attention to it. However, we won't compete for it. We will only see if there are any suitable projects. Danny Morris nodded and said, in fact, there is one recently, from Golden Harvest, called Phantom Agents. I've read the script. The creative idea is based on cultivating top agents through subconscious training. It's a very good idea. The plot is similar to last year's Black Mask. By the way, Golden Harvest has also invited Miss Zhang from China, and she has agreed to star in it. Simon had no impression of this movie and was about to say that he would take a look at the script and the team first, but when he heard Danny Morris mention Miss Zhang, he was stunned for a moment before he remembered that it was Zhang Enki. Chapter 1136. Another. In the early years, Simon would spend some time to help plan for the women around him, and the typical example was the 4 girls ABCD. Now, as the Westeros system becomes larger and larger, and there are more and more women around him, Simon no longer has so much time to worry about this. It's up to fate. Just like in My Fair Princess, Simon casually mentioned that Zhang Enki could try the role of Xiaozuai, but since Ren Jinxie thought it was too expensive and didn't want Zhang Enki to play it, and Zhang Enki herself seemed reluctant, then he would change someone else. Simon simply gathered the original cast. I can only apologize, Turkang. As for what impact missing this role would have on Zhang Enki, Simon didn't care. Anyway, the original cast, especially the male and female protagonists, would be included in the Jinshu agency. Once the series became popular, Jinshu could fully enjoy the bonus after the actors became famous. However, it was probably a kind of thing that if the superior likes something, the subordinates will like it even more. Simon didn't care much about the vase around him, but others paid much attention to it. Just like at this time, Danny Morris mentioned it specifically. Simon still did not comment, and said, prepare a copy of the materials for Phantom Agents for me to take a look first. In addition, I have also replied to your ideas about the sequel to Taken in your email yesterday. Find someone to try to write the script first, and wait until Jet finishes filming Heroes before seeing if the sequel should be started. Danny Morris nodded, I understand. The two talked about things, and time quickly came to 9 o'clock in the morning. Danny Morris did not leave, but went to the post-production center of the studio together. Paranormal Activity, which started shooting in March, was completed at the beginning of the month. The rough cut was completed during this period. Simon wants to see the sample today. This movie is produced by New World Pictures. Originally, a super-cost movie shot with an IREC digital camera would hardly attract the attention of executives of Danny Morris' level. After all, it is too rough, but now it is the idea provided by his own boss himself, and he is very concerned about it, so others will naturally pay enough attention to it. Simon spent 3 hours in the morning on this IREC movie. Compared to the original version, which was largely amateurish, this project was personally planned by Simon, and Justin Lin, once the top Chinese director in Hollywood, participated in it, so the quality was obviously improved. Danny Morris also watched the sample for the first time. Although the rough cut lasted more than 130 minutes, he, as an experienced filmmaker, could easily appreciate the excellence of the film. First of all, the first-person perspective may not be very good if it is other themes, but it just gives people an immersive viewing experience in a horror film. Although Justin Lin is a novice director, in terms of lens processing, whether it is the slow follow-up shot that arouses the audience's emotions, or the appropriate shaking of certain scenes, or even the fixed camera position under the late-night monitoring perspective, all make this immersive viewing experience more outstanding. There is no doubt that his boss has discovered another outstanding filmmaker. Secondly, it is the rhythm. This is also what Danny Morris was more surprised about after watching the sample. Even though the rough cut version is more than 130 minutes long and is scheduled to be compressed to less than 100 minutes, Danny Morris can still feel the excellent rhythm of the film. To be precise, his boss has told them more than once that the best popcorn movie should be one that people can watch in one go without feeling the passage of time. The current Paranormal Activity clearly has this potential. The rough cut version has a prelude of about 30 minutes, which mainly introduces the background of the story. A couple, Micah and Katie, who have just moved into a new house in the suburbs, find that their house is haunted and they always hear all kinds of strange noises at night. There are also memories of the heroine Katie, who is probably the kind of person who is prone to ghosts and has often encountered supernatural events since she was a child. At the same time, it introduces the reasons why Micah bought a digital camera and tracked the filming. Micah is generally an atheist, so he wants to record the reasons for various strange things through a surveillance filming. The prelude also includes the process of the couple inviting a psychic to cast a spell to exorcise the ghost. The 30-minute plot starts with a short storyline, which will be further shortened later. The film's background is introduced smoothly through the conversation between Micah and Katie and some daily life trivia, which also arouses the audience's curiosity unconsciously. Because it follows the main plot, even Danny Morris himself did not feel bored at all during the film. When he reacted, he had entered the main topic, which is the next 100 minutes. It is a real paranormal activity. The second half of the film creates a storyline with rising plot conflicts through increasingly serious ghost records. In the meantime, it is appropriately buffered through friends' visits, the male and female protagonists discussing countermeasures, and the restless daily life on the verge of collapse, so that the audience's emotions can be slightly relaxed in order to welcome the next high. Until the end, with a tragedy, the story came to an abrupt end, and the audience's emotions reached the highest point. It can be said that after watching the sample film, Simon himself was satisfied to the extreme. At the same time, he also understood again that no success is accidental. The former pseudo-documentary Blair Witch was successful because it was the first to try it out and use the nearly deceptive viral marketing, which consumed too much of the pseudo-documentary genre's luck in one fell swoop. Paranormal Activity has revived this genre on its own, and it is not because of the success of the deception that everyone knows in advance that this is a movie. Therefore, it can be imagined that if Paranormal Activity did not have its own special features, it would not have been possible to create an amazing global box office of nearly $200 million with an ultra-low cost of only $15,000, and it has also successfully become a long-term series that has been a hit. The fundamental reason for this success is that the film itself does have its own excellence. After watching the sample film, Danny Morris took the initiative to propose to take out $5 million for the early publicity of the film without Simon's explanation, and planned to participate in the Toronto Film Festival in the second half of the year. It was initially determined that the film would be released after the Toronto Film Festival in September, and the scale of the opening screen would also be more than 1,000. Unfortunately, this still did not meet Simon's expectations. Before lunch, Simon personally called Seagirl, saying that after the film was completely finished, Tinkerbell could send someone to take a look and conduct a few internal test screenings. If they thought it was good, Tinkerbell could sponsor a certain amount of publicity and promotion expenses. If the film was a big success, the brand gain for the IRX series would be immeasurable. In addition, with the creativity provided by her own boss, Seagirl certainly had no objection and readily agreed. Because he was very satisfied with Paranormal Activity, Simon also invited Justin Lin to have lunch with him at noon. It is worth mentioning that although he expressed his interest, after Paranormal Activity, Simon would not praise Justin Lin too much for the time being. He still needs to hone his skills. Although Justin Lin once established his foothold in Hollywood with the Fast and Furious series, Simon once again thought of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Justin Lin is very suitable to be placed in Marvel's talent reserve team. After lunch, the first thing in the afternoon was the last production meeting before the filming of Jurassic Park 3. The male and female protagonists of the film are still Sam Neill and Rene Russo. Although director Michael Bay has experienced the baptism of success with Stargate and Jurassic Park 2, he has not yet drifted to a state of confusion, so Simon is very confident about this film. When the meeting ended and everyone was leaving, Simon was stopped by Linda Vargas, who also attended the meeting. "Boss, here's the list of actresses who are interested in participating in the female role in the Chinese film Love Call Transfer." Simon took the folder handed over by Linda and entered the elevator together, looking down at the list. The first feeling was that it was star-studded. Very dazzling. Famke Janssen, who plays Wonder Woman, Catherine Zeta-Jones, one of the Charlie's Angels, Meg Ryan, Valeria Golino, Brooke Shields, supermodel Cindy Crawford. Even Sandra Bullock, who is still filming Contact in Australia, expressed her willingness to give it a try, because Contact will be finished soon and the schedule is fine. After taking a quick look, Simon asked Linda beside him, "What did you tell them?" Linda smiled. According to the boss's original words, "There are not many scenes, no pay, just treat it as a trip to China." Simon was a little helpless when he heard it. They're all smart big goblins. If Simon said there was a pay, there would definitely not be many female stars interested. Now, when these words are spoken out, And he is the one who speaks out. The big goblins can easily imagine that if there is no pay, it is a favor. It is Simon Westeros's favor. Tisk. The kind that may not even sleep with you. Of course you have to fight hard to get it. Smiling and shaking his head slightly, Simon looked at Linda beside him. Who do you think I should give it to? Linda also smiled. It's hard for me to ask, it's very offensive, but since you are going to China to film, it's best to know Chinese. There happens to be one on the list, Mira Sorvino. She is a top student majoring in Chinese literature at Harvard University. Simon listened to Linda's words, looked down at the list, and quickly found a name. Mira Sorvino is also one of the great beauties in Hollywood, with a great figure. Most people think of this actress, and they will have a feeling of fierce momentum, because she is really fierce. Moreover, this actress is also a second-generation Hollywood star. Her father is Paul Sorvino, an Italian-American director and actor in Hollywood. Last year, this actress was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar for Woody Allen's non-powerful Aphrodisiac. Her acting skills are good. In addition, Mira Sorvino also starred in a new film Mutant DNA released in April by New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment. It is the Hollywood debut of Mexican director Guillermo del Toro, with a production budget of $25 million. It is still in theaters and is expected to have a total box office of about $35 million. Although it is not a key project in the first half of the year such as Bridget Jones's Diary and Taken, the box office of the film has basically met expectations. Speaking of which, as of the opening of the summer season on May 16 in the first half of the year, the three labels under Deaneries Entertainment have launched a total of 13 films, which have won a total box office of $670 million, accounting for 43% of the North American market. In 1997, the total number of films released by the three labels will exceed 40. In addition to a series of films that Simon pays special attention to, it is difficult to list them one by one. This is a digression. In addition, Mira Sorvino is one of the judges of the 50th Cannes Film Festival currently being held in France. She is positioned as a face that is indispensable in the Cannes jury lineup every year, so she is also the private public relations target of Deaneries Entertainment. Thinking of this, Simon glanced at the list in his hand again. There is no actress that he likes at first sight. Moreover, if Famke Janssen, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Meg Ryan were to go, Simon would definitely be able to suppress them if he was there in person, but he certainly couldn't watch it in person. And these big goblins may be well-behaved kittens in front of him, but they are basically not lacking in problems such as being harsh and being a big shot in front of others. It is possible that something will happen. Looking at Mira Sorvino again, although she was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar last year and has family connections, she is still only a second-tier actress at present. In addition, this is a task assigned by Simon himself, so she dare not be too arrogant when she goes to China, and with the advantage of Chinese, it is just right. So it was decided. After handling this small matter, Simon returned to his office. He had just read a few documents when Lady A knocked on the door and came in with a message. A call from Boston. Uliana Maretskiva's water broke and she was sent to the delivery room. This was the first of the 6 pregnant women. Although Uliana Maretskiva's pregnancy was an accident, since it was a fact, Simon did not ignore his responsibility. After hearing the news, he hurriedly called Janet, rushed to the airport, and boarded a private plane to Boston. The West Coast set off at around 3 p.m. and arrived in Boston, which was already 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Uliana Maretskiva was afraid of pain, and the baby was too big, so she chose a cesarean section, and Simon did not object. Arrived in West Weston, Boston. Simon arrived at a manor where Uliana lived in the wealthy area of West Weston, Boston. The cesarean section had been completed, and a big fat boy weighing 9 pounds was born. Another one. Counting the 5 little guys in the Cape du May manor, this is the 6th child. Simon entered the private delivery room built at a high price in the villa. Uliana, who was leaning on the bed, was already feeding the little one. After sending away several doctors and nurses who were obviously suppressing their eyes, Simon sat down by the window and looked at the mother and child in front of him. Uliana waited for Simon to sit down, and quietly lifted the child towards the man, with a bit of trepidation and tentativeness in her eyes. The doctor said it's 9.6 pounds, and the baby's nose misses you, and the same goes for the eyes. The little one who was breastfeeding was interrupted by the mother's actions, staring at her blue eyes and whimpering for a few times, and then turned into crying. which made Uliana a little at a loss. Although she has 2 children, she is not a dedicated mother, just like the previous pair of children. She brought them to North America because she thought that men should like to see a competent mother. After finding out that someone didn't like it, she sent the 2 children back to Ukraine a few days ago. Now, facing the baby in her arms, even if she had secretly learned some ways to take care of it in advance, she was still obviously unfamiliar. Because she knew the man's arrangement, she didn't learn it very hard. Seeing the child crying, Simon stood up a little, but did not rashly reach out to take it, but said, "Continue to feed the child." Uliana quickly put the little guy to her chest again. The delivery room immediately became quiet, and gradually there was some strange silence, especially when Uliana found that the man next to him was staring at the little guy who was breastfeeding. She was a very smart woman. Of course she noticed that the gaze was obviously a little different. After a few minutes, Uliana moved the child away from her chest again, without rushing to cover her chest, but just gently wiped the child's mouth, explaining, "The doctor said that the baby is just born and can't eat too much?" Simon nodded. Uliana helped clean the child, glanced at the man, and gently held it over. "You hold him." Simon carefully caught it and held it in his arms. Looking closer, like many newborns, the skin was wrinkled and a little ugly. Probably because he was full, the little guy had narrowed his eyes. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the man holding him. Perhaps he didn't have the concept of strangers yet, so he closed them again soon. Uliana watched the silent interaction between the father and son for a while, gently pulled down the clothes on his chest, and said, "Simon, you gave the child a name." Simon asked, "Do you have any alternatives?" Uliana shook her head. In fact, she had thought about it, but she quickly gave up some ideas. The name of this little guy must be given by his father, and the most important thing is actually the surname. If he can have the surname Westeros, it doesn't matter even if he doesn't have a name. It's just that Uliana didn't have the intention to actively fight for these. She has always known about the man's unexpected pregnancy, so she is very concerned about these details. Simon thought for a while and said, Michael Westeros." Uliana hummed softly. In fact, she was very satisfied with both the surname and the name. The man's casual last name naturally made her happy, and the same was true for the first name, because Michael was a typical English name, not a Slavic name like Igor, Yuri, Boris. This actually showed that the man didn't care much about the child's ancestry. After all, although Slavs are also white, they are still inferior to those Orthodox Anglo-Saxons, and in the eyes of some people, they are even worse than Jews. Thinking of this, Uliana paused and asked again, "Then, Simon, when should I send the child to Maria?" Knowing that this child is the support of her second half of life, even if it has been agreed, Uliana still hopes that the man will suddenly say that she will take care of the child herself. She also regretted that she should be more careful when learning the little skills of taking care of the baby before giving birth. He must have seen her awkwardness just now. Simon looked at the little one in his arms, but did not give Uliana any twists and turns, but said, "Wait until the child is born over there before sending it over. She can't take care of it now." Uliana was a little disappointed, but still agreed softly. Chapter 1137, The Right Time, Right Place, and Right People. The day after the 6th child of the Westeros family was born, Janet also rushed to Boston. After several contacts in advance, Uliana Meretskova was obviously a little trembling in front of Janet. Uliana discovered very early that she was more or less at ease in front of Simon Westeros with her advantages of being beautiful and smart. However, for Janet Westeros, although she seemed to be easier to talk to on the surface, she instinctively realized that once she touched some red lines that should not be touched, the consequences would be very serious for this woman. Therefore, since the first meeting, there has been no thought of snatching a man. After all, the child was just born, and Simon originally planned to stay for a few more days. Seeing that Uliana was so cautious in front of Janet that she was almost running out of milk, he had to leave early on Friday, first sending Janet back to Los Angeles, and then going to New York. Or visit other pregnant women. Simon was on the East Coast these days. On Wednesday, May 21st, Deaneries Entertainment held its premiere of the first blockbuster movie of the 1997 summer season, Face Off, in Los Angeles. The new version of Face Off is still directed by John Woo, and the 2 male protagonists have been changed from John Travolta and Nicolas Cage in the original version to John Travolta and Brad Pitt. Travolta is needless to say. Brad Pitt has been widely known all over the world for his role as Superman in recent years. This is his first blockbuster after the death of Superman in the Superman vs. Batman v Superman movie, and his popularity far exceeds that of Cage. As the release date of Face Off approaches, a large number of fans of Superman or Pitt on the internet are discussing watching this movie as soon as possible. The previous Face Off was before Mission Impossible 2, and this time it is after Mission Impossible 2, which also makes Wu Beige's popularity at its peak. Therefore, the overall momentum of this project is far greater than before. On the other hand, compared with the original Face Off, the budget of the new version of the film is still $100 million, under the premise that the salaries of the two male protagonists are not too high. It is mainly for big scenes and special effects. Although the former Face Off was well received, the global box office was only more than $200 million, and the production budget of $90 million can only be regarded as just recovering the cost. The reason is that this film is still a traditional Hollywood action movie routine. Simon deliberately upgraded the action scenes this time, basically in accordance with the specifications of the Mission Impossible series, instead of the original punching and kicking. Especially at the end of the film, the duel between the two protagonists adopted the routine of the explosion bay, and a 10,000-ton waste tanker was directly blown up during the filming. After the premiere on Wednesday, the word-of-mouth ban was lifted the next day, and the comprehensive media score reached a classic level of 9.2 points, setting a new high in the reputation of John Woo's Hollywood-directed films. Obviously, in order to avoid Face Off, only a $30 million budget medium-cost romance film Crazy for You starring Meg Ryan was released during the same period this week, which could not pose any threat to Face Off. Coupled with the strong publicity and promotion of Deaneries Entertainment and the large-scale 3,543 screens for the opening, it can be said that the time, place and people are all right. After the official release, the box office of the new version of Face Off did not disappoint Deaneries Entertainment. On the first day of release, including the midnight show, the film successfully won a box office of $17.62 million. With such a start, it is conservatively estimated that the first week can reach more than $70 million, which is comparable to the data of Mission Impossible 2 during the same period last year. Cannes, France. Time has come to Sunday, May 25th. The 50th Cannes Film Festival officially ended. As for the award of this session, according to the news that the Deaneries Entertainment team has privately inquired, it can be said to be wonderful. Isabelle Adjani, the president of the Cannes jury this year, is a well-known actress with a strong personality. This time, during the award stage, she abandoned the two previous rules of Cannes, either voting or selecting outstanding films to discuss the ownership, but watched and discussed one by one. She was almost sidelined by the Italian left-wing director Nanni Moretti. Under the instigation of Nanni Moretti, Adjani even took the initiative to give up her privileges as the president of the jury and advocated equality for all. The result is imaginable. You should know how great the privileges of the Cannes jury are. Think about Fahrenheit 9/11 in the original time and space. Quentin, who was Weinstein's best friend at the time, served as the president of the jury and directly pushed this documentary to the position of the Cannes Palme d'Or, which in turn made this low-cost documentary with an investment of $6 million sell $220 million at the global box office, making a huge profit. Adjani's various stupid moves led to Nanni Moretti's almost success, pushing Taste of Cherry, an Iranian film that he liked but was not outstanding enough, to the throne of the Palme d'Or. In the end, it was the public relations team of Deaneries Entertainment who secretly intervened and let the judges who had a say here get things back on track, awakening Adjani to return to the traditional voting rules to decide the awards. Seeing that his efforts were about to go down the drain, Nanni Moretti once again lobbied Adjani to set a double yoke, but unfortunately Deaneries Entertainment had already taken control of the situation in advance, and Adjani also reacted and did not compromise. The final vote, Taste of Cherry, which Nanni Moretti favored, was directly eliminated without winning any awards, and Adjani actually liked the new film Unexpected Spring by Canadian director Egoyan, whose copyright was privately bought by Deaneries Entertainment. It also won nothing, and The Naked Six won. In addition, Girl, Interrupted, which also came from Deaneries Entertainment, broke out a double yoke, and Maya Kirshner and Angelina Jolie shared the Best Actress award. It can be said that Deaneries Entertainment won another big victory in Cannes. Although even Simon felt that the double yoke of Girl, Interrupted was a bit too much, History always belongs to the winner. Even if Johnny complained publicly in an interview and Nanny Moretti was also sarcastic, it was impossible to reverse anything. After all, there are controversies in every can. As for public relations, everyone plays within the rules. If it is really exposed, everyone will be embarrassed. On the other hand, after the Cannes premiere last Saturday, most of the main creators of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon had left, but Lee Yao-hu and Teacher Yu stayed until the end. It was a pity that they could not enter the closing ceremony and continue to visit everywhere. As the film festival was about to close, the two women made a plan and found that Deanery's entertainment was the biggest winner. They thought they had seen through the truth, but they were also proud. After all, this involves a man. Their man. Now, everything has settled down, and the two set off to return to China the next day. The next time they will go to the United States to participate in the promotion of the film will be before the release of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in July. However, there were some small surprises. This time, another woman was arranged to take their Gulfstream V back to China. Her name was Mira Sorvino. After chatting for a while, they learned that the actress was going to China to play a role in Love Call Transfer. What a coincidence. Because the two women also knew that there was also a Mira Sorvino among the Cannes judges this year. Obviously, it was the same person. The Cannes Film Festival had just ended, and this woman was going to China to participate in a project secretly led by someone. There was obviously a story behind it. However, the two of them couldn't say much about these things. The Gulfstream V departed on Monday afternoon, May 26, and arrived in China. It was already Tuesday morning. Here, the Westeros family team came to pick them up. What made the two women feel a little more balanced was that the very busted Mira Sorvino did not go with them. Although, it seemed that she was also picked up by the Westeros family maid team, it was always better as long as they were not together. When they returned to the courtyard in Mauer Hutong, they found Chen Qing was there too. Of course, there were also Zhu Momo and Mo Wuling who lived there. They got along well in private, so Li Yao-hu knew that Zhu Momo had been having a hard time recently. It seemed that the 96th acting class of the Central Academy of Drama was criticized by the whole school for being impetuous as a freshman, and Zhu Momo, an auditor, was also implicated. The head teacher of the 96th class, Teacher Chang, talked to Zhu Momo's mother on the phone, and then Zhu Momo's mother gave her daughter and sister a lesson and issued a strict order that Zhu Momo would do the same as the students in the 96th class. Not only professional courses, but also cultural courses. It was basically a transition from an auditor to a regular student. Zhu Momo, a poor student, could barely cope with professional courses, but cultural courses were almost life-threatening. However, he could not resist his mother's orders, so he had to make up for it day and night recently. It was horrible. According to what Zhu Momo complained when she met Li Yao-hu and Teacher Yu at dinner, her skinny figure had lost a few pounds recently. This made Li Yao-hu completely give up the idea of going to the Central Academy of Drama or Beijing Film Academy to study formally. Anyway, his career is now on the right track. After a night of rest, Li Yao-hu rushed to the headquarters of Jinchu Media next to Beijing Normal University early Wednesday morning. It happened that he was on the same road with Chen Qing. Although Li Yao-hu was a little scared of Chen Qing because of some of the gossips from Wei Kancha and the others, and seeing that the girl seemed to be in a bad mood today, he was even more nervous, but he couldn't just say no again. Fortunately, there was no conversation along the way. After arriving at the company, Li Yao-hu went to find her agent Guan Yinan to discuss the filming arrangements for her role in Love Call Transfer and to inquire about the latest gossip. Chen Qing met up with Wu Shanlin and rushed to the radio and television together. In an office of the radio and television yamen near Fuxingmen, the two arrived and waited for more than 10 minutes before they saw a leader who was in charge. Bad news. Regarding a certain file of the Hero Project. Everything was going well some time ago, but unexpectedly something unexpected happened and it was rejected. Xiao Chen, Xiao Wu, everyone has studied several projects of Jinshu, and they are indeed very good, especially Hero, which is very helpful in promoting Chinese culture. As for Mr. Westeros, let's not beat around the bush. Opening up is the general trend. The Chinese film industry has reached a point where reform is necessary. Sooner or later, the result will be the same. In short, the higher-ups originally agreed, but some people are too conservative. They even brought up some old comrades, thinking that our approach was inappropriate, and this is the result. Chen Qing and Wu Shanlin sat behind the desk like elementary school students, without any resentment on their faces. They waited patiently for the big man in front of them to finish speaking before Chen Qing said, "So, leader, what should we do about the hero? We have already started preparations. Do we need to pause?" "Of course not, but the plan you originally expected, to give up the mainland copyright at the cost of allowing Hero to receive the same treatment as domestic films, is definitely not possible." Wu Shanlin, who was only 32 years old and had already become the head of Jinshu, was somewhat impatient. "Leader, then what do you say we should do?" There was still some resentment in his tone. Fortunately, the boss didn't mind. He waved his hand and said, "You still have to submit your own proposal and we will consider it. Of course, because the last proposal failed to pass, you can only complete this project within the existing rules." After talking for more than 10 minutes, Chen Qing and Wu Shanlin left the radio and television office together. On the way back to Jinshu headquarters, Wu Shanlin got on Chen Qing's car, but in order to avoid danger, he just sat in the co-pilot seat and asked Chen Qing behind him, "What should we do now?" Hero is scheduled to start filming in August, which is not far from now. Chen Qing did not answer, signaling Wu Shanlin to be silent, took out a satellite phone that was obviously different from ordinary mobile phones, and dialed a number skillfully. The call was connected, and a few words were said. After a while, it was transferred to Simon's hands. He simply reported what had just happened and then said, "So, boss, what should we do now?" During this conversation, Chen Qing deliberately used English. Although Wu Shanlin was also a top student, he was not good at foreign languages. He listened to a few sentences and didn't understand them. He simply turned around and sat down to wait for the result. In the car, Chen Qing had been discussing with the other party all the way until they returned to Jinshu headquarters, and then she hung up the phone. After getting off the car, the two entered the office building together. Several other executives of Jinshu and Zanguoshi, who had just returned from the filming location in Gansu, came to greet them. Facing the inquiring eyes of the crowd, Chen Qing's expression was much better than before. She took everyone to a conference room and said, "I have talked to the boss, and this movie will be completely converted to domestic production." After Chen Qing said this, everyone was a little anxious. Does it mean that Deaneries Entertainment will not pay for it if it is completely converted to domestic production? $30 million, equivalent to 250 million yuan, in China. Who can afford this money? Chen Qing looked at everyone's surprised expressions, smiled meaningfully, and said, "The boss just told me some tricks of German capital investing in Hollywood movies. Well, I won't talk to you about these. If you want to know more, go collect information yourself." In short, Deaneries Entertainment will no longer participate in the investment of Hero, but someone will give Jinshu a loan to produce this movie. In addition, Deaneries Entertainment will invest to purchase the full channel overseas copyright of the film. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1138 Empty Shell. After Chen Qing finished speaking, everyone in the conference room had different expressions. They were all very happy at first. However, everyone present was smart. After thinking about it for a while, they soon realized that something was wrong. Even if Wu Shanlin and others didn't know that Hollywood has a rule of never use your own money to invest in movies, but this plan, if you think about it in depth, is more serious than using your own money to invest in movies. First of all, these senior executives were promised some shares after joining Jinshu. As long as everything goes well, they can basically cash it out after the contract period is completed and become Jinshu shareholders. Even if the promised shares do not exceed 10%, they will eventually become bosses. Then, let's talk about this plan. Taking Zanguoshi's Hero as an example, the investment equivalent to 250 million yuan is definitely an astronomical amount of money in the mainland at this stage. After all, at the public level, there are less than 2 rich people in the mainland with personal assets exceeding 250 million yuan. If Jinshu borrows 250 million yuan to invest in a film, everyone will be happy if it succeeds. If it fails, even if the big boss's money will not be pursued, theoretically, the company will fall into a negative asset situation. To use a saying caused by the Giant Group incident recently, it is not far from bankruptcy. At that time, What use will these executives have no matter how many shares they hold in Jinshu? They may even have to bear huge debts. The atmosphere in the conference room was silent for a moment, and Wu Shanlin finally took the lead and asked, Mr. Chen, is this part of the funds borrowed in the name of Jinshu Media or in the name of the subsidiary Jinshu Pictures? Hearing this, everyone immediately perked up and looked at Chen Qing. This question is very technical. The reason why Jinshu Group was established for more than a year is that the key lies in the intricate system. Jinshu Media Group is just a branch of Jinshu Group. There is also Jinshu Cinema Group, which is responsible for cinema business, and Jinshu Film and Television Tourism Development Group in Jiangsu with Jinshu Film and Television City as the core. As for Jinshu Media, the registered business scope includes film and television production, artist brokerage, advertising planning, etc. It has a long list of subsidiaries including Jinshu Film Company, Jinshu TV Production Company, Jinshu Brokerage Company, Jinshu Advertising Company, and most of them are in operation. On the other hand, whether it is the parent company Jinshu Media Group or its subsidiary Jinshu Film Company, there is another major feature, which is the complicated equity structure. This is mainly limited by the current domestic laws and regulations in China. Some foreign capital is prohibited from entering, some shareholdings cannot exceed 50%, and some can be wholly owned. Therefore, both the parent company and many subsidiaries have completely different equity structures. As for whether some shareholders on the surface hold shares on behalf of others, that is another matter. However, there is no doubt that the entire Jinshu system is firmly controlled by a tycoon standing behind the scenes. At this time, the equity incentive clauses in the contracts signed by the executives present also involve different company entities. Wu Shanlin, Guan Yinan and other first-line executives basically have 5-year contracts, and the equity incentive entity is Jinshu Media Group. After 5 years, they can obtain 5% to 10% of shares based on their performance. The second-tier are executives of other subsidiaries. The main body of the equity incentive signed by them are basically subsidiaries such as Jinshu Pictures and Jinshu TV. Therefore, Wu Shanlin's question is very interesting. If the funds for the production of Hero are borrowed in the name of Jinshu Media, it means that the debt responsibility may be placed on everyone. If it is borrowed in the name of the subsidiary Jinshu Pictures, even if it still cannot escape the responsibility in the future, at least the parent company Jinshu Media needs to bear much less responsibility, and the second-tier managers of other subsidiaries will not be affected by these debts. When Chen Qing heard Wu Shanlin's question and saw that everyone else was looking at her, she just paused for a moment and said, "The boss said, in the name of Jinshu Pictures." Everyone was relieved immediately. Seeing the looks of the executives at the scene, Chen Qing wanted to pull the corners of her mouth, but she held back. In fact, on the way back, Chen Qing also thought of this problem and mentioned it to her boss. Her first thought was of course to borrow in the name of Jinshu Media. Unfortunately, her boss was kind and did not do so. The boss still wanted to do something after all, and did not want to dampen the enthusiasm of a group of executives on the Jinshu side. Otherwise, with Chen Qing's personality, she would have to make Jinshu into an empty shell, instead of just involving Jinshu Film Company this time. After all, this time was really a bit annoying. Chen Qing also decided to find out who was behind the scenes, so that she would not lack the other party's whereabouts in the future, so as to avoid all kinds of troubles. However, Chen Qing also understood that her boss was just a little bit kind, but since he used this trick, it was obviously not without any waves in his heart. Due to domestic legal restrictions, the Westeros system cannot have absolute control over some businesses, but to a certain extent, the control of debt rights is actually the same. Chen Qing had always been worried that once Jinshu developed, it would be coveted by some people. In this way, the Jinshu system, which was burdened with a large amount of debt, was like a mess in the eyes of some people. No one would want to take on a large amount of debt in their arms, and the desire to covet would be much less. Secondly, by setting a higher debt interest rate, the Westeros system can directly withdraw most of the profits of the Jinshu system, making the company unprofitable, and even in extreme cases directly turning the company into an empty shell, which will also block the covetousness of all parties to a greater extent. The final result is that even if the Westeros system does not have absolute control over the holdings of the Jinshu system on the surface, its control over the company will only become stronger and stronger. Perhaps it was the answer given by Chen Qing that made everyone's emotions slightly buffered, and at present, it seemed that this was almost the only solution for the Hero project to move forward. Everyone did not raise any objections, but discussed more practical issues. Luo Jin, president of Jinshu Cinema Line, asked again, Mr. Chen, in this case, what should we do next with China Film? The plan discussed at the beginning was that Deaneries Entertainment invested 80%, and China Film and Jinshu each took on 10% of the budget. Now that Deaneries Entertainment has withdrawn, Jinshu has promoted the project through loans, and the investment ratio has increased to 90%. In this case, Luo Jin's subtext is actually, is it necessary to drag China Film to play together? Chen Qing did not act on impulse this time. She nodded and said to Wu Shanlin, you should talk to China Film Group this afternoon. Unless they withdraw voluntarily, the cooperation will continue. However, since we will bear 90% of the funds, Jinshu will take the initiative in production. In the future, we will cooperate with China Film Group in distribution. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is a bribe. It mainly involves distribution. At present, private film and television companies in China are not allowed to get involved in distribution business, and foreign capital is even more out of the question. In history, the first private film distribution license was obtained by Bona in 1999. Therefore, although most of the marketing and distribution work of If You Are the One in the Lunar New Year file at the beginning of the year was completed by Jinshu, it still hung the sign of China Film Group. It is definitely not free. And the next hero is probably the same, so there is no need to kick China Film Group out for 10% of the investment. It is not worth a loss. Chen Qing said this, and no one objected. Wu Shanlin asked again, Mr. Chen, what are the rules for Deaneries Entertainment to buy out the overseas copyright of Hero in the future? One-time buyout, as for the price. Chen Qing glanced around and said, it depends on the final effect of the movie, which requires you to work hard. Wu Shanlin hesitated for a moment, but still said, Mr. Chen, I'm wondering if we can sign a flexible agreement, and the price will fluctuate according to the overseas box office. Chen Qing smiled, you are very confident. Wu Shanlin also smiled, it's not that I am confident, the project was personally finalized by Mr. Westeros, and it is directed by Teacher Zhang, so it will definitely not be bad. Chen Qing did not have any concerns and nodded directly, the boss will definitely like this attitude. Since you proposed it, I can agree now. Then they talked about some details. Chen Qing did not forget the presence of Master Zhang, and asked if there were any difficulties in the recent preparations. As long as the funds continue to flow, there will be no problem on Master Zhang's side. In fact, the Master is very enthusiastic about this project, because Jinshu's side, the director's salary is very generous, a full $300,000 equivalent to more than 2 million RMB, is the largest sum of money that Zhang Guoxi has received since his debut. In addition, Jinshu recently added a 1 million RMB bonus for the box office success of If You Are the One, which was not on the contract at the beginning. Therefore, Zhang Guoxi knew that he had followed the right company. In addition, knowing that someone was standing behind the company, he was completely devoted. These were actually the result of Simon's personal intervention. Whether it was for Jinshu's executives or its film and television talents, Simon would never be stingy with what he should give. Just like Zhang Guoxi, the incident of the two Zhangs falling out with each other was a hot topic in the circle. It was always about interests. It was the typical case of I treat you as a brother, but you actually talk to me about money. Tisk. For the first collaboration, If You Are the One, Guoxi's salary was 300,000 RMB, which was the market price, and Simon would not deliberately give more. With the success of If You Are the One, and Hero being such a big project, it would be unfair to pay Master Zhang in RMB, so it was directly raised to $300,000. Of course, it was not comparable to Jet Li, but it was already the first for a mainland director, and a profit-sharing clause was added. Although Master Zhang himself felt that it was not realistic to get a profit and a dividend from a huge investment of 250 million RMB, he felt comfortable in his heart. It was clear. Therefore, even though Jinshu's control over all aspects of the project was strict and he could no longer give his best as before, Master Zhang thought it was natural. The meeting was over and it was already noon. Lunch was not a big deal, but a working meal was eaten directly at the company. At the table, Chen Qing also asked about Jinshu's two upcoming TV projects, Supergirl and Kangxi's Secret Visits. They have all been finalized. Among them, Supergirl has been bumpy in the past 6 months. The main reason is that in the past 2 years, it happened to be the time when all the major local TV stations were logging on to satellite. Once they became satellite TV, they were upgraded from local TV stations to national TV stations that could face more viewers. It was inevitable that the provincial satellite TV stations would not want to share programs with other TV stations. In addition, Supergirl is a rare singing talent show in China, and there were disputes over copyright. In the end, Supergirl changed several times and finally settled on Jiangsu Satellite TV under Chen Qing's personal lobbying. At present, Supergirl has been in the final stage of publicity and warm-up on Jiangsu Satellite TV. It is expected to start broadcasting on June 7th. The first season will last from June to August for 3 months, which is almost half the time of the previous half-year competition period. The main reason is that everyone is not too confident. In addition, the venue for the first season is limited to Jiangsu, instead of being divided into major competition areas across the country. As for the specific production, after negotiation, it is completely controlled by Jinshu Media. Jiangsu Satellite TV is only responsible for content review. The copyright of the program and the signing power of singers in the future are all on Jinshu's side. In terms of profit distribution, the embedded advertisements in the program are completely owned by Jinshu. At the same time, Jiangsu Satellite TV does not pay for the program purchase fee, but according to the common practice of this era, it gives Jinshu a certain amount of advertising time. How much Jinshu can sell depends entirely on his ability. This is also a kind of risk at your own risk. Obviously, the higher the ratings of the program, the higher the income of Jinshu. If it fails, no one can be blamed. The situation of Kangxi's private visits is much better. From production to distribution, everything went smoothly. At present, the first round of first broadcast rights have been obtained by the 4 satellite TV stations in Beijing, Shandong, Jiangsu and Guangdong. The transaction model is also advertising time, not cash purchase. It is planned to be broadcast on all 4 channels on July 1st. After lunch, Chen Qing was about to leave when Guan Yinan caught up with her again. After taking a look at the other person's expression, Chen Qing took her to the car, sent the driver and assistant out first, and asked after closing the car door, "What's the matter?" "Well, the 3 heroines of My Fair Princess," Guan Yinan hesitated a little, but finally said, "It was Xiao Zhao and the others. They probably saw the treatment of Jing Xian and Qi, so they asked me to help ask. Mr. Chen, I actually want to know the attitude of Mr. Westeros." Chen Qing understood it as soon as she heard it. Guan Yinan was more concerned about the second half. The matter was very simple. If the actresses and even the female producers at Jinshu Agency were all the women of her boss, she, as the person in charge, would inevitably find it difficult to deal with a group of women. As for the 3 heroines of My Fair Princess, it was obviously just a casual mention. The last time her boss came to China, the 3 women were also called to serve on the cruise ship on Tehu Lake. They probably had the idea immediately. Chen Qing is a very careful person, especially when it comes to her boss. She specifically mentioned at the beginning whether to arrange a yard to collect it. Anyway, it was just for convenience. Her boss obviously didn't have that kind of interest and just said no. Obviously, it was just for fun. Thinking of this, Chen Qing said directly, "Let them forget about it. In addition, Sister Guan, public is public and private is private. You don't need to care about what happens in private. But when it comes to work, if someone takes advantage of their status to make trouble, you should deal with it according to the company's regulations, or tell me directly and I will help you deal with it." This is also very clear, and Guan Yinan immediately has a bottom line in his heart. Thinking about it carefully, the several women under Jinshu Agency who belong to a certain boss are actually quite good, and there is really no one who is spoiled. And Chen Qing in front of him, who is also his woman, is simply admirable. This may also be someone's natural vision of selecting people. In this case, Guan Yinan will be relieved. Otherwise, if Jinshu Agency becomes a pool for big bosses to raise mistresses, Guan Yinan, who really wants to do things, thinks it is better to resign as soon as possible. Chapter 1139, It's not easy to take advantage. After dealing with Jinshu's affairs, Chen Qing rushed to the Rose Garden Villa district in the CP district. Jill Peckett and Zhao Annie were already waiting here. In the afternoon, they mainly listened to the design company introduce the latest planning scheme of the Rose Garden Villa district. In order to win the Rose Garden project in the CP district last year, The Westeros system only paid 460 million yuan in costs after debt restructuring. At the current land price in Chengping, the land value of the 800-acre villa area alone reached 500 million yuan, which was a big bargain. Of course, it's not that no one saw the bargain. Seriously speaking, the Rose Garden, from the initial developer to the last investor before the Westeros system took over, came to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, they either lost their reputation, lost their fortunes, or went to jail. Some people even lost their lives in the end. It can be seen that this bargain is not so easy to take. The reason why the Westeros system was able to win was, in the final analysis, strength. Counting the Xiangshan Gulf Villa District that was also finalized before, the Westeros system already has 3 large real estate projects in BJ. This is just the beginning. According to Simon's plan, several real estate companies invested by the Westeros system in China last year, such as Evergrande and Country Garden, as well as the Leifson Group itself, are all making large investments this year. Because Simon knows that this is the best opportunity to buy at the bottom. The outbreak of the Southeast Asian financial crisis will make the Chinese real estate industry, which has not yet recovered from the trough, even worse, so the land prices in major cities will not be too high. On the other hand, there is Simon's biggest advantage. When no one can see the situation clearly, Simon happens to remember that China has officially determined the basic national policy of vigorously supporting the development of the real estate industry since 1998 in order to stimulate the Chinese economy after the Southeast Asian financial crisis. The potential advantages gained by the Westeros system are immeasurable by making arrangements ahead of others. Of course, Simon is not blind. The current investment focus is still mainly on the core areas of major core cities in China, and they are all core cities with relatively outstanding development in Simon's memory. And the main requirement is stability. The Westeros system does not need radical risks at all now. Others pursue 30% growth every year. Even if the Westeros system only grows by 10%, it will definitely make other capitals far behind because of its own size. Chen Qing stayed in the Rose Garden until she got off work, and attended a party in the internet industry in Beijing in the evening. After the North American new technology bubble burst in March, the internet industry in China, which is still in its early stages of development, also became pessimistic. However, Simon knew that informatization was almost an inevitable development trend in the future. Therefore, when others began to reduce or even stop investing in the internet industry, the Westeros system would only continue to increase investment. China is definitely the top priority. Moreover, Simon's strategy for China is still mainly investment, and he does not intend to let some internet companies in the Westeros system directly participate. After all, there are certain risks in the future to consider, and standing behind the scenes is definitely safer. Therefore, at this stage, Igrid and other network platforms that have already established a considerable scale in China will even slowly withdraw in the future. Finally, it was more than 11 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the courtyard of Mauer Hutuang. Zhu Momo, Li Yaohu and others had already gone to bed. If it were any other woman, she would inevitably feel a little resentful about running around all day, but Chen Qing was still the type who enjoyed it. After taking a hot bath with the help of Zhang Shenwu and Zhang Yuanqi, Chen Qing did not go to sleep and continued to read materials in the study room in the inner courtyard. We will leave tomorrow. The first stop is to go south to Zhuhai. The main reason is that the giant group, which my boss has been eyeing for half a year, has finally gone bankrupt after the capital chain broke and it was unable to recover. The ambitious giant building has also fallen into unfinished. Chen Qing once asked her boss whether she wanted to take over the giant building. After all, Zhuhai and Shenzhen are both special economic zones. The nature of the giant building is similar to that of the Rose Garden to some extent. They are both very affordable. Unfortunately, my boss did not agree, and did not explain anything. Chen Qing pondered privately and roughly discovered some things. It is very likely that compared with Shenzhen, my boss is not optimistic about the future development of Zhuhai, which has also been in full swing in recent years. In other words, the boss only values Shenzhen, Zhuhai, Shantou and Xiamen, the 4 hot special economic zones in recent years, and the others are somewhat indifferent. This can be easily distinguished from the intentional or unintentional industrial layout of the boss. Chen Qing never doubted Simon's judgment. In addition to the contact with the head of Giant Group, there is also the matter of Excellence technology. At the beginning of June last year, the long-prepared Excellence computer was officially launched. The Excellence B10 series, which uses the barrel theory as a gimmick, has achieved a final shipment of 297,000 units so far. Because all of them adopt a direct sales model, the annual sales are close to 1.5 billion. Although China's PC shipments in 1996 ended up being 5.3 million units, according to the data in the first half of this year, the PC shipments in 1996 are expected to reach between 7 million and 8 million units. Excellence's market share still seems insignificant, but compared with the shipments of 1,700 units in the first week, Excellence now has a single-week shipment of 8,000 units, with a market share of nearly 6%. As the entry threshold for personal computers has been opened up, just like televisions in previous years, hundreds of large and small PC companies have emerged in China in recent years, all wanting to take advantage of the new wave of technology to make a fortune. Even if they become big, it would be a pleasant surprise. However, in the past year, only Excellence has really made it out of this red ocean of PC market. Excellence has a market share of nearly 6%, which is already a quasi-first-tier company compared to other PC companies that have not made a splash. Seeing Excellence's rapid development, first-tier manufacturers such as Lenovo have finally begun to be vigilant. Unfortunately, Excellence's seemingly simple low-price direct sales model is very difficult to learn. An important basis for following this model is to develop from small to large. PC companies that have already developed to the first tier or even bloated will only fall into the quagmire of losses if they follow this. In short, be vigilant. Unless some unconventional means are used, otherwise, Excellence's development momentum is almost unstoppable. According to the estimation of the Excellence team, it is expected that by the end of 1997, Excellence's market share will increase to about 10%, and next year, this figure will further increase to 15% to 20%, completely becoming a big player in the Chinese PC market. On the other hand, although Excellence is developing rapidly, hidden worries do exist. The product types are too thin after all. However, Chen Qing, who is very clear about the advantages of this company, is not in a hurry to expand the PC product line. This time, he went there mainly to discuss adding new product types. Digital music player. This matter has been discussed with his boss. Tinkabair's iPlayer has entered China, including ICOM, iRec and other products, but because the price is too expensive, it can only be regarded as a luxury. In contrast, it is the rapid rise of domestic copycat manufacturers. Although it is difficult to go abroad due to patent barriers, these copycat music player manufacturers have developed rapidly in China with low prices. Chen Qing discussed with his boss that it would be better for Excellence to participate in it instead of letting others do it randomly. Simon actually never thought highly of Excellence. Even Chen Qing, under the influence of her boss, now has a higher vision and no longer thinks highly of Excellence. Therefore, the development idea for this company is also very simple: grow rapidly, go public, and then cash out and leave. Therefore, if Excellence can add a best-selling music player product type, it will definitely greatly increase the valuation of the future IPO. The next day was Thursday, May 29th. When Chen Qing was eating breakfast, Zumomo came running over, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. She signaled Zhang Shenwu to serve breakfast to this girl. After Zumomo sat down next to her, Chen Qing slowly drank a small bowl of porridge and said, "Has someone found you again?" Chen Qing didn't know the beginning or the end, but Zumomo certainly understood. It was still the Hollywood Exchange and Learning matter. Nodding, Zumomo said, "Sister Chen, has the list been finalized?" "Not yet." Zumomo was immediately depressed. This matter has been really annoying for her recently. She even resented a certain man's unnecessary actions and procrastination. Since this matter has been confirmed, it would be better to settle it quickly, so that she would not be bothered by others all the time. Chen Qing continued to eat, and after a moment, she said again, "Why don't you just tell them that you have no say in this matter?" Zumomo said with a bitter face, "I told them, but unfortunately they didn't believe it." Simon gave Chen Qing the full responsibility of the list of 30 people for this exchange study. Among the 30 people, half of them were used as favors. Chen Qing would occasionally give 1 or 2 places, just like Ren Jingxi last time. As for Zumomo, Chen Qing did not give in. The main reason is that Ren Jingxi is a doer, and giving favors will be very useful. On Zumomo's side, giving favors will basically get nothing back. Chen Qing is very clear about these things. Hearing this, she shrugged, That's nothing we can do, but it will definitely be settled this month. Anyway, if anyone comes to you again, just ignore them." Zumomo could only nod. The two continued to eat breakfast. After a while, Zumomo said again, "Sister Chen, it's like this. Can I bring my classmates over to play occasionally? Male or female?" "Of course female." "Sure." Chen Qing curled her lips and looked over. "Do you want to hear me say no?" "No." Zumomo paused, then said, "Actually, I don't really want to bring anyone over to play." "I understand." Zumomo blinked. "What? You're alone. You probably can't stand our boss, so you want to find a helper. However, you are always reluctant to share your man with other women. So you come to me to find a way to get out of this situation." Zumomo blushed immediately. "Sister Chen, what are you talking about?" "Then just pretend I didn't say anything. I've read your classmates' information. There are few good ones among them. You can develop them quietly. If necessary, I can create opportunities for you next time. Sister Chen, eat slowly by yourself." Seeing Zumomo get up and flee, Chen Qing did not try to keep her. On the other side, after returning to her room, Zumomo found that she was still holding a bowl of red bean porridge, so she walked to her own restaurant and sat down. Mo Wuling, who was also eating, saw her like this and asked with a smile, "What did you say to Chen Qing? Were you kicked out?" Zumomo shook her head. "No." Mo Wuling just smiled and said, "Eat quickly, you have to go to class later." Zumomo almost lowered her head and pounded her head on the table a few times when she heard it, so that she didn't have to go to class because of her injury. Seeing her aunt smiling, she became more depressed and said, "And, I don't think you need to stay with me. You can do something of your own." Mo Wuling half-truthfully, "Now this job pays so well, I can't think of anything else to do." Zumomo pouted, "Then why are you auditing the class recently?" In fact, Zumomo wanted to say, is it because she wants to be closer to a best friend who betrayed her? She is worried about being hit on the head. Mo Wuling didn't say much. She has indeed been attending various courses at the Central Academy of Drama recently, and perhaps, she really wants to get closer to Ren Jinxie. After all, the last incident was unpleasant no matter how you think about it. She was so good to her, how could she do that? Can she be more shameless to snatch her niece's man? However, Mo Wuling herself didn't know whether she was really angry because Ren Jinxie snatched her niece's man. Or something else she absolutely didn't want to admit. For example, Ren Jinxie could snatch, but she couldn't. Well, it's definitely not like that. In any case, Ren Jinxie's betrayal made Mo Wuling no longer intend to continue a tepid life. In addition, she had some ideas a long time ago, so she started to work towards certain directions recently. However, compared with Ren Jinxie's rapid progress in doing things directly, Mo Wuling's progress was really much slower. The main reason was that her heart was not firm enough. And Mo Wuling didn't want to be thought of competing with Ren Jinxie at all. Seeing that her aunt frowned slightly and looked thoughtful, Zumomo did not continue. After thinking for a while, she said, "And, what do you think about me working behind the scenes in the future?" Mo Wuling looked up. "What? I mean, I'll work behind the scenes in the future," Zumomo said, and raised his hand to gesture above his head. "I'm too tall, and there's no future for me as an actor. I can't do the modeling job for too long. After all, it's just a job for young people. In this case, I might as well work behind the scenes. Now that Jinshu has opened such a big stall, I'm sure I can find something to do." Mo Wuling asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Zumomo was just in a momentary mood. When he saw his aunt asking, he started to think about it. For a moment, he didn't think about what he was suitable for. Chapter 1140 June. In North America, the second box office week of the summer season from May 23 to May 29 ended quickly under the popularity of Face Off. In the final first week, the box office of Face Off in the first 7 days was as high as $79.59 million. This result not only set John Woo's Hollywood first-week box office record, but also exceeded the expectations of most people in and outside Hollywood. Before that, based on the first-day results, everyone generally thought that the first-week box office of Face Off would be just over $70 million, slightly lower than the first-week $76.15 million of John Woo's Mission: Impossible 2 last summer. Even though Simon had the same expectations for Face Off as the Mission: Impossible series, Otherwise he would not have invested a huge budget of $100 million, which was $10 million more than before, but he was still a little surprised by the first week of Face Off. With a first week of nearly $80 million, if the subsequent trend is slightly more stable, it is not impossible to hit $250 million or even $300 million in the domestic market. Of course, these are basically fantasies. After all, in addition to creativity, the film itself is still a relatively traditional action movie, not to mention that this is a highly competitive summer season. Simon will be satisfied as long as North America can reach $200 million. In this way, Deanery's Entertainment is expected to achieve substantial profits just by relying on local and overseas box office. In any case, the first week's revenue is close to $80 million, and the trend of the second week is crucial. On May 30th, the biggest competitor of Face Off is the science fiction blockbuster The Fifth Element, directed by Luc Besson. This film, which was once produced by Sony and invested by Disney, controlled by Vivendi as the main film of the year, has a budget of more than $90 million. Compared with a budget of more than $90 million, the expenditure this time has also reached $100 million. Because it is the main project of the year decided by the new head of Vivendi, Jean-Marie Miri, the marketing is also very high profile. After the premiere ceremony was held one day in advance, the reputation of The Fifth Element was lifted the next day. The comprehensive media score of 7.0 points is far lower than the classic 9.2 points of Face Off, but for a commercial film, it is not a failure. However, such a relatively mediocre score is obviously unable to support Vivendi's ambitious goals, and even foreshadows the film's box office prospects to a certain extent. When the single-day box office data on May 30th was released, the overall situation was basically determined. The much-anticipated The Fifth Element opened on 3,186 screens, with a box office of only $6.19 million on the first day, which can be called a failure. In comparison, the first-day box office of Face Off in the second week was still as high as $11.34 million, almost twice that of The Fifth Element. As time entered June, the gap widened further in the first week from May 30th to June 5th. Because of the mediocre performance of The Fifth Element, Face Off won the single-week box office championship without any suspense, and the box office decline in the second week was well maintained at 36%, earning another $50.93 million. After half a month of release, the cumulative box office easily exceeded $100 million, reaching $130.52 million. Let's talk about The Fifth Element. In the first 7 days of the first week, this blockbuster, which is also a billion-dollar investment blockbuster, had a box office of only $28.27 million at the beginning. This is basically consistent with Simon's memory of the North American box office performance of The Fifth Element. Before any movie is released, the box office data is difficult to predict. However, from the results to the reasons, we can often find too many signs. In the past, The Fifth Element was not a failure. Although it failed at the North American box office and only earned more than $60 million, it sold $200 million overseas. Coupled with subsequent channels such as videotapes, Sony actually achieved a good profit. However, the biggest regret is the failure of the North American box office. As for why North American audiences don't like this movie, it probably starts with cultural differences. Luc Besson is a French director after all. One of the characteristics of this director is that the films he supervised often sold well, while the box office of the films he directed himself was very unstable, and many of them even failed at the box office. This is not to say that Luc Besson is not good enough, but mainly because he likes to bring in all kinds of private goods. The Fifth Element is quite typical in this regard. The first is the casting of the film. At the beginning, Disney invited many Hollywood A-list celebrities, but under Simon's quiet interference, most of the celebrities close to Deanery's Entertainment chose to refuse. In the end, the male lead of the film fell on the original Bruce Willis. In recent years, in addition to the Die Hard series, which has become more and more expensive but has not been able to make a lot of money at the box office, Bruce Willis has fallen to the second-tier position, and his box office appeal is questionable. There is also the heroine. For such a blockbuster, as the first female lead who has a heavier role than the male lead, a Hollywood A-list actress should have been selected, at least with enough popularity. However, although Mila Jovovich didn't know where Simon's big butterfly had blown her away, Luc Besson, who had considerable autonomy, still chose another newcomer according to his own preferences this time. Apart from the beautiful and hot appearance, there is basically no feature, not to mention the box office appeal. Although blockbuster is not so dependent on actors, a mediocre blockbuster that can be watched or not, if there are some top celebrities participating, the result may be completely different. In short, The Fifth Element lacks top Hollywood stars with box office appeal. This is one of the reasons. The second is the plot. This original science fiction, which Luc Besson said he had been conceiving since his youth, although the story is quite complete, the plot is really a bit of a hodgepodge, lacking the sense of fullness of a Hollywood high-concept film. Speaking of which, whether it is The Fifth Element or Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets, which was considered a sequel 20 years later, the box office experience in North America and overseas is almost the same. Therefore, it can be seen that the failure of The Fifth Element in North America is not accidental. Luc Besson has all kinds of private goods, and with big productions and big scenes, he can often achieve good results in overseas regions where the film market lags behind North America. But in North America, which has gradually been fed with the appetite of blockbuster bombs, it is not so easy to get people to buy tickets. Further extension, this has also become the general box office trend of many CG special effects blockbusters later, mediocre in North America and big sellers overseas. A typical example is the last few Transformers films of Dynamite. Although the North American box office of Transformers 5 was only $130 million, it was still able to sell $470 million overseas. It can only be said that audiences outside North America are too easily satisfied. In any case, the box office failure of The Fifth Element gave up the market space, which allowed Face Off to fully play its role in the second week. Then on June 6, the first full box office week in June began, and Deaneries Entertainment's first CG special effects blockbuster of the summer was released. In the end, Twister, which also cost $100 million, also hit a new height in the opening screen scale, reaching 3,573. A large-scale premiere was also held in advance. Surprisingly, the comprehensive media score of Twister hit a new low after Face Off and The Fifth Element. Under the public relations of Deaneries Entertainment's publicity and promotion team, the film's comprehensive media score was only 6.3 points, barely passing. The comment of Hollywood Variety magazine can fully summarize the voice of most media: a mechanical and stereotyped high-concept movie, with stereotyped characters and a plot that can be guessed from the beginning to the end. Things suddenly became interesting. One of the reasons for the failure of the recently released The Fifth Element was that it was too complicated. Now, the problem with Twister is that it is too simple. Fortunately, the suspense did not last too long. After June 6, the first day box office was soon released, with a box office of $18.98 million, which was even more amazing than Face Off. Obviously, the audience likes such a simple popcorn movie very much. In the full first week, Twister finally earned $86.31 million at the beginning of the box office, easily winning the single-week box office championship. Affected by Twister, Face Off began to fall sharply in its third week of release, with a box office drop of 47%, nearly halved. The revenue in the third week was $26.99 million, and the cumulative box office in 3 weeks was $157.51 million. Obviously, it is unlikely to earn $250 million, but it is certain to break $200 million in the domestic market. The film cost $100 million to make, $50 million to advertise, and $200 million to make locally. According to the powerful Deaneries Entertainment, which can currently obtain more than 60% of the box office share from local theaters, it is enough to recover most of the production costs, and overseas can achieve quite a lot of profits, not to mention the channels such as post-production videotapes. Then came The Fifth Element. The first week of $28.27 million was not high, and the second week was crushed by Twister, and the box office fell by 41%, earning $16.69 million. The cumulative box office for 2 weeks was $44.96 million. It is expected that the total domestic box office will be similar to the past. Last year, the new head of Vivendi ambitiously announced his entry into Hollywood. Unexpectedly, the first highly anticipated blockbuster project ended with such a result. Not only the media in North America sneered, but even the French reporters were quite sarcastic. For a time, Jean-Marie Marié was in a state of disgrace. The summer season in North America continues. In the Golden June schedule, after Twister, 3 more new films were released on June 13, 2 of which were blockbusters with an investment of more than $50 million, but unfortunately none of them posed a threat to Twister. In the second week of its release from June 13 to June 19, Twister, which had already had an amazing start, once again saw a box office drop that exceeded many people's expectations, only 26%, earning $63.86 million. You know, Twister is not a literary and artistic film that relies on long-term word of mouth, but a typical popcorn movie. Coupled with a saturated distribution strategy, the 26% drop in the second week is very rare, even if it is not a miracle. Therefore, after only 2 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of Twister has reached $150.17 million, which is equivalent to the cumulative volume of Face Off in 3 weeks of its release. In view of this situation, Twister has a good chance of becoming the first film in 1997 to exceed $300 million in the domestic box office. Then, on June 20, American Pie, produced by New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment, was released. This film, which once made a lot of money with a small investment in history, did not disappoint again this time. The production cost was only $10 million. Although the publicity and promotion budget also reached $10 million, the total investment was $20 million. However, with a rapid word-of-mouth reputation, the film opened on 2,773 screens and earned $34.61 million in the first 7 days. According to the tiered profit-sharing rules, it is equivalent to directly recovering the cost and starting to make a profit. However, American Pie did not win the box office average of the week. Twister still dominated the list. The box office decline in the third week widened slightly to 35%, and the revenue was still as high as $41.5 million. The cumulative box office in 3 weeks was $191.67 million, and it was about to break $200 million. In addition, after the fourth week with a 43% drop and another $15.39 million, from June 20 to June 26, the weekly decline of Face Off in its fifth week of release narrowed to 28%, earning $11.86 million. The cumulative box office in 5 weeks was $183.99 million, only $16.01 million away from the $200 million threshold, and it can basically pass it in the future. As June is about to pass, more and more people find that this summer season, from May 23, when Face Off was released, until June 26, for 5 consecutive weeks, the box office champion was occupied by films produced by Deaneries Entertainment. Moreover, the 3 films released by Deaneries Entertainment one after another, whether it is Face Off or Twister, or even the latest American Pie, even if they did not rush to the throne of the single-week box office champion, they are firmly in the top 5 of the list. Not only that, some media also noticed that compared with previous years, there were obviously fewer films from other studios in this summer season. Even though there has been no shortage of new films in recent weeks, they are all mediocre works that have not made much splash. This obviously confirms a certain trend. Under the continuous squeeze of Deaneries Entertainment, other Hollywood studios are unknowingly reducing the production of films. Besides, the 3 new films of Deaneries Entertainment, Face Off is calculated at $200 million, and Twister is not much different even if it is less than $300 million. In addition, American Pie is expected to break $100 million. The total domestic box office of these 3 films is expected to reach $600 million. Based on the industry's annual box office forecast of $6.5 billion to $7 billion in North America in 1997, these 3 films alone are equivalent to nearly 10% of the North American box office share. The momentum is unstoppable. At this time, the summer season has barely passed halfway. While the North American summer season is in full swing, on the other side of the ocean, Jiangsu satellite TV's singing talent show Supergirl, launched on June 7, has also begun to attract more and more attention. The first Supergirl started on June 7. Jiangsu satellite TV broadcast the audition clips of this reality show throughout the weekend. The daytime was the general audition scene, and the evening was a 2-hour selection scene with judges' comments. The current ratings statistics in China are still quite rough. However, in Jiangsu alone, In the first weekend's 2 evening selection scenes, Supergirl created 41% and 56% of the ratings share in the province, squeezing out all other large and small city-level and county-level TV stations, and quickly showing its edge. In the following 2 weekends, the ratings of Supergirl continued to rise, and because Jiangsu satellite TV has been broadcast on satellite, it began to attract attention nationwide. In the recent 2 episodes on June 21 and June 22, the ratings of this reality show in the province have reached a high of 76%, and it has gradually become a hot topic discussed by thousands of households. Chapter 1141, The Thai Bodies Lost. BJ, Nanlua Guxiang. The campus of the Central Academy of Drama. The time is Friday, June 27. With the final exams approaching and the criticism from the whole school, the students of the 96th acting class have been much more honest during this period. No one tried to skip classes. After finishing the day's classes in the afternoon, a group of girls in the class surrounded Zumomo and left the classroom and walked out of the teaching building under the envious eyes of the boys in the class. A girl who is one of the most dazzling stars in the school, although she is only an auditor, wants to invite everyone to dinner today. Unfortunately, it is limited to girls. For Zumomo, the most obvious identity is that she is an internationally renowned supermodel. She also starred in Zhangguoshi's If You Have Something to Say, Say It Well. Everyone in China knows her, but apart from that, everyone knows that Zumomo lives in a mysterious courtyard not far from the school. Even though many people speculate that Zumomo is the type of person who is hidden in a golden house, if someone can hide them in a golden house with a standard, it is probably. It is not so easy to refuse. They left the campus and entered the alley outside the school with green trees in summer. Compared with the more or less reserved Zhang Damai and the others, Zhang Ziyi unconsciously squeezed beside Zumomo. Unfortunately, due to the huge height difference, she couldn't hold the girl's arm. She could only hug another classmate next to her and said, "Hey, do you think that Teacher Chang said that if you don't do well in this exam, you will be advised to drop out? Is it true?" This topic obviously resonated with the girls. The girl named Mu Xiaoyi, who was hugged by Zhang Ziyi, said, "It must be true. I asked around. Some people were advised to drop out in the previous classes." Everyone's faces became more worried when they heard it. Then another girl with the rustic name of Sun Mei, who ranked high among the group of girls, said, "If anyone wants to be persuaded to drop out, it should be Liao Yuang and the others at the bottom. We are always stronger." The girls thought it was true and relaxed a little. International Zhang turned to Zumomo, who was obviously taller than the other girls, and raised her head slightly with a flattery that she didn't even know she was saying, "Momo, you are the most enviable. You don't have such worries." Zumomo certainly wouldn't be complacent about this. She said with a bitter face, "But I don't have a diploma either. Besides, it's okay if I don't study well in the future, and my mother will punish me. Why do you think I have to take those cultural classes recently?" International Zhang said, "Your mother is also doing this for your own good. It's always good to learn more. What's more, you don't need a diploma now." These words aroused envy again. And some speculation. Although Zumomo didn't study well in the class, she was not lacking in IQ and EQ. After getting along for more than half a year, everyone couldn't get much useful information out of this girl. As for the courtyard where Zumomo lived, everyone's impression was that it was very mysterious. You know, just 2 months ago, the alley where the courtyard was located was even under martial law, and no one was allowed to pass. Martial law. It's very high-end just to think about it. Even on weekdays, it was visible to the naked eye that there were more patrols in the alley, which was only a few hundred meters away, than in other places. In addition, Zumomo occasionally revealed that her mother was an official. In addition to some people who insisted that this girl was a concubine in a golden house, there were also people who thought that Zumomo might be a super second generation with a background that was all-powerful. In short, they were not able to reach it. And today, Zumomo unexpectedly invited everyone to her residence for a dinner party, which was finally a chance for everyone to get a glimpse of the leopard. This was also the reason for everyone's curiosity. I don't understand why Zumomo, who seemed approachable but paid great attention to her privacy on weekdays, suddenly invited them to a dinner party. However, no matter what, because Zumomo got along very well with everyone on weekdays, the girls did not object. Even some girls thought that it would be good if Zumomo could introduce them to some people. Passing through the Bibing Masi Hutong outside the north gate of the Central Academy of Drama, When passing the intersection, everyone saw a group of community ants wearing colorful clothes, knocking and banging on the north-south streets, and stopped to watch for a while. This is the norm in Beijing recently. Even if you don't understand, you can understand why there is so much excitement by looking up at the banner warmly celebrate the return of Hong Kong hanging above the intersection. After the parade passed, the girls walked to Mauer Hutong across the street. Zhang Ziyi seemed to ask casually, "Momo, have you been to Hong Kong?" Zhu Momo nodded, "I have, but I was just passing through. I didn't stay for a few days." Mu Ziyi next to Zhang Ziyi said, "That's better than us. I have never been to other places except for coming to Beijing to study since I was a child." Zhu Momo smiled and said, "It will return soon. You will all be stars in the future. You can go whenever you want. Besides, Hong Kong is actually quite boring." Another girl named Luo Yan said, "That's right. Hong Kong is definitely not as interesting as New York, Paris, London and the like. Our Momo has been there." Zhang Ziyi smiled and continued, "Yes, I still have the Harper's Bazaar issue from the 4 major fashion weeks at the beginning of the year. Momo is so beautiful." Zhu Momo smiled and shook her head, "You will know if you try it. Working more than 10 hours a day does not feel good at all. I am often helped back to my residence. If I have such an opportunity, I would be willing to be carried back even if I am exhausted." As they chattered, they soon arrived at the gate of number 11 courtyard in Mauer Hutong. Zhu Momo rang the doorbell, and soon a girl with a ponytail and a very cool temperament opened the door. She looked at the group of girls around Zhu Momo with a slightly sharp look, then smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and turned sideways to signal the girls to go in. The girls made the girls who were originally quite expectant feel restrained. They followed Zhu Momo into the door like little quails, turned around the screen wall and entered the second door. Looking at the spacious courtyard in front of them, they saw Zhu Momo turning to the side corridor and hurriedly followed him. When they were about to enter the third courtyard, a pair of sisters who were obviously somewhat similar came to greet them. "Miss Zhu, you are back. Oh, and everyone, welcome." Zhu Momo nodded to one of them and said to the girls behind him, "This is Jiang Shenwu and Jiang Yuanqi, they are the housekeepers here." Then he turned to his sister Jiang Shenwu and said, "Is my aunt back? And how is the dinner preparation?" "Ms. Mo came back in the afternoon and has been in the garden library." Zhu Momo thought about it for a while and said, "Then, I will have dinner with everyone in the garden." Jiang Shenwu asked, "Now?" "Of course not, wait until it gets dark, I will take everyone to the garden first." After Zhu Momo finished speaking, he gestured to the quails behind him and entered the 3-courtyard house where he lived. Instead of entering the house, he went directly to the garden next door from the side door. If the courtyard they just passed by gave people a sense of solemnity and grandeur, the Suzhou garden-style garden next door made the girls feel suddenly bright. International Zhang watched Jiang Shenwu and her sister leave, thinking about everything after entering the door. From the reactions of the people in the courtyard since entering the door, Zhu Momo is very likely not the owner of this place. Therefore, the statement about the super second generation is probably not true. On the contrary, the possibility of hiding a beautiful woman in the golden house is a little greater. Well, it seems a little wrong. If it is a golden house hiding a beautiful woman, it is impossible that, even Zhu Momo's aunt is hidden here. However, who can say for sure about such things? International Zhang's mind unconsciously turned to evil. Just looking at the rare female guard who had just entered the door, and the pair of sisters whose appearance and temperament were no worse than theirs, plus what she saw and heard on weekdays, it was enough to explain the all-powerful power of the owner behind this courtyard. For such a big man, it seems that it is not impossible to hide a pair of blood-related women in the golden house. Compared with the loneliness of winter, the green trees and blooming flowers in the garden in summer, coupled with the classical temperament of the entire garden, the girls who shuttled through the cobblestone corridor felt much better even though they had different thoughts. After Zhu Momo led the girls to the flower hall across the small pond in the courtyard and indicated that they could sit down at will, everyone found a place to sit down. Mu Ziyi, who had a standard oval face and a pure temperament, lay on the mahogany bench by the window of the flower hall and looked at the scenery in the garden. She couldn't help but say to the international chapter next to her, "It feels like entering the Grand View Garden." International chapter didn't answer, but soon May on the other side couldn't help but say, "How is it possible? The Grand View Garden is much bigger than this place. This can only be regarded as a small garden." Mu Ziyi noticed the sourness in Sun Mei's tone and smiled, Anyway, I will never be able to afford such a garden in my lifetime. Zumomo picked up the intercom in the flower hall and asked the maids to bring some tea and snacks. Listening to the discussions around him, he smiled and said, "You guys chat, someone will bring tea later, I'll go say hello to my aunt." Although the girls wanted to continue to follow and take a look at the two-story library separated from the inner courtyard by the flower hall, they had to stay here after seeing what Zumomo said. Zumomo left the flower hall and walked towards the nearby library. After entering the door, he looked around and saw no one, so he went straight to the stairs. When he came to the second floor, he saw his Aunt Mo Wuling sitting at the large desk by the window. The desk was covered with a pile of documents and she was reading with her head down. Zumomo was about to walk over to give her aunt a surprise, but Mo Wuling said without raising her head, "What do you want to do by bringing so many girls here?" Zumomo felt that his aunt spoke in a tone similar to that of his mother, and he stuck out his tongue a little guilty. He walked over carefully and looked at the documents on the desk, and was a little surprised. This time, it was not various professional books on film and television, but documents about finance and the like, and some clippings. Zumomo picked up one of them and looked at the traditional Chinese title on it. The Thai government announced that it would abandon the Thai baht, and the exchange rate of the Thai baht against the US dollar fell by 19% in a single day. Well, what's the situation? Thinking in her heart, Zumomo asked, "And, why are you looking at these?" Seeing her niece asking, Mo Wuling, who was somewhat dissatisfied with this girl bringing a group of classmates back just now, turned her eyes back to a piece of information in front of her, covering up some flickering in her eyes, still maintaining a certain momentum, and said righteously, "Today the Thai baht collapsed, such a big thing, you didn't pay attention to it." Zumomo could only shrink her neck again. What a mess this is. If anyone wants to pay attention, it should be a man far away in the United States. She is just a little woman he keeps in the deep courtyard. Paying attention to what clothes she wears today or what to eat in the evening is the right thing to do. Thinking so in her heart, Zumomo said it directly. However, she didn't know that this made Mo Wuling next to her feel awkward for some reason, so she could only drive her away. "Okay, go and accompany your classmates. Don't bother me here." Seeing that her aunt was talking about serious things, Mo Wuling smiled and hugged her again, "And, why don't you go downstairs and say hello to everyone?" "What am I going to do downstairs? I'm not familiar with it." "Then, I'll call you when we eat later. I'll go to the next door and eat by myself." Zumomo didn't understand why her aunt had such a bad temper for some reason, but after thinking about it, she probably thought that women have such a few days every month, so she didn't investigate it further and could only go downstairs again. Then, although it was not her turn as a little woman to worry about it, she couldn't help but think of the news headline she had just read. The Thai government gave up the protection of the Thai baht exchange rate. This seems to be related to short selling, hedging, quantum funds, etc. After all, she has read some newspapers on weekdays, and this matter has been lively recently. But she didn't think about it more deeply. She didn't know if this matter would be related to the man far away in the United States. Forget it. It's better to have fun tonight. When Zumomo regarded the abandonment of the Thai baht as a minor episode in life, he did not know that today, the entire financial market in Southeast Asia was in turmoil. Even though Soros's attacks on the British pound and the Mexican peso in previous years were successful, this time was obviously different. At the beginning, the British government only made certain concessions on the exchange rate of the British pound, which was far from giving up. As for the Mexican peso, because it was close to North America, even the US government did not want its neighbors to fall into turmoil due to currency collapse, so it also held back. This time, it was completely leaving no room for maneuver. Since May, international currency speculators led by Soros have launched a series of attacks on the Thai baht. Under heavy pressure, the Thai government gradually changed from the initial resolute resistance to the subsequent active peacemaking. After finding that seeking compromise was fruitless, facing the continuous selling pressure of the Thai baht in the international currency market, it was finally unable to use foreign exchange to undertake it. Finally, at noon today, the Thai government held a press conference and announced that it would abandon the fixed exchange rate system between the Thai baht and the US dollar and allow the Thai baht to float freely. Apparently, due to the influence of a super butterfly that is becoming more and more influential, the Thai baht abandoned its defense 5 days earlier than on July 2nd. On the other hand, Thailand may have some thoughts in choosing June 27th to abandon the fixed exchange rate. Today is Friday. On the following Saturday and Sunday, most financial markets will stop trading, which can be regarded as giving the Thai government some buffer time to save itself. Chapter 1142 Bypassing Hong Kong? It felt like a dream. A group of classmates became rich ladies in the Grand View Garden, and they were not bound by etiquette. They enjoyed life to their heart's content with the service of a group of servants. How does the saying go? Living in drunkenness and dreaming of death? Dreams will eventually pass. Saturday morning. Zhang Damai, who was relatively restrained last night, opened her eyes. The first feeling she had was the soft jade and warm fragrance around her. She was pressed by two classmates on both sides, and one of her legs was on Muse Ai's waist next to her. She was not very presentable. She moved her body and lay down, staring at the ceiling for a while. Her thoughts turned around, and finally only one idea came to her. I have to diet these days. Last night's dinner was a stream of delicious food and wine, whether it was the 2-foot-long lobster that I still remember vividly, or the cabbage and tofu with simple ingredients but different flavors, or even the precious red wine that they had only heard of before. Even the girls in class 96, who had the best family background, had never tasted many of them. I dare not even calculate how much money I spent on a meal. Even though they had sensed that Zumomo had other purposes in inviting everyone to dinner, they still couldn't refuse. They ate first. It was inevitable that they ate too much. After the meal, Zumomo suggested that everyone swim to digest the food. He took everyone to the courtyard on the east side of the garden. Unexpectedly, this courtyard also belonged to the owner of the mansion. Compared with the courtyard on the west side, which was slightly smaller than the main house, it was only used for entertainment and rest. It also opened up a basement and dug out an exaggerated swimming pool the size of a basketball court. Even though the girls didn't have much experience, the moment they saw the underground swimming pool, they felt deeply what it meant to be extremely rich. Swimming in the summer night is the most enjoyable. Unconsciously, they played until late at night, and then ran to the private screening room on the basement floor to watch a movie until after midnight. Naturally, they went to sleep here. If it was a dormitory, let alone 3 people squeezing into a big bed, it would be very hot if people were a little closer to each other. And last night was definitely the most comfortable night for the girls in class 96 since the beginning of summer. It was not just because of the air conditioning. Even if it was just the guest room on the east side of the courtyard, the soft big bed, the comfortable bedding, and even the air in the room were much fresher than outside. It was not an illusion, but an obvious sense of freshness. For more than a moment, not to mention other girls, even Zhang Damai, who was recognized as the most indifferent in the class, could not help but have some thoughts about how nice it would be if she could live here forever. It was getting late. Feeling Zhang Damai's movements, the 2 girls next to her woke up quickly, but they all changed their movements to lying on their backs, looking at the ceiling together, with ambition, confusion, expectation, and even a little fear in their eyes. Fear of not being able to touch such a life again. Fear of the price that might be paid if you want this kind of life. After a while, International Zhang spoke first. Hey, what do you think Momo is here? From last night to now, this has been something that all girls are curious about. The initial guess was that Zumomo might be the second generation of a family with a strong family background, belonging to the owner of this place, but from the details of how some of the maids in the courtyard treated Zumomo, it didn't seem like it. If she was the master, the title would definitely be Miss instead of a surname. However, if she was a mistress, Zumomo was here, acting like a master, and the maids in the mansion who were not bad-looking were quite obedient to her. This was not the treatment a mistress should have. After all, how much did that meal last night cost? If she was just a mistress, those rich people probably wouldn't let Zumomo spend so much money. It was really hard to understand. So neither Zhang Damai nor Muse Aiao responded. International Zhang didn't hear the answer, so she didn't pursue it. After lying there for a while, Zhang Damai in the middle finally said, "We should go back, right? We still have homework to review." Muse Aiao immediately responded weakly with a sickly tone, and then she felt distressed. If she didn't do well in the exam this time, she would really be persuaded to drop out. What should she do in the future? International Zhang paused and said, "Wait, talk to Momo, maybe we can review our lessons here. Anyway, we don't need to stay in school on weekends." Muzilaoi immediately perked up and turned to look at the two girls. Zhang Damai struggled a little. I don't think it's convenient. Is there anything else to say? It would be strange if you can review your lessons in such an environment in the mansion. The three girls were hesitating on the big bed, and suddenly heard a ding-dong sound. They were stunned for a while before they realized that it was the doorbell. Then Zumomo's voice sounded outside. Hey, lazy people, the sun is shining on your butt. The three of them sat up after hearing this. International Zhang jumped out of bed first and put on the light blue silk nightgown provided here after swimming last night. When she was putting on the clothes, she had a very unpromising idea. I wonder if this nightgown can be taken away. It's really comfortable, and it shouldn't be cheap. The CK logo on it seems to be a famous brand. I ran to open the door. Zumomo was standing outside the door, followed by two maids, pushing a hanger full of clothes. Zumomo had no intention of entering the house, but just gestured behind him. Everyone's clothes have been washed. Wear these first, you guys hurry up and wash up, and have breakfast later. After that, he pointed to the next room and walked over, obviously calling others. After such a busy period, breakfast was still eaten in the flower hall of the garden next door. This time it was Western food, just as exquisite and rich. Coupled with the new clothes that were simple in style but obviously not cheap, the group of girls' minds became more and more strange. Looking at Zumomo, it felt like a witch holding a poison apple to seduce Snow White. However, the poison apple tasted so good. After breakfast, Zumomo suggested that they could review their homework here on the weekend. The library next door was very spacious. Although the girls hesitated, they did not refuse. In any case, Zumomo couldn't sell them, right? Mo Wuling, who had sat down in her usual seat in the library early, heard the voices of people chatting downstairs, but still couldn't understand what her niece wanted to do. She just thought it was too conspicuous, and thought about talking to her privately after her classmates left. Then she heard the sound of footsteps. There was no more information about the collapse of the Taibot on the desk today, and Mo Wuling didn't feel guilty. She continued to turn a page of the Chu Kei Pai and Jingqi in front of her, which she had flipped more than once. She also said without looking back, "This is not our own home, you should be more restrained. The exam is coming soon, and I just want everyone to come here to review the lessons." Zumomo said, and picked up a notebook next to her and took it in her hand and flipped through it. The various notes written and drawn on it were a little messy, but Zumomo knew that her aunt was trying to write a script. As she was flipping through the pages, Zumomo remembered something and said, "Hey, Aunt, the crew of My Fair Princess has already gone to Chengde, and it will probably start filming in the next few days." Zumomo just mentioned it casually, and she thought her aunt would have calmed down after a few months, but she didn't expect Mo Wuling to raise her hand and snatch the notebook from her hand, saying, "Don't mention her in front of me in the future. Also, go downstairs and review your homework, don't bother me." Zumomo looked at her empty little hands and stuck out her tongue, but she insisted on staying. She wanted to continue teasing that Ren Jinxi's project had already started filming while her aunt was still writing and drawing here, but she couldn't say that anymore. After humming and acting coquettishly for a few times, Mo Wuling's expression eased, and Zumomo leaned on the edge of the large desk again, glanced left and right, and saw an iPlayer that her aunt had been holding in her hands these days, and she took it over. Mo Wuling, who had calmed down a little, was startled again and raised her hand to snatch it. Zumomo subconsciously dodged. Seeing her aunt's angry look, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there a secret in it?" She dodged Mo Wuling's hand for a few more times, and skillfully turned on the machine and put the earphones on her ears. Seeing this, Mo Wuling simply gave up and pretended to be calm and focused on the book in front of him. Seeing her aunt like this, Zumomo thought it was probably nothing and wanted to return the player. She was curious, so she looked down at the open Easter egg screen. The micro hard disk version of iPlayer has a large capacity, and there are 2 large files in it, English textbooks and pop songs. Zumomo is not interested in English textbooks, so she jumped directly to pop songs and opened it. Because the default sorting mode, the first thing is a few English songs. She didn't think anything of it, but when she glanced at it and was about to flip down, Zumomo saw a familiar song title, Young and Beautiful. Isn't this a song written by Simon? Looking at the others, Blizzard, this means Blizzard, it seems to be an instrumental music, or his song. In addition, Dream It Possible, I have also heard it, the theme song of American Idol. For some reason, Zumomo felt as if, probably discovered something incredible. Mo Wuling, who was pretending to be calm, caught a glimpse of Zumomo's expression from the corner of his eye, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and took the initiative to say, "This iPlayer belongs to Chen Qing, I'll use it to listen." Mo Wuling's explanation just pulled Zumomo's mind back from the point of deviation. Zumomo just nodded his head. He was not very interested in English songs, mainly because he couldn't understand them, so he flipped down. As a result, after a few English songs, there were only 2 Chinese songs, Love Transfer and Human Meeting. Zumomo had never heard of either song, so she waved to Mo Wuling, "Whose song is this?" Mo Wuling glanced at it casually, then looked away and said, "Both are by Simon Westeros." Zumomo immediately became interested again, and picked up and down the 2 songs, and first clicked on Love Transfer. The melody flowed out of the headphones like water. Even though Zumomo's literary literacy was not as high as her aunt's, after just listening for a moment, the girl was still a little infatuated with the brilliant and timeless lyrics. Even when the song ended, she felt a little sour in her nose. Seeing this, Mo Wuling sighed in his heart and didn't plan to say anything else. A certain man was probably the moonlight that his niece was destined to never catch. Zumomo, leaning on the desk, listened to the first song twice, and her emotions eased a little, and then turned to the second one. Completely different styles. Inexplicably, her mood improved a lot. After listening to the 2 songs, Zumomo shook the player in her hand, and, "How come I didn't know about these 2 songs? They have not been publicly released, how do you know?" Zumomo nodded, then thought of the classmates downstairs, and said, "By the way, can I let everyone listen to it?" Mo Wuling immediately said, "Of course not. Love Transfer is the theme song of Love Call Transfer that Jinshu is currently filming. It needs to be kept confidential. The other one. Anyway, we just need to listen to it privately. Then I'll copy it to my iPlayer later." "Okay. Well, let me listen to it before copying it." After Zumomo finished speaking, without waiting for Mo Wuling to say anything, she had already run downstairs with the iPlayer. As soon as she reached the first floor, she saw Jiang Shenwu, who just came in, and brought 2 waitresses to deliver snacks to the girls who were reviewing their homework on the first floor. Seeing Zumomo appear, Jiang Shenwu explained, "This is what Sister Chen asked us to send over. She also asked you to entertain everyone well." Zumomo was a little surprised. "Sister Chen is back?" "Yes, she just flew back from Hong Kong." "Then I'll go say hello." Jiang Shenwu nodded, greeted the girls in the library, and left with Zumomo. Arriving at the main courtyard on the west side of the garden, she learned that Chen Qing was changing clothes. After waiting for a while, Chen Qing came out. Zumomo walked over, greeted her, and asked curiously, "Sister Chen, didn't you say you would wait until after the return ceremony?" "It's still about Southeast Asia," Chen Qing muttered, then turned to a smile and said, "Don't pay attention to these, entertain your classmates well, I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving first. In the evening, well, let's see, I may not have time to come back to have dinner with you." When Chen Qing said this, Zumomo suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Her aunt didn't understand, but Chen Qing had previously pointed out her thoughts with 1 sentence. At this time, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Chen Qing, however, did not make any jokes. Finally, she said goodbye and hurriedly left the inner courtyard with several followers. After leaving the courtyard in Maohutong by car, more than 10 minutes later, Chen Qing met a senior leader in a large government office at the foot of the imperial city. In fact, when she received the invitation to come back, Chen Qing had already guessed the general situation. The fact was not surprising. "Xiao Chen, let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. This time, in Southeast Asia, is Hong Kong among the targets of attack by international speculators?" Chen Qing sat respectfully opposite the senior leader's desk. After a slight hesitation, she nodded, "Sir, there should be." The senior leader was not surprised and continued, "In this case, can you contact Simon and help to connect everyone to see if those people can bypass Hong Kong? You know, Hong Kong will be returned in a few days. No matter what the reason is, we will do our best to protect Hong Kong Island. They will definitely not get any benefits here. It would be better if we can be peaceful and not use force." Chapter 1143 Free is the most expensive. When Simon received the news from Lady A, it was Friday night, June 27, the day before, on the east coast of North America, which was 13 hours later than China in winter time. Moreover, Simon happened to be attending a gathering of financial circles in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, celebrating the victory in the first battle in Thailand. Soros was standing opposite Simon with a glass of champagne. After Lady A finished talking to him, facing Soros's inquiring eyes, Simon did not hide anything and said directly, "News from China, about Hong Kong." Soros immediately raised his eyebrows. Simon's good relationship with China is well known. Today, the Thai government just raised the white flag, and with a return ceremony on July 1st, at this critical moment, China tried to contact Simon, and it was about Hong Kong. You don't need to think about it to know why. Seeing that Soros' expression quickly turned into a smile without saying anything, Simon continued, "George, clean up the positions against Hong Kong recently, just consider it as a favor I owe you, and if you want to make this favor bigger, you can say a few words publicly at the appropriate time next time." Simon was so direct again, and Soros had to restrain his expression. In fact, with a $3 billion that Westeros system has invested in the Quantum Fund, as a major investor, Soros can only compromise even if Simon directly orders him to do so. In the final analysis, Soros is just a fund manager who manages money for others. Perhaps he can still show a strong attitude that is not disturbed in front of other investors, but he does not have such confidence for the young tycoon in front of him. Now, Simon took the initiative to do a favor, and Soros is even less likely to be ungrateful. However, Soros did not agree immediately, but said, "Simon, you know, in Washington, they hope to teach Hong Kong, or more precisely, BJ a lesson this time." Soros' financial operations would never succeed without the tacit approval of the Washington authorities. Just like Britain in 1992, this is a staunch ally. If other Wall Street capital dares to rashly attack the British currency without any communication with Washington, it is not impossible to arrest people directly in order to safeguard the interests of allies. Soros's move this time is also in line with the overall interests of the Federation. Simon shook his head when he heard this. "George, those guys in Washington don't understand." "Do you think I don't understand either? This time, we just made a quick buck in the Southeast Asian region. In the long run, China happens to be the biggest beneficiary. The Asian financial crisis in 1997 hit the once prosperous Asian Four Little Dragons and Four Little Tigers hard, and some of them did not recover until many years later. After these economies were destroyed, Western countries urgently needed a replacement, and this benefit happened to fall on China." Soros certainly understood this truth, but he said, "That's true, Simon, I just don't understand why you know so many things." Soros couldn't help but think of the 1987 incident. In the public's memory, Soros's fame was the attack on the British pound in 1992, and the highlight was in 1997. However, for Soros himself, the failure during the stock market crash in 1987 was the most unforgettable. At that time, the size of the Quantum Fund was less than $3 billion, and it lost $800 million in one battle. In fact, due to the zero-sum nature of stock index futures, a large part of the $800 million loss was probably earned by the young man in front of him. Then, the Westeros system rose rapidly. Even if the decline of Nasdaq continues, Simon's personal wealth has remained above $1 trillion recently, and Soros himself, even if everything goes well in this war against Southeast Asia, and he gets a 20% profit commission from this harvest, his personal wealth will hardly reach $10 billion. Comparing people, there is no comparison at all. Simon had heard countless similar inquiries over the years, and he practiced Tai Chi skillfully. Well, it is said that the mental hospital in Watsonville in the Southern Bay Area has been converted into a sanatorium, and the fees are very high. I did have an epiphany there. George, if you are really curious, you can try to live there for a while. Soros didn't expect much from the answer, so he just smiled and said, "Simon, I can promise you, but I'm actually at a disadvantage. The favor you owe me is not as good as the favor that China, a country, owes you, right?" "Maybe so," Simon shrugged slightly. "The problem is, George, China's favor is huge. I can accept it, but you may not. Favors that I can't accept may be of no use. And my favor is just right for you." Simon once again stated a fact that Soros didn't want to admit, and the old man could only helplessly, "Okay, that's it." Simon said again, "What else, about making favors bigger?" Soros looked at Simon. Well, Simon, wouldn't it be more useful if you spoke out publicly yourself? George, let me teach you a very interesting idiom from China. Soros didn't want to learn, so he could only respond, It's basically like, how can you use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Actually, there's one more thing. Simon didn't mean to change the subject, and continued, regarding South Korea, since you are going to give up your layout against Hong Kong, then put the extra chips on South Korea, the more the better. These are actually things Simon has been thinking about for a long time. Regarding Hong Kong, Simon's initial plan was that if no one thought of him, he would just be a spectator and let Soros do whatever he wanted. If someone asked him, he would do a big favor. Then, it was South Korea. In Hong Kong, Soros didn't get any benefits in the past, so it's better to put more chips on South Korea. Although South Korea was the last country to be attacked in Asia, the damage suffered by the South Korean economy was no less than that of the other severely affected countries. On the other hand, a major benefit of attacking the currencies of Southeast Asian countries is that it is convenient for subsequent speculative capital to buy the assets of various countries. Simon is not interested in the assets of Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia and other countries at all, and his only target is South Korea. Soros heard this without hesitation, nodded, and then tried. Simon, is this a second favor? Of course not, this is just a suggestion. If you don't want to, just ignore what I said. Of course, Soros couldn't pretend that he didn't hear what Simon said. On the contrary, he took it very seriously. He thought of the incident in 1987 again. In addition, since Simon Westeros mentioned South Korea at this time, betting on this aspect would definitely be promising. After the deal was settled, Simon was not in a hurry to inform the Chinese side and continued to socialize at the party. After all, this kind of thing is like unlocking a lock. In the previous life, I often saw similar news. Some people forgot their keys and called a locksmith to negotiate a price. As a result, the locksmith came and opened the lock in a few seconds. The employer immediately felt that the price was too high. You want 100 yuan for a few seconds. Isn't it too black? Therefore, Simon did not give any response for several consecutive days until the weekend passed and a new week arrived. On Tuesday, July 1st, there was a lively Hong Kong handover ceremony. On the same day, there was also the premiere of Independence Day in Hollywood. On the other hand, at the beginning of the new week, Thailand, which had won a weekend buffer for itself, did not reach any agreement with the International Monetary Fund, which was discussing relief. So, in the new week, the storm continued. The Thai baht has continued to fall sharply for several consecutive days, and the entire Southeast Asia, including the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore and other countries have been affected. While the currencies have depreciated, the stock and bond markets have also plummeted. The Hong Kong stock market has not been spared and has continued to fall for a week. During this period, Chen Qing obviously contacted Simon several times under the urging of some people. It was not until Saturday, July 5th that Simon gave a positive answer. Not only that, he also simply made connections and asked Soros, who would be going to Asia in the near future, to stop by Hong Kong to arrange a high-level secret meeting. Simon has always been a good friend of this matter and has not made any demands. After all, free is the most expensive. For such a big favor, if you don't ask for any benefits, you will only get more unknowingly. When Southeast Asia was in a storm, North America, which was affected but not yet at the worst moment, was undoubtedly one of the hot spots of public attention recently. Roland Emmerich's latest science fiction masterpiece Independence Day released on July 4th. Because Deaneries Entertainment's latest film, American Pie, was released 2 weeks ago, Simon did not deliberately suppress it even though he was well aware of the power of the Day of the Witch. With a production budget of $90 million, MGM's publicity and promotion expenses also reached $50 million. Of course, compared with the $50 million Deaneries Entertainment had previously offered for Face Off and Twister, it was a bit watery. After all, it was a cooperative film, and if it didn't add more water to various expenses, it wouldn't be Hollywood. However, even if the water was squeezed out, the actual publicity and promotion expenses exceeded $40 million. The number of screens for the film's opening reached 3,382. Relying on excellent word-of-mouth and explosive special effects, The Day of the Witch earned $19.36 million at the box office on the first day of its opening, which was even better than the previous Twister. 3 days after its opening, even though there were 3 other important commercial films released during the same period due to the Independence Day holiday, the first weekend's box office of Independence Day still reached $61.73 million. Then, in the first full week, the 7-day box office of Independence Day finally reached $91.07 million, becoming the film with the lowest opening performance in 1997. With such a start, coupled with the film's 8.7 points in the comprehensive media rating, there is basically no suspense about the domestic $300 million. The original cooperation project, the first Aliens, sold well during the Easter period, which made many people jealous. Now, Independence Day can be called a phenomenal explosion, which has caused many investors to begin to inquire whether Deaneries Entertainment is interested in developing a second batch of cooperation projects. On the other hand, even though the total North American box office of Independence Day reached a high of $230 million due to the success of Independence Day, the strength of this super blockbuster still inevitably affected several films previously released by Deaneries Entertainment. There was no big objection within Deaneries Entertainment. Instead, some media outlets that were eager for chaos were making all kinds of jokes and hinting that Simon had given a super blockbuster with a global gross of $600 million to others. What a prodigal son. Simon just turned a deaf ear to it. It was the same reason. Over the years, if Deaneries Entertainment had not been very active in external cooperation, it would be hard to say whether the company could break through the monopoly of traditional Hollywood studios and succeed. Many times, it is necessary to sacrifice some local interests for the overall situation. Just like this time, after the explosion of Independence Day, Simon did have the intention to launch the second phase of the cooperation plan. Compared with the first phase of the attempt, the goal this time will be clearer, mainly targeting those capitals that intend to or have the potential to enter Hollywood. In addition, the scale of financing this time will be larger, further attracting funds and cutting off the possibility of potential competitors emerging in Hollywood. Turn your attention to China. Jinshu. 1 month after the show started, through Simon's personal participation in the program arrangement and the unremitting promotion in the early stage, Jiangsu Satellite TV's Supergirl has already reached a provincial audience rating of over 70%, and its popularity is also increasing nationwide. Simon was initially a little confused about the ratings of Supergirl. The once phenomenal My Fair Princess seemed to have a maximum audience rating of only 63% in the mainland in 1998. Isn't it even more fierce that Supergirl has reached over 70%? Later, after searching for information in his memory and combining it with the current situation of the television industry in China, he also understood. At this time, the ratings statistics in China were still very irregular. The ratings statistics of Supergirl were only done by local institutions in Jiangsu. In addition, the popularity was there, so it was inevitable that there was a little water. In any case, according to Jinshu's own market research, the ratings of Supergirl in JS province were indeed very high. Even if there was water in the 70% or more, it would not be too much. Secondly, compared with the former My Fair Princess, there is another thing, that is, at this stage, not all provincial TV stations in China have logged on to satellites. This will not be fully rolled out until the next 2 years. As for My Fair Princess, it is actually after all provincial TV stations in China have been on satellites, and multiple provincial TV stations have broadcasted together, and a single TV station has created an extremely high rating of 63%. It is indeed a phenomenon. As for the exaggerated ratings records in some news releases, some of them cannot withstand scrutiny. If we talk about ratings miracles, let's not talk about Journey to the West, which is too far away, just talk about Desire in 1990. The public publicity created a rating of more than 90%. If we only compare it according to these public data, Desire is a miracle. In the final analysis, the pattern of China's TV market is changing rapidly. The success of My Fair Princess was unquestionable, and the success of Supergirl is also unquestionable. As for Simon, he was inspired to ask Chen Qing to help connect and promote the establishment of a professional joint venture ratings survey agency in China in advance. The most important thing is that the Westeros system will have a small share this time. After all, the ratings survey agency in China was also a miracle. Simon specifically checked that the market research giant's offers, which has expanded rapidly in recent years, only had a revenue of $120 million in the past year, which was earned by diligently conducting various data analysis and market research in more than a dozen countries around the world. As for some of the later domestic ratings survey giants in China, they were able to sell the ratings business for tens of billions of RMB a year. This is a business genius. Others sell their data to business owners, TV stations, and advertisers, and they make a lot of hard-earned money after a lot of trouble. We can go straight to the point, skip those messy links, and sell directly to TV drama producers. How great. As for the poor ghosts in the industry like Guangguang Media, no matter how old they are, if they can't afford ratings, they should just get out of the TV market. Simon's pursuit of equity participation is still a preemptive move, and he doesn't expect to make money from it at all. The water is too deep. I just hope that in the future, Jinshu's own works will not have to spend money to buy ratings, or at least they can give a preferential price. Simon has always been happy to adapt to local customs. After all, the more feasible it is, the more beneficial it is for giants like Jinshu Media. Chapter 1144. Are they all annual champions? Where is the Cheng Mountain Resort? Many people's first thought is often the Qing dynasty, and then think of summer vacation, and naturally think it may be in the three northeastern provinces. In fact, it is not. Chengde is a city in Hubei province, less than 200 kilometers away from BJ. The crew of My Fair Princess arrived in Chengde at the end of June. According to the schedule set by Ren Jingxi for himself, filming started on time on June 30th, which was Monday, the beginning of a new week. During this period, various major events have caused ups and downs in the outside world, either happy or sad. Under the leadership of a young and beautiful new producer, the crew has made quite smooth progress. The main reason is that many people have been informed in advance that a seemingly young and harmless beautiful woman has a deep background. If you do well, you will have a rare network in the future. If you don't do well, it is not impossible to be kicked out of the circle directly. In addition, some people found that Ren Jingxi did not look like a novice at all. Whether it was shooting or logistics, whether it was the actor's performance or the director's scheduling, he could basically explain everything. Even if he didn't understand, he didn't hide it at all, and would keep asking until he understood, which made most of the crew put away their contempt. Not only that, when shooting the first fight scene, a martial arts instructor from the Yuan family in Hong Kong was on the scene. When facing Ren Jingxi's request for a better effect, he deliberately prevaricated and delayed. As a result, he was fired on the spot. When some crew members who were somewhat unbalanced were waiting to watch the fun, in less than half an hour, the martial arts instructor took the initiative to run over and humbly admit his mistake. Unfortunately, Ren Jingxi did not accept it and directly changed the shooting plan, and asked the security guards to expel the other party. Everyone was shocked. He was a Hong Konger. Hong Kong had just returned recently. The country emphasizes unity and harmony. If there was any dispute, it was not impossible for the higher-ups to directly order the crew to stop. The result was even more dramatic. After the martial arts director, who was only considered ordinary in the Yuan family, left, one of the Yuan brothers flew over the next day and apologized to Ren Jingxi profusely. He then stayed to serve as the martial arts instructor of the crew. This incident made everyone in the crew no longer have any doubts about Ren Jingxi's background. As for the three female protagonists in the crew who knew exactly who was standing behind Ren Jingxi, they were even more envious and jealous, and inevitably looked forward to it. On the cruise ship on Tehu Lake, Ren Jingxi was just like them. When a big shot waved his hand, the other party would obediently lean against a man. Since it was the same, why couldn't they get similar treatment as Ren Jingxi? The film set of the summer resort. The time was July 12, Saturday. Although China began to promote a 2-day weekend 2 years ago, in order to ensure progress, the crew still adopted a 6-day work system. With Ren Jingxi's prestige quickly established, no crew members from the mainland or Hong Kong and Taiwan raised any objections to this. Entering this industry, rushing is almost inevitable. After all, once the crew starts, it will be a money-eating beast. The daily expenses of tens of thousands of people and horses are not wasted. What's more, whether it is the mainland or Hong Kong and Taiwan, there is no strict union system like in the West, and it is very common to get up early and go to bed late. Although Ren Jingxi is strict about work, he is not harsh. Today's work ended on time at 5 p.m., and a barbecue dinner was arranged in the evening to improve the food. When the production assistant announced this, everyone who had been tired for a week suddenly looked like they were going home again, and cheered on the scene. Everyone finished neatly and soon returned to the hotel where the crew was staying. Ren Jinxi's entourage has now become 4 people, 2 female guards of the Wei family, and 2 production assistants recruited for the filming of My Fair Princess. They are all young girls. Even if they are not as good-looking as Ren Jinxi, they are all beautiful and attractive, and they have great figures. This is also the only special treatment Ren Jinxi enjoys in the crew. Speaking of which, Ren Jinxi had her own thoughts on selecting her followers. She wanted to select those with ordinary looks. Unfortunately, the 2 female guards of the Wei family were arranged directly there, and the 2 accompanying production assistants happened to meet with Chen Qing to discuss things during the selection process. As a result, the woman probably guessed her thoughts and reminded her half-truthfully that if she brought a few ugly women with her, she would definitely not get extra points from the boss because she looked more beautiful, and the boss would only dislike her. Think about it, there have really been a few women with mediocre looks around him. So, she really didn't dare to choose ugly ones. Back to the hotel room, the first thing Ren Jinxi did was to take a bath. The main reason was that after a day of high-intensity work, taking a hot bath could quickly relax her, and then support her to continue to do a lot of work at night. The maid had prepared the bath water in advance. Ren Jinxi took off her clothes and buried her body in the warm bathtub. Another female guard came behind her and began to help wash her hair. In fact, I also thought about cutting my long hair, which would definitely be more convenient. But considering that a certain man might not like it, I didn't do it. Ren Jinxi gradually got used to having 2 women around her when bathing, and even gradually adapted to the intentional or unintentional physical contact between the 2 women. Or Chen Qing said it. The 2 beautiful Wei family maids were not only her attendants, but according to the ancient saying, they were also her maids, a woman's maid. This saying was a bit strange, but Ren Jinxi understood that this was still Chen Qing's reminder. Since she had become his woman, she could find a woman, but not a man. Perhaps, she could only find the kind of woman around her. Watching Ren Jinxi soak in the bathtub, the maid named Guyu next to her took out a folder prepared in advance as usual and handed it to her. Sister Ren, here are some newspapers today. Ren Jinxi took the folder and opened it. There were some clippings inside, which were not complete. This was Ren Jinxi's special instruction. She didn't have time to read all the newspapers. The clippings were mainly industry news, and not only the mainland, but also related information from Hong Kong, Taiwan and North America. Guyu was obviously very dedicated to this job. Ren Jinxi opened the folder and the first news she saw was about Supergirl under Jinshu. This is a hot topic in the industry recently. Ren Jinxi has been quietly following this program and has done his own analysis in private. China's television industry in the 1990s was the most flourishing period after the reform and opening up. Not only were there a wide variety of TV dramas, but there was also no shortage of other variety shows, which was far from being as conservative as latercomers imagined. However, Supergirl was the first variety show that caused a sensation. More than a month after it was launched, facing the continued hot ratings data, both Jiangsu Satellite TV and Jinshu Media carried out large-scale publicity. Based on the provincial ratings of this program, Supergirl was marketed as the annual ratings champion in 1997. Ren Jinxi saw the limitations. The most important one is that variety talent shows like Supergirl, even if the ratings are hot now, can hardly hide its biggest flaw, lack of replay value. As the TV field in mainland China has gradually opened up to commercial operations in recent years, TV drama producers have become more and more concerned about copyrights. After the first round of premieres, many TV stations have started to purchase the second round of broadcast rights for popular TV dramas during the first round of broadcasts. Even if the price is much lower than the first round, it is a long-term income. There will be third and fourth rounds in the future. Even if a classic like CCTV's Journey to the West can be produced, it is not impossible to sell it for more than 10 years. Supergirl does not have such a property. Even though it is very popular now, and its influence has quickly spread beyond Jiangsu to the whole country, after the first round of broadcasts, when the ending is settled, few people want to watch it a second time. It is almost a one-time deal. Therefore, in Ren Jinxi's opinion, the biggest beneficiary of this program is Jiangsu Satellite TV. In the past 2 years, after being broadcast on satellite, major provincial TV stations have been trying every means to win over national audiences. Supergirl is a popular TV program with a rapidly spreading influence across the country, which is equivalent to helping Jiangsu Satellite TV, a provincial station, build its brand and attract a large number of viewers. As for Jinchu, it is certainly not a failure. According to the information obtained by Ren Jinxi, as an experimental TV program, Supergirl will be broadcast for a total of 13 weekends from June to August, not counting the first weekend's daytime audition highlights, a total of 26 episodes, with an average cost of about 200,000 yuan per episode, and a total investment of about 5 million yuan. Because of the popularity of the show, Jinchu's advertising time slots from Jiangsu Satellite TV, together with the program's built-in advertising sponsorship, are expected to have a total revenue of about 20 million. This is a gross profit of 15 million. For the current TV market, it is a big profit. This is because no one expected how popular this show would be, so the advertising sales contract signed was slightly conservative, just like the main sponsor of this show, a mineral water brand called Nongfu Spring that has just been launched in the past 2 years. Because it is a Chinese company invested by the Westeros system, only 1 million sponsorship fees were given this time. Now, the popularity of Supergirl has quickly made Nongfu Spring famous nationwide. The recent sales have soared, and it has even directly promoted this drinking water brand to open up the national market. In the past, if they wanted to do something, the brand could only expand the sales network one province at a time. During this period, many distributors took the initiative to contact to purchase goods, so the publicity effect brought by Supergirl can be seen. Ren Jinxi heard privately that a lot of brand owners have been contacting Jinchu recently. When they learned that Supergirl would have a second season, they directly pushed the sponsorship price to more than 10 million yuan. It is conceivable that the profit of the second season of Supergirl will double several times. Ren Jinxi also knew that if it were not for someone's personal intervention, Jinchu might have been impatient to start the production of the second season directly. After all, China does not have the TV broadcast cycle of the United States. After the first season ends, the second season will not be launched directly, and it will definitely be no problem to put it at the end of the year. This is obviously a bit of exhausting the pond to catch fish. Fortunately, because of his personal intervention, the second season will still be put on next year, but it will definitely be extended. It is initially determined to be from April to September. Ren Jinxi carefully read the newspaper clippings in her hand, thinking about whether she could also produce some reality shows in the future, or, like Supergirl, introduce other types of reality shows from the United States, which is quite convenient for her. After reading several reports about Supergirl, Ren Jinxi quickly turned to the news related to Kangxi's Secret Visits, which was broadcast on July 1st. This is also a project produced by Jinchu, and it is also a TV series she pays close attention to. First of all, it is the ratings. Unlike Supergirl, which is broadcast exclusively on Jiangsu Satellite TV, Kangxi's Secret Visits is broadcast by 4 provincial TV stations in Beijing, Shandong, Jiangsu and Guangdong, with a total of 30 episodes, broadcast from Monday to Friday, 1 episode per day. Because it started on Tuesday, July 1st, 9 episodes have been broadcast as of yesterday. However, just looking at the ratings data, Beijing Satellite TV has reached the highest rating of 41%, and Ren Jinxi understands that this project has been successful again. And it is still very successful. You know, when it was first broadcast, the ratings of the 4 TV stations in the province generally fluctuated between 20% and 30%, which was already a considerable ratings data. Now, the highest ratings in the province have reached 40%, which is already a phenomenal hit. According to the current ratings trend, the average ratings of the entire TV series in the province on the 4 TV stations are expected to reach between 40% and 50%. After all, it is no longer the era of Journey to the West or Desire. With a booming domestic TV industry, it can reach such a ratings level, and a ratings annual champion is basically locked. Ren Jinxi immediately realized a problem. With the extremely high single-channel ratings of Supergirl, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the annual champion. Now, the single-channel ratings of Kangxi's Private Visits may not be as good as Supergirl, but the 4-channel joint broadcast can still reach an average level of 40% to 50%, which can also be called the annual ratings champion. This is 2 annual champions? There must not be 2 champions. However, Ren Jinxi is certainly not stupid, and he quickly sorted out the joints. To distinguish, for example, one is the annual champion of TV drama ratings, and the other is the annual champion of variety show ratings. Thinking of this, Ren Jinxie even wanted to remind Jinshu, but when she turned to the report later, she found that a similar statement had appeared in a newspaper in Beijing, so she felt that her thoughts were a bit redundant. Obviously, Jinshu has already been operating in this way. After a few months of contact, Ren Jinxie knew very well that Jinshu was full of powerful guys, and it was impossible for them not to think of such a gimmick. Then she became a little worried. I don't know what will happen to my fair princess next. After all, since Jinshu began to emerge, If You Are the One in the Lunar New Year file at the beginning of the year has a box office of more than 60 million, and it is still ranked first in the mainland box office. Even if it will be squeezed out by Hollywood blockbusters next, or even a few domestic dark horses will jump out, it can be guaranteed to be in the top 10 at the very least. Now, both TV shows are annual champions. With such an amazing start, if My Fair Princess smashes the signboard, she herself feels that it is unacceptable. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1145 Gift. The HD area. This is a set of love called Transfer. In the camera, the male protagonist Su Lang enters the hospital for the third time in the story. This time he is accompanied by a hot blonde girl. Unfortunately, his injury is more serious and one arm is in plaster. He encounters a female doctor again. Seeing the other party's playful eyes, Su Lang subconsciously said, "Listen to me." Halfway through the words, probably thinking of a series of unpleasant and unlucky experiences after receiving a love call, without waiting for the other party's catchphrase to come out, he suddenly gave up and said with his eyes wide open, "I won't explain to you. Why should I explain to you? Why should I explain to you?" The female doctor withdrew her gaze calmly. However, the blonde girl next to Su Lang was not happy. With a curious and serious expression, she looked around between Su Lang and the female doctor and asked in authentic Mandarin, "Su Lang, what do you want to explain to her? Why do you want to explain to her? Hey, do you need to give me an explanation now?" The male protagonist, who was almost driven crazy in a wheelchair, raised his plastered arm to block the blonde girl. With his other hand, he took out a mobile phone and pressed the key smoothly. "Cut, Lali, your body language is wonderful, but your expression is not in place. You need to look more collapsed. Also, Ms. Sorvino, you need to be more aggressive, that. Director, I understand what aggressive means. Oh, sorry, specifically, you need to get closer to Lali. By the way, the camera position needs to be fine-tuned to create a sense of oppression." Lao Zhang. After rearranging the arrangements, the shooting started again. In the new version of Love called Transfer, Simon personally intervened in the details. In addition to a theme song, there are also several classic jokes, such as the opening monologue, and the protagonist's several consecutive hospitalizations during the affair, plus the name of the male protagonist is still Su Lang. But this time the male protagonist is definitely not the still young Su Ludan, but Lee Dak-hun, the real estate developer at the end of Big Shot. How much do you think a square meter of such a house would sell for? This is also the result of careful selection and consideration. The director of the film was changed to Feng Kuozi, and the male protagonists who were first selected by the other party were basically a group of people in the Beijing circle. Jet A, who had already worked with director Feng and had enough fame, was recommended first and was also the first to be excluded. Jet A's style is too calm and introverted, and his performance will only give the feeling of Party A and Party B in Big Shot. Simon needs a cheerful style that is outgoing and funny. After a lot of auditions, he even tried Gong Jack, who is outside the Beijing circle. "I miss you guys so much." But he was too outgoing and ugly. In addition, Gong Jia started to enter the Spring Festival Gala in the 1980s. He participated too many times and was stereotyped in the audience's mind. Playing such a romantic comedy among many beauties would be distracting. Finally, Lee Dak-hun was chosen. Simon personally watched the audition video before passing the decision. Lee Dak-hun's audition was the plot on the opening that complained about not having an itch for 7 years. It was basically the effect of the monologue in Big Shot after being restrained for a few more stages. Still amazing. In terms of appearance, although he was over 40 years old, Lee Dak-hun at this time was not bald or even bald. After grooming, He was still the handsome middle-aged man with a neat suit and black hair in Over the Addiction 3 years ago. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is in his early 30s, which just fits the image setting of Sue Lang in the script, that he is in his 30s with a small career and good looks. Let's talk about the plot that is being filmed. The pre-plot is that after encountering a foreign girl who tried every means to go to the United States, the male protagonist who thought his motherland was pretty good was very curious, so he wanted to try the taste of foreign girls. Mira Sorvino plays Barbara, who is a foreign teacher at a university and speaks Chinese better than English. A certain cook's conception of this plot is very thoughtful. Even though the current situation of first-class foreigners is common in society, this story still achieves a good balance. It does not touch any details that may involve sensitive details, but starts with the personalities of the two. Sue Lang, who is over 30 years old, has a small success in his career, but in life he is the kind of almost is enough, while Barbara is a little bit, a minute, a second and a serious character. She is serious about life and love, and she seeks the root of everything. This opposition naturally forms a strong dramatic conflict. Coupled with some small jokes about the cultural differences between the East and the West, the chemical reaction between the two is simply sparking. Finally, in the process of helping Barbara move, because of the dispute over the placement of furniture, the wardrobes and tables collapsed like dominoes, sending Sue Lang to the hospital for the third time, and also made the male protagonist understand that this foreign girl is still not his cup of tea. He couldn't hold it. The last shot was shot 5 times in a row. Feng Kuozi was finally satisfied. He stood up from behind the monitor, clapped his hands to attract the attention of everyone on the scene, and said loudly, "Everyone, Miss Sorvino's role has been completed. Let's all thank her for her efforts during this period." He was the first to applaud, and the crew members also applauded. Someone also presented the bouquets prepared in advance. Then there was another group photo and greeting. Feng Kuozi signaled everyone to continue working, and took the male protagonist Li Dakun and Mira Sorvino to Chen Qing, who was waiting not far away. Chen Qing had just arrived not long ago, and she was accompanied by another domestic actress, the one with the same name but different surname and somewhat similar appearance as Chen Qing, the famous Princess Su. Also in the Beijing circle, Princess Su also starred in Love Call Transfer, playing the role of the woman who went abroad before Mira Sorvino. Feng Kuozi just walked up to her and began to praise her with a smile. "I was saying that when I was filming a few days ago, I always felt that Xiao Su looked familiar. When I saw Mr. Chen, I immediately understood. You two really look alike, and you have the same name. There are such coincidences in the world. You are twins, and you are both so beautiful." Chen Qing looked like she was enjoying Feng Kuozi's praise, but she asked a fatal question. "Then Director Feng, who do you think is more beautiful between the two of us?" Feng Kuozi was famous for his sweet talk, so he would not be stumped by this question. He immediately said, "Mr. Chen, your question is like standing in front of a mirror and asking who is more beautiful. They are both stunning beauties, so there is no difference." After saying this and exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Qing greeted Mr. Li, and then Mira Sorvino. Mira Sorvino felt that the plain-looking Chinese director beside her was really good at talking. She had just stood opposite Chen Qing. At first glance, she saw that the two kings were obviously wearing the same clothes on purpose, with similar hairstyles and eyebrows. However, after a little distinction, there are still many differences in appearance details. Chen Qing's lips are thinner and her face is slightly thinner, so she doesn't have obvious nasolabial folds when she smiles. Princess Su is just the opposite. The difference in temperament is even more obvious. Chen Qing is a typical strong woman. She will naturally become the focus of everyone's attention when she stands there. Princess Su next to her obviously has some hidden flattery towards Chen Qing, which gives people a sense of difference between a master and a maid. Chen Qing is here to pick up Mira Sorvino. Today is July 15th, Tuesday. Chen Qing originally planned to join in the excitement of the return ceremony at the beginning of the month and then return to the United States. Because of things in Southeast Asia, she was temporarily called to Beijing to help communicate various matters with her boss. She stayed there for half a month. Now she is finally going back to the United States. Mira Sorvino scenes were about to be finished, and the boss had asked her to take care of her, so they made an appointment to go together. They did not stay too long in the Love Call Transfer crew. After picking up the people, Chen Qing and her group hurriedly left and headed straight for the airport in the northern suburbs of Beijing. It was the first time for Princess Su to take a private plane. She was still a little excited until the Gulfstream V stabilized at high altitude. In the past few days, she met Chen Qing and deliberately made friends with her. Unexpectedly, Chen Qing seemed to be more interested in her. In the past few days, they were even inseparable, sleeping together, and deliberately dressed the two of them in a similar way. This time when she left, Chen Qing took the initiative to invite her and asked if she was interested in going to the United States. She also said that Chinese movie stars have been very popular in Hollywood in the past 2 years and could help her develop there. Princess Su was of course very happy. As for Chen Qing's mention of taking her to meet her boss, saying that the other party would definitely be interested in her, Princess Su just thought about the courtyard in Mauer Hutuang and the people and things that Chen Qing had come into contact with recently, and it was difficult for her to have any resistance. Especially after some private inquiries, she roughly guessed who the boss behind this Miss Chen was. After unbuckling the seat belt on the fixed seat, she wanted to communicate more with Chen Qing and wanted to go to the office in the front cabin, but was stopped by a maid. Princess Su had to stay in the middle cabin and chat with Mira Sorvino, who also had no special treatment, and inquired about the things in Hollywood. On the other side, when the plane was stable, Chen Qing hid in the front cabin and began to sort out the work during this period. In addition to helping coordinate things in Southeast Asia, since she had to stay in Beijing, Chen Qing also participated in many projects during this period. The first was the official opening of the Agrit BJ data center. Chen Qing attended the opening ceremony. As the Chinese government invested tens of billions of RMB to vigorously promote the development of the internet industry last year, coupled with a substantial reduction in network access fees, the number of internet users in China began to show an exponential growth trend. Compared with the total number of access users of just over 2 million at the end of 1996, the number of internet access users in China has exceeded 3 million in the first half of this year. It is expected that the annual growth will be between 7 million and 8 million, and the cumulative number of internet access users in China will also exceed 10 million. Even if each access user covers 3 netizens, by the end of 1997, it means that China will have 30 million netizens, which is the entire population of many small countries. Moreover, the bursting of the internet bubble in the first half of the year did not hinder this growth momentum at all. Anyone with a little vision understands that this is the general trend. Then there is the layout of the internet industry in China by the Westeros system. In addition to the 2 major data centers in Beijing and Shanghai, Chen Qing had always been a little behind in other aspects until his boss explained it in person, and then he understood someone's intention. After thinking about it, Chen Qing also agreed with the localization strategy of the Westeros system for the Chinese internet. Taking advantage of the opening of the BJ data center, several venture capital funds have been quietly established recently. At a time when other capitals are afraid to start because of the bursting of the internet bubble, they continue to spend money generously. It can be said that at this stage, the Westeros system has supported more than one startup in China in terms of portal websites, email, e-commerce and other businesses, which can be called a cunning rabbit with many holes. Secondly, these days, by the way, CCTV and the French data research giant SYNOPSIS have established a joint venture. The Westeros system participated in the shares with a sub-fund headquartered in Hong Kong and obtained 20% of the shares. CCTV also holds 50% and SYNOPSIS holds 30%. According to the boss, it was just a preemptive move. Chen Qing thought it was very useful. After all, the major provincial TV stations in China are broadcast on satellite in the next 2 years, the competition in the TV industry will be very fierce. Ratings data will become more and more important for both TV stations and advertisers, and the ratings survey companies that have the right to speak are actually equivalent to referees. Even a fool can understand the benefits of being both a contestant and a referee. Speaking of which, Chen Qing originally wanted to find Nielsen. Compared with SYNOPSIS, Nielsen is more famous. This company has entered China in the 1980s, but it has only been doing small things. But the brand is there after all. As a result, the proposal was rejected by her boss, and she was not given a reason. She was asked to reflect on herself. After careful study, Chen Qing found that her boss was really an expert. The main reason is that Nielsen's survey method is too scientific and rigorous. The user terminal is equipped with instruments for direct monitoring, while SYNOPSIS is relatively backward, and even asks users to fill out a viewing record card directly. It's good to be backward. The more backward, the more room for maneuverability. Not only that, her boss also revealed that Nielsen and Soffers are seeking a merger, which is likely to happen. According to Western antitrust laws, a data survey company cannot open two companies in the same market at the same time. At that time, Nielsen can be squeezed out of China. Then one company will dominate. Then, it is the routine follow-up of various other projects. In fact, there was a project proposed by Jinshu recently, to build a movie studio in Beijing. On the one hand, this would allow for land acquisition. On the other hand, the cultures of the North and South are different. The movie studio here was mainly proposed for the Mansion Gate and could be used to shoot many similar projects. Chen Qing was also very excited. Everyone had already picked the location. Changping. This was based on Los Angeles. The reason why Beverly Hills developed was Hollywood. If a large-scale movie studio was built in Changping, it could directly drive the prosperity of the surrounding industries. In the meantime, the Rose Garden Villa District project invested by the Westeros system in Changping would also rise. Unfortunately, it was still rejected. The reason was that it was not appropriate to make any big moves in the near future. Chen Qing understood as soon as she thought about it. Her boss had just done a big favor in Southeast Asia. It was like a jar of new wine. If it was drunk immediately without brewing for a few years, it would be a waste of natural resources. At this critical juncture, Jinshu proposed to build a movie studio in Beijing, which might be equivalent to moving the new wine that had just been obtained. The higher-ups will definitely agree, and they may even be very happy, so that they can repay the favor immediately. However, in the Westeros system, it is hard to say how much a new wine will consume because of a movie studio. Finally, there is Princess Su, who was brought this time. During the casting process, Chen Qing discovered her boss's interest. In addition, the other party had the same name and similar appearance as her, so she took advantage of the situation during this period of time and brought her back to North America, this time as a gift for her boss. How can you return from a long journey without a souvenir? In fact, Chen Qing brought more than just Princess Su. For the ongoing Supergirl, Chen Qing also selected a group of beautiful girls with great looks and temperament. Of course, she didn't bring them this time, but only their resumes and materials, intending to let her boss choose. The main reason is that Chen Qing found that her boss is a person who attaches great importance to new clothes, are not as good as old people. The more women around him, the more difficult it is to pay too much attention to one of them. And those who came first will get more attention based on the original friendship. What's more, actively catering to the preferences of one's boss is also a very effective way to win favor. Chapter 1146. One after another. Entering July, Simon was busy being a stay-at-home dad everywhere. On July 7th, at Cape Dumay Manor, Assistant Jennifer's second child was born, a boy named James Westeros. On July 11th, Maria Bezrek's child was born in Boston, a boy named Daniel Westeros. Then, on July 15th, Grace Krepp's child was born in New York, also a boy, named John Westeros. Then, Irene Lauder's due date was approaching, and only Lin Su's due date was a little further away, in September. Simon's biggest feeling about this was still the same as when he first learned the gender of the fetus. They are all boys. They are all boys, and there is no one little cotton-padded jacket. Long Island, in a manor by the sea southwest of Southampton. The time is July 16th. Wednesday. Bryce Levison, who was originally in Florida, heard the news and flew to Long Island in a hurry. When she arrived at the manor, she asked a waitress who came to greet her, "Where are they?" The waitress made a gesture of invitation and led Bryce to the door of a suite on the east side of the manor villa, but was stopped by Carmen Case, who was guarding outside the suite. "Ms. Levison, the boss and Ms. Krepp are resting." "It's morning now, what are they resting for?" Bryce said, looking at the door next to her, and while Carmen was not paying attention, she ran over and pushed the door open and broke in. Then she saw a man who seemed to have just sat up from the bed, and Grace, whose face was slightly red, was pulling down her collar. In the crib next to the two, a little kid was sleeping soundly. Glancing coldly at Bryce, who had barged in, Simon turned to Grace and said, "You should have a good rest. I'll go to work first. Call me if you need anything." Grace nodded slightly, watched the man leave, and then glared at Bryce. "Don't you know how to knock on the door?" Bryce was taken aback by the cold gaze of a certain guy just now. She waited until the man left before she came to her senses. When Simon was not there, she instantly became confident again. She walked to the crib and looked at the little one, saying, "You just gave birth to a child. Are you so impatient?" The blush on Grace's face that had just retreated appeared again, and she defended herself. "What you said is not true. The child was born at around 5 in the morning yesterday. The skin has fully developed and is pink and tender, very cute." Bryce liked the look of the child, but she did not pick him up rashly. After looking at him for a while, she also came to sit down by the bed. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly sniffed and immediately understood what a certain guy was doing before she came in. He glanced at Grace's chest, and smiled triumphantly as if he had caught something, and said mockingly, "What a hateful guy." Seeing Bryce's reaction, Grace just pulled the thin blanket towards her, changed to a more comfortable position and leaned on the bed, and warned, "You should watch your mouth. He will be angry and probably wanted to beat you up just now." Bryce kept saying, he lacked love when he was a child, and he became mother-loving when he grew up. "Tisk tisk, you perverted guy, no wonder you always like older women." Grace raised her hand and slapped her. "If you say that again, I will be angry too." Okay, I won't say anything." Bryce blurted out and felt that what she had just said was inappropriate. If he knew, she would probably be beaten. She raised her hands in surrender and then said, "How does he plan to arrange you?" "What do you mean by how?" "Now that the little guy is born, by the way, what's his name?" "John." "You really have no personality at all." Grace raised the corners of her mouth slightly. "John Westeros." Bryce immediately gave Grace a sour look and took the initiative to return to the topic. "Well, I mean, doesn't he have any other expression, at least give you a large sum of alimony or something?" Grace looked softly at the little one in the crib next to her who was within her reach. "This is the best thing Lee gave me, I don't want anything else." "Oh, you're so stupid. You're smart, so he will definitely not let you get pregnant with his child." "He wants to, but I don't. Giving birth to a child is so painful." Bryce pouted immediately, hiding the weird resentment in her heart. "What's more, if how are you going to let Rita and my Mike get along in the future?" Grace just smiled. The relationship between the two children has always been very stable. If nothing unexpected happens, they may be together in the future. However, these are not the things that Grace cares about most. Even the little one next to her, in her heart, still ranks behind him. She will support him in whatever he wants to do. Bryce saw the hopeless expression on Grace's face again, and stretched out her hand to gesture. "I really want to wake you up." Probably disturbed by the sound of the two people's conversation, the little one in the crib moved, then opened his eyes, looked around blankly, and burst into tears. Grace quickly got up and held the child in her arms, and lifted her clothes again. The crying stopped soon. Bryce sat next to her and looked at her, and couldn't help but teasing, "One big and one small, I'm afraid it's not enough to eat." Grace just rolled her eyes. In fact, she has already asked someone to find a wet nurse privately, planning to feed the child together. As for milk powder, she will definitely not feed it. It is best for the child to eat breast milk. As for herself, as long as he wants, he will definitely be the first one. She even thought that the wet nurse she found must be prettier, and it was okay to spend more money. Bryce rolled her eyes helplessly when she saw her expression. Simon did not leave. In a study room upstairs in the villa, Simon sat down at his desk. Girl A quickly brought him a pile of documents and a video conference that had been scheduled in advance. About Nokia. In addition to discussing Nokia's latest quarterly financial report that would be released soon, there was another main thing. As for Southeast Asia, Jorma, you must have paid attention to it recently, Simon said, looking at Jorma Alala, chairman and CEO of Nokia, on the video call screen. It's related to South Korea. I have read Nokia's supply chain information in recent days. Next, I need you to do your best to reduce or even cut off the purchase of LCD screens and semiconductor chips and other parts from Samsung and other manufacturers in South Korea. Jorma Alala, who was far away in Helsinki, was a little surprised. Simon, I have indeed paid attention to Southeast Asia recently. The currency depreciation of Southeast Asian countries will bring great benefits to our parts procurement. However, you also know that Nokia experienced a supply chain collapse crisis due to rapid growth a few years ago. It took us several years to improve the current parts procurement system. I don't understand why we do this. It's very simple. I plan to take this opportunity to expand into underlying fields such as LCD screens and semiconductors. The layout target is in Asia. Japan was originally the first choice, But this country is too large and will not be seriously affected by this crisis. Therefore, I chose South Korea, where related industries have also developed rapidly in recent years. Nokia needs to cooperate with my overall strategy and put extreme pressure on Korean manufacturers. I understand. Jorma Alala nodded, thought for a while and said, but, Simon, I don't think it's necessary. LCD screens and semiconductors are cyclical industries with high technical barriers, fierce competition, and huge investments. I don't think it's a wise choice for the Westeros system to enter these fields. My opinion is actually the same as yours, Simon said patiently, but, knowing that it is difficult and risky, the Westeros system has no choice. According to my recent judgment through some information, after this crisis, whether in North America, Europe, or Asia, the electronics industry will see another large-scale integration wave. After the survival of the fittest, the fields of LCD screens and semiconductors will become more and more concentrated in a few large manufacturers. Whether it is to ensure the security of our own supply chain or for profit considerations, we must take the initiative. Jorma, I am explaining this to you now not to say that I am discussing with you. This is an order. I need Nokia to come up with a reduction plan for me within a week. Jorma Alala felt the unquestionable gaze of his boss through the screen. After hesitating for a while, he nodded in agreement, and couldn't help asking, Tinkabair will also cooperate with this plan, right? Of course, it's not just Tinkover, but also Cisco. In addition, at the critical moment, I will lobby IBM and other PC manufacturers to join. Upon hearing this, Jorma Alala began to mourn for those Korean manufacturers in his heart, and said, I have another question, Simon, how long will this plan take to implement? The fastest is 1 year, and the longest will not exceed 2 years. As far as he remembered, not to mention other countries, South Korea took only 2 or 3 years to quickly get out of the crisis, so this operation must be completed within 2 years. Jorma Alala nodded again, and finally said, Simon, including Tinkerbell and Cisco, our parts procurement volume is very large. If we cut purchases from Korean manufacturers, it is hard to say whether Japanese or European and American manufacturers will take the opportunity to raise prices. This is what you need to consider. However, you just said that the subsequent currency depreciation of Asian countries will greatly reduce our procurement costs. You can shift more orders to Japan. Even if Japan will not be in too much trouble this time, the depreciation of the yen is inevitable. If I remember correctly, Jorma Alala raised his eyebrows slightly. The United States has been suppressing Japan's electronics industry in recent years, especially semiconductors. If we increase purchases from Japan together, don't you worry that Japanese manufacturers will take advantage of the opportunity to rise again? No, Simon said very affirmatively, the goal of weakening Japan has long been achieved. The country's electronics industry may still be able to maintain its technological advantage for many years, but there is little hope of it prospering again. Simon, I don't understand. My time is precious. If you are interested, you can study Japan's economic situation yourself. Okay, Jorma Alala shrugged slightly. I will formulate a reduction plan as soon as possible. After the video call ended, Simon was looking through the daily briefing on the Southeast Asian financial crisis that Gurley had just sent him, while thinking about the discussion just now. It was time to make some preparations for replacing the head of Nokia in the future. Then he thought of another technology company that was also at the core of the Westeros system, Cisco, and its head, John Chambers. In the next 5 to 10 years, the two must be replaced. This is not to say that Simon was dissatisfied with Jorma Alala for not listening to him just now. In fact, if the executives of the subordinate companies did not have their own opinions, Simon would feel that it was inappropriate. It was mainly a very practical long-term consideration. Having been in charge of the two companies for too long, the two outstanding professional managers who made great contributions to the rapid rise of the companies in the early stage were inevitably mediocre in the later stage. This is obvious from the development of the two companies in the past. Nokia, which was once in its heyday around the millennium, later retreated from the mobile phone industry and even withdrew completely. Until Nokia was sold to Microsoft, although Jorma Alala was no longer responsible for specific affairs, he was still the chairman of the company. Nokia's decline is definitely related to Jorma Alala's long-term power. Then there's Cisco. The most striking contrast is between Cisco and Huawei. When Cisco was rapidly rising globally in the 1990s, Huawei was just a small company in China, and was almost forced to sell itself due to Cisco's patent lawsuit. Then, Huawei began to rise, not only gaining a foothold in the field of network equipment, but also expanding its business to communication base stations and later mobile phone manufacturing. Looking at Cisco, many years later, Cisco is still guarding its network equipment business and making little progress in other areas. As for the reason, it is also Chambers who made it and Chambers who made it. John Chambers did not resign as CEO of Cisco until 2015. He was in charge of Cisco for 20 years. Although he led the company to its peak, he almost missed all other technological outlets in the field of network equipment manufacturing. To put it bluntly, these legendary managers who once opened up new territories almost all failed to escape the fate of losing their ambition and being hired. Just like countless old kings in history who were wise and sharp in the early stage, but incompetent and chaotic in the later stage. Thinking of this, Simon did not forget himself. The current scale of the Westeros system has reached its peak in the eyes of most people. If Simon said that he was not complacent and lazy in his heart, he would be lying. Simon just didn't know whether he would become another foolish old king in the future. Then he thought of the group of boys who were born recently. Tisk. The struggle for assets and power of the Westeros family in the future will probably be very lively. This matter needs to be planned early after all. In fact, many ideas have been brewing in Simon's mind. For his children, Simon certainly does not want to follow the drama of many wealthy families turning against each other in order to compete for a family property in the future. In fact, this matter is also easy to solve. The head of the previous generation of the family planned everything that should be planned early, and what should be given to whom is who. Don't be like the Gary family that fell apart in the 1980s. The notoriously stingy old Gary held everything until the last moment of his life, leaving a large inheritance, and let his group of descendants fight to the point of bloodshed. After all, Simon has lived 2 lives, so he is confident that he can handle these things. After reading the daily briefing on the Southeast Asian financial crisis and thinking about the future, Simon picked up another document, which was the resumes of 30 people from the 2 major schools of Chinese opera and Beijing Film Academy who had just arrived in the United States for a 1-year exchange study. Chapter 1147 Still Capital. During Simon's last trip to China, he arranged an exchange and study program for students from the Central Academy of Drama and the Beijing Film Academy. He had the idea of helping Chinese films and the selfish desire to accumulate local talent for the Jinshu system. On a deeper level, there is also the consideration of guiding the development direction of Chinese films. Speaking of Chinese films in the 1990s, people familiar with this field often think of a word, the 6th generation. According to the official definition, because they grew up in an exciting era when Chinese society was rapidly changing in all aspects such as politics, economy, and culture, the typical characteristics of the 6th generation of filmmakers are rebellion and reflection. Their works focus on realistic themes and pay attention to the confusion and helplessness of all classes of Chinese society during the historical transformation period. This statement is not wrong. However, in Simon's personal opinion, the reason why the 6th generation of Chinese filmmakers is like this is largely due to the guidance of capital. In the same period, as China gradually opened up, countries around the world inevitably wanted to know more about all aspects of this country, and film was undoubtedly an important display window. Because there was demand, capital followed closely, thus creating most of the 6th generation directors, including many of the 5th generation, and most of the funds for filming movies came from foreign capital. Then there is another problem, which is also a point that the 6th generation and many 5th generations have been criticized for. Why do these directors always shoot to show the backward and dark side of China, instead of shooting the rapid development and prosperity of the country as a whole? In fact, it is still the demand of capital. It is not that foreigners like to watch these, but similar themes are more likely to win awards at various foreign film festivals. Only by winning awards at film festivals can Chinese films, which are already niche, attract the attention of Western public opinion, and then attract audiences to enter the theater, earn box office, and realize profits. A Chinese film with a cost of only hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars can make millions of dollars if it is lucky to sell it in Western countries. It is very profitable. This is the fundamental reason. Without the motivation of interests, Western film capital will deliberately fund the shooting of various so-called films that discredit China. It is the government's business to control public opinion, not the obligation of capital. Then, the question is, how can we get awards? Western film festivals, or more precisely, European film festivals, are basically literary and artistic, and are more inclined to various rebellious and reflective works. Therefore, they are not targeting anyone, and the backwardness and darkness of countries around the world are all gathered together. Then we can see that the needs of these film festivals coincide with the characteristics of the sixth generation. The most solid evidence to support this argument is the development of Chinese films 10 years later in the timeline. The note is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in 2000 in the original time and space. Due to the huge success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon overseas, capital began to turn, and in the following years, a series of Chinese blockbusters such as Hero, The Promise and The Banquet were born, which were largely aimed at the overseas market, most of which were participated by Western film capital. At the same time, during this period, because Hollywood blockbusters conquered the world, the audience's demand changed, the art film market shrank significantly, and China's sixth generation of filmmakers also declined, and only a few could barely support it. In total, if a group of people in this exchange and study program can come out, they can also be regarded as China's sixth generation. Simon's goal is to use Deanery's entertainment and even the Westeros system as a capital signboard to promote the creation of a group of sixth generations that Simon himself would like to see more. In the study room of Southampton Manor Villa, Simon carefully read the detailed information of all 30 people. These were not the resumes that looked fancy on the surface, but personal information that Chen Qing was personally responsible for making to truly reflect the abilities and backgrounds of all the people. According to the original plan, half of the 30 people were favors and the other half were talents. Simon only glanced at the favors. In the future, it would be the job of Chen Qing and Jinshu to maintain these connections. Deanery's entertainment would try its best to make these people complete their gilding comfortably. Of course, if there are those who are ambitious, Simon would also be happy to see them. Among the other 15 key people, 2 were selected by Simon himself. Both of them are from the directing department of Beijing Film Academy. Since they were selected by Simon, they were naturally familiar to him. The first one was a former Mongolian director with a Chinese character Wu in his name. He is a junior at Beijing Film Academy this year and his nickname is 523. Wu Ersan is one of the most successful commercial film directors in China. He graduated from Beijing Film Academy in the 1990s. In the original time and space, he was not able to shoot his first film Swordsman until 2010. Then he reached the peak with films such as Painted Skin 2 and Majin, The Lost Tomb. Although the output is not large, each of them is very popular at the box office, bringing rich profits to investors, which is the most rare. In addition, the biggest feature of Wu Ersan's films is his excellent art skills. Because he studied art, many shots in his films can be directly used as wallpapers. When Simon was reading his information, he accidentally discovered that this person had many similarities with Zack Snyder, who was still dormant in Hollywood at this time. They were both trained in professional schools and had excellent art skills. After their debut, they shot commercials and MVs for many years. They were late bloomers. Their first films were all low cost, and then they became a blockbuster. It is now 1997, and Zack Snyder, who is already in his early 30s, is still unknown. Since he thought of it, Simon made a note on the memo. You can find it when you have time, as an alternative for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Compared to Wu Ersan, who has been very steady in every step since his debut, Zack Snyder's later Hollywood road can be described as twists and turns, but his ability is unquestionable. The key is to use it well. The second person Simon personally selected, Sue, just completed his senior year this year. According to the time of his debut, he was also considered a late bloomer. He graduated from college in 1997 and did not shoot his first film, The Pirates, until 2011. He also became famous in one fell swoop, and subsequently released Roman Liu Bei-Iden and Master and other works. This director is not considered a commercial film director. The key reason why he was selected by Simon is that he has his own school. In the history of 100 years of film, there are very few filmmakers who can be said to be the work of so-and-so after watching it. But Sue succeeded in doing this, even if there are controversies, even if many people insist on looking down on it, even if there are always various bad tastes in the film that the audience likes but are criticized by the media, it does not prevent the other party from opening up a unique film style that belongs entirely to him. The reason why he cannot be called a master is that he lacks only tempering and accumulation. From the awkward traces of pirates to the gradually mature and sharp master, they also took one step at a time. According to their development potential, Simon arranged the two of them carefully. Wu Erson will be arranged to Australia to serve as the assistant director of Peter Jackson, who is preparing the Lord of the Rings series, so as to familiarize himself with the detailed operation process of the Hollywood film industry and train him in the direction of commercial blockbuster directors. Su will be sent to Ang Lee. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is about to be released, and Ang Lee is already preparing for the new film Ice Storm that Simon had previously shelved. Ang Lee is very good at photographing people, which was a major shortcoming of Su. In addition, while learning film techniques on the spot, Simon hopes that Su can be subtly influenced by Ang Lee's film style. The kung fu craze can continue for a few years. Su's unique display style of Chinese kung fu will also have a good chance of impacting Hollywood in the future. As for the others, they are all very rare practical positions. How much they can learn in the end depends on themselves. Simon would never ignore them. After all, they were all trained as the direct descendants of Jinshu, and they were the best of the best. Wu and Su just had some advantages in their previous lives. Others who did not have such advantages would not necessarily achieve less than the two in the future. After dealing with this matter and continuing with other work, not long after, Girl A came in to remind him that Irene Lauder in Manhattan was feeling uncomfortable and wanted to see Simon. Unlike other women, Irene was the most delicate one after pregnancy. After all, she was a young lady, and it was her first time. Moreover, she had no status. The doctor privately told the girl that she had some signs of prenatal depression. Simon tried his best to accommodate her. He also thought that if it really didn't work out in the future, it would be okay to separate, but the child must belong to him. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. They took a helicopter back to Manhattan. It was just right for them to have lunch together, so they went to say goodbye to Grace. Grace had no objection, but Bryce was a bit weird. Simon didn't hesitate. He pressed Bryce on the bed and spanked her a few times. He didn't hold back much and directly beat the woman to tears, and then left Manhattan. After returning to the United States, Chen Qing immediately threw herself into her endless work. She didn't have much time, so she could only let Princess Su, who followed her, move freely. Heaven. It was basically the same as what she had imagined before, and Princess Su was no exception. In fact, Princess Su had seen some of the world. She was also born in a big courtyard. She was sent to Singapore to participate in cultural exchange just after graduating from Beijing Film Academy in 1992. However, the experience of cultural exchange on that occasion could not be compared with this one. Not to mention what she had seen and heard in China before, she came to the United States on a private jet, lived in a single-family mansion on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, had a special driver for travel, and was given a credit card casually. She was cautious and uncontrollable and swiped more than $10,000 in just 3 days. As a result, Chen Qing didn't react as if she had spent a dime. This kind of life is exactly what Princess Su dreamed of. This lasted until Saturday, July 19th. In the evening, for the first time, Chen Qing took her out to attend a social event. It was said to be in the financial circle. Although Princess Su didn't know much about it, she listened to Chen Qing casually introducing the titles of guests related to Goldman Sachs, Morgan, Citi and so on. Even though she could only be a vase throughout the whole process, she still felt that she had not finished her party. Because she knew that it was the top circle of the pyramid of the world. As a small actor from China, she could be greeted politely by those big guys. This was something she could never have imagined in the past. When the party was over, she made up her mind again. This time, she would stay no matter what. She left the party at around 10 o'clock and returned to her residence in the Upper West Side. With the help of the maid, she took off her expensive dress, removed her makeup, and changed into a set of home nightgown. Princess Su came to a living room on the second floor of the villa. Chen Qing was already there. She had also changed out of her dress and was dressed in home clothes. She was leaning on the sofa, flipping through a document and explaining something to the maid next to her in English. The summer weather was getting hotter and hotter. Lin Su no longer lived here, but moved to another manor in Greenwich, both to escape the heat and to keep it secret. Princess Su walked over quietly and sat down next to Chen Qing. After she finished speaking and the maid left, Princess Su moved closer. She felt a small hand touching her waist naturally. She twisted her body pretending to be embarrassed and said sideways, "Sister, didn't you say a few days ago when we can meet your boss?" Chen Qing glanced at her. "Have you guessed who the boss is?" "Of course, I'm not stupid. Simon Westeros. The richest man in the world, and he is not just rich in general, but rich enough to rival a country in the true sense." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing said, "Then you should know that the boss is not so easy to see. I haven't seen him in the past few days." Princess Su showed a surprised expression. "Then what should I do?" Chen Qing turned her head to look at her, curled the corners of her mouth, moved up the little hand that was around Princess Su's waist, pulled her over, kissed a pair of red lips that were fuller than her own, and then said, "Or you can follow me, I won't let you down." Princess Su has recently completely adapted to Chen Qing's lace tendencies. She concealed the disappointment in her eyes and tried to smile naturally with a pair of dimples. "Okay. After all, it is easy to guess the relationship between Chen Qing and a certain big shot. In addition, the woman in front of her is her biggest support at the moment. Princess Su doesn't want Chen Qing to be unhappy or afraid." Chen Qing looked at her a few more times, and suddenly had an idea for a prank. She pushed Princess Su to stand up and said, "Well, next time you see the boss, try to pretend to be me." Princess Su stood up and heard Chen Qing say this while she was still sitting on the sofa. She blinked her eyes before reacting and said hesitantly, "How can this be possible?" "Why not? It's just a joke." Chen Qing became more interested and simply called her waitress, pointing at her and said, "Come on, do as I say. Treat Lily as the boss. Try to pounce on her and be a little coquettish. Well, just say, 'Boss, I miss you so much.'" Hearing this, Princess Su looked at Lily Favell at the door. The waitress who had been with Chen Qing the longest was also helpless. She could only pretend to be a plastic model in the clothing store and stand there obediently. Chen Qing urged, "Hurry up, try to imitate my voice, Zhaoqing. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is the best way for you to attract the boss's attention in a short time. There are many women around the boss. If you can't make him interested in you immediately, he may be forgotten in a blink of an eye." Princess Su couldn't help but be moved when she heard Chen Qing say this. She looked at Lily Favell again. Facing Chen Qing's repeated urging, she finally walked over and tried to imitate Chen Qing's tone. "Boss, I miss you so much." Chen Qing shook her head and said, No, aren't you an actor? I have never seen such a bad actor. You have to rush over, hug her, act like a spoiled child, and do it again." Princess Su had to do it. After all, she graduated from Beijing Film Academy. After repeating it several times, Chen Qing also demonstrated it herself with interest. Soon she learned it well, and then she looked forward to meeting a big shot as soon as possible. Chapter 1148 North American Premiere. Okay, next, Miss Lee Yahoo, my pronunciation should be accurate, right? Yes, Mr. Letterman, it's surprising. Actually, I have learned about it in advance. Among the people present, Miss Lee's name is the most interesting. It means there is a fox, which comes from the name of a poem in an ancient Chinese poetry collection. If the audience watched the performance of the Chinese National Style Art Troupe in New York last year, they must have a deep impression of this poem. Coincidentally, we have found the performance video of that time today. Everyone listen to it first. Manhattan, Deanery's Entertainment East Coast headquarters in the Upper West Side. Today is July 22nd, Tuesday. This is the recording side of an episode of The Late Show with David Letterman. All members of the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon crew attended to promote the film. When a clip of the Fox's dance was played, David Letterman said with an intoxicated look on his face, "Although I still don't understand it, it's so beautiful. I think everyone feels the same as I do." Well, back to the topic, Miss Lee, can you briefly introduce your role in the film? Of course, my role is an ancient Chinese noble lady. She has been learning kung fu since she was a child. She has great skills, but at the same time she longs to get rid of the shackles of her family. The plot of the film is largely caused by my character's inner restlessness. That's about it. I can't say more. If you are interested, you can go to the theater to watch it. It's exciting, David Letterman replied naturally, and then looked at Ang Lee, Mr. Director, then why did you choose Miss Lee as the heroine? Because Fox's appearance and temperament are very compatible. First of all, Lee is very beautiful, isn't she? Amid the laughter of the crowd, David Letterman also nodded in agreement. No one has any objection to this. In addition, Lee is also a very good dancer. If it weren't for this film, She should have appeared on the stage of the National Style Art Troupe that we just saw. I originally hoped to find a girl who knows Kung Fu, but it is not easy. The appearance, physical fitness, and acting skills all need to be satisfied. Lee has a good dance foundation. Dance and Kung Fu are largely interlinked. She is also very insightful about acting. Coupled with the Kung Fu training before filming, she met the requirements of the role. It sounds difficult. So, now that the movie is about to be released, before the audience sees this film, Mr. Director, can you first evaluate Lee's performance in the film? If I have to evaluate, there is only one word: amazing. Lee is not only talented, but also very hard-working. Through this cooperation, I believe she will become a very outstanding actor in the future. Each episode of The Late Show with David Letterman is 1 hour long. The crew of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon got 20 minutes this time and spent about an hour recording. The time is 5:30 in the afternoon. After the recording was finished, everyone left the studio together. A middle-level manager of Gayleman Films who is responsible for coordinating the publicity of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon discussed the premiere tomorrow afternoon with everyone. After saying goodbye to each other, they left. Teacher Yu came up with 2 followers, and there was also Jeremy Zhao, who was assigned to be Li Yaohu's agent. This agent of Jet Li under WMA knew Li Yaohu's background roughly. Although he did not regard her as the focus of his career, he still worked hard and stayed in New York to plan for Li Yaohu these days. He personally handed a bottle of water to Li Yaohu. Teacher Yu and others surrounded her in the middle and walked out together, asking, "How is it? Is everything going well?" Li Yaohu drank a sip of water and happened to walk to the elevator entrance. Looking at the one next to him that was already nodding down, he whispered to Teacher Yu, "Well, you noticed that Yang's face was not very good just now." Li Yaohu was talking about the other female lead of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Michelle Yang in the original version. Teacher Yu didn't understand, but nodded slightly and also lowered his voice. "What happened?" Li Yaohu said with some pride and trying not to make himself appear smug. "During the recording just now, most of our attention was on Director Lee, Fa Jie and me. We gave her the least time. I guess there will be even fewer shots after the editing." As he spoke, the elevator arrived. Everyone entered the elevator together. Teacher Yu glanced at the agent on the other side and paused before saying, "It should be arranged by him." "Of course," Li Yaohu said, looking at the agent next to him. "Jerry, has Michelle signed a contract with WMA?" Jeremy Zhao was not a talkative person. He just heard a general idea and waited for Li Yaohu to ask before he took the initiative to say, "No, in fact, I have inquired privately. Miss Yang is already 35 years old this year. As a Kung Fu star, this age is a bit too old and it is difficult for her to have much development in Hollywood. But you, Lee, if Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon does well at the box office, you'd better take the opportunity to take on a few more movies and make a name for yourself." Knowing Li Yaohu's background, the agent's words were so encouraging, and it was obvious that he had his own little thoughts. With Westeros behind him, as long as Li Yaohu wanted, this girl would definitely not lack opportunities, and even her Asian identity would not be a big obstacle. If she could become famous, he would have another celebrity in his hands, and the most direct benefit would be that he could earn more commissions. Li Yaohu did not show any eagerness, but just smiled. The group went downstairs and said goodbye again. He had an appointment to have dinner with a group of friends from the National Style Art Troupe who had just finished their European tour and returned to North America last week. When he returned to his residence in the Upper West Side, Wei Kansi, Gu Yaoshio, Yang Shuli, and 6 or 7 other girls who were on good terms with Li Yaohu had already arrived. Chen Xingwei was also among them. The 2 girls were originally arranged to be a pair, and at least on the surface they were very harmonious. In a single-family villa on 90th Street in the Upper West Side. The maids were responsible for preparing dinner. A group of slender and soft girls gathered in a living room of the villa, sitting, lying, chattering about their recent situation. "Of course I am tired, but also very fulfilled." Gu Yaoshio sat cross-legged on the sofa holding a glass of orange juice, gesturing with one hand. "You don't know, when we were in Rome, we were very popular. Every day there were a lot of people blocking the back door of the theater, and then a lot of police were called in to maintain order." Yang Shuli interrupted, "Yes, there are people pursuing Kansi, a handsome boy who chased her all the way from England to Rome. Alice, who made Kansi's solo dance of Jiangjia so beautiful. Wei Kansi, who didn't get a seat on the sofa and had to sit on the carpet and was flipping through a fashion magazine, interrupted immediately after hearing this. Don't talk nonsense, how could that be? It seems that she is very rich and sent a bunch of roses over. Chen Xingwei also joined in the fun. Of course our Kansi would not look down on it. That's right, no matter how rich you are, you can't compare to our boss. I will be angry if you keep talking nonsense. Everyone laughed for a while, and Yu Yangshuli looked at Li Yaohu again. By the way, Yaohu, we have discussed about that movie. In a few days, we will buy tickets together to support you. Li Yaohu immediately said, no, it's like cheating. How is it cheating? We also want to see this movie. Li Yaohu thought for a while and said, if you really want to see it, why don't you attend the premiere tomorrow? Premiere, can I get tickets? I'll call and ask later, it shouldn't be a problem. Ours is not a big movie like Independence Day, but there are no fans rushing to grab tickets. Yang Shuli looked at him with contempt. Tisk, you make yourself sound so pitiful. We want to make a movie but can't. Then you go and talk to the boss, he will definitely agree. Tisk, the last time we saw the boss was in China, and it's been more than 2 months. Tisk, you sound like a resentful woman in the deep palace. Yang Shuli twisted her slender and soft body slightly, and finally leaned on Su Fengnian beside her, with a face full of resentment. It's true, we are all resentful women in the deep palace. Su Fengnian pushed Yang Shuli away with a small tail tone. Go away, just be a resentful woman yourself, don't drag us into it. Okay, Li Yaohu tried to smooth things over, so what are you doing recently? Temporarily resting, Yang Shuli said. By the way, the Spring Festival Gala in China has invited us to participate in this year's program, and has selected the Peking Way. Li Yaohu heard that Yang Shuli obviously had something to say. Then what? We have been on tour for more than half a year, so tired, and I heard that the Spring Festival Gala will take several months to rehearse, and everyone doesn't really want to go. Li Yaohu subconsciously said, that's the Spring Festival Gala. After saying that, he reacted. For example, if I were still a member of the former Oriental Song and Dance Troupe, it would definitely be a great honor to be able to participate in the Spring Festival Gala. Now, it really doesn't matter. After all, they have to be busy for several months, rehearsing repeatedly and hitting the jackpot, and they still don't make much money. As for becoming famous through the Spring Festival Gala, the girls of the National Style Art Troupe are already very famous, and they are world-class famous. Thinking of this, Li Yaohu asked again, what will happen? Yang Shuli said, the boss has agreed on our behalf, so what else can we do? However, we can go directly to the final rehearsal without being screened, and everyone is very familiar with the dance, and can dance it with their eyes closed. It must be much easier than other program groups. Wei Kansi suddenly said, in fact, the boss is also doing this for everyone's good. Being able to show up on the Spring Festival Gala will always be useful in the future. These words made the atmosphere in the living room stagnate a little. The girls couldn't help but think about the future. At the beginning, everyone only signed a 5-year contract. Although only a little more than a year has passed, any girl with a little bit of common sense knows that the current life cannot last forever. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Li Yaohu with a little envy. Li Yaohu is now settled. Even if their contracts are renewed once, twice or 3 times, they will eventually have to leave. Unconsciously, they have become accustomed to their current comfortable princess-like lives, and it is hard for the girls to imagine how they will live without them in the future. Being stared at by a group of people, Li Yaohu quickly understood everyone's thoughts and subconsciously tried to divert the conflict by looking at Wei Kansi. Since you think it's useful, why don't you take everyone's place to perform and talk to the boss? He will definitely agree. The Spring Festival Gala should also accept to replace Gathering Wei with reeds? Wei Kansi said, I'm very busy and have my own things to do. Li Yaohu was puzzled. Huh? Guo Xiao helped to reveal the answer. Kansi has been practicing sword dance recently. A song that the boss wrote when he was in China 2 months ago needs to be accompanied by a dance. Is that a human meeting? It's another song, also very nice, with a similar style. The boss said, well, they're all Chinese style, but this one is about UG. The boss also said that he will produce an album in the future, all in Chinese style. What? G. UG from Farewell My Concubine. Oh, Li Yaohu became interested. Sing it for me. Guo Xiao shook her head. I can't sing well, let Kansi do it, she can do everything. I can't sing well either, Wei Kansi refused, and then said, "The songs were recorded by the 12 beauties. You know, they are not only good at playing instruments, but most of them have studied vocal music and opera. They sing beautifully. We feel that it would be a waste if we sing along. After you finish this part, go to Long Island to listen to it live." Li Yaohu became even more curious when he heard Wei Kansi say this. Unfortunately, after Wei Kansi refused, the girls formed a tacit understanding and kept it a secret from her. They were unwilling to even hum a few words, so they had to give up. After the dinner in the evening, the girls stayed. The villa was very spacious, and there was more than enough space for 6 or 7 more girls. Early the next morning, Li Yaohu began to work hard for the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in the evening. To be precise, because it had already premiered once in Cannes in May, this time it should be the North American premiere, and the venue is a flagship theater affiliated with the Odeon Cinema Line under Deanery's Entertainment in the Midtown section of Broadway. Discussing the process of photo shooting and interview, putting on dresses and jewelry, and even putting on makeup in the afternoon took more than 2 hours. It was not until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Li Yaohu arrived at the destination in a courtesy car and met up with other main creators of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and appeared together. Even though it was just a low-cost film with an investment of $15 million, the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was still lively. In addition to the main creators of the film who all attended, there were also 2 of the most famous Chinese movie stars in Hollywood, Jack Cheng and Jet Li, who came to show their support. In addition, there were a series of big and small filmmakers from New York, such as Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro, who came to help, which was also star-studded. After the communication last night, a group of girls from the National Style Art Troupe also got tickets. After all, it has been an entertainment hotspot in the past 6 months. They were also temporarily arranged to walk the red carpet. The 7 girls, dressed in fancy clothes, even without the expensive CK custom dress that Li Yaohu wore, just relied on their beautiful appearance and the name of National Style Art Troupe to attract a burst of dense flashes from reporters on the scene without sparing film. At 6 o'clock, the premiere started on time. After all, it was the second premiere, and the core was still for publicity. Therefore, the flagship theater of the Odeon Cinema Line, which was used for the film screening, had a 300-person hall, and more than 100 reporters from all over North America were invited. The travel expenses plus public relations fees were not cheap. Of course, compared with TV commercials, the promotion strategy of using the premiere and the media to bloom in full is very cost-effective. The problem is that ordinary second and third tier film companies cannot gather more than 100 media if they want to do the same. This also once again reflects the heritage of the big studios, or more accurately, the heritage of Deanery's Entertainment at this time, because even the other 7 major Hollywood studios can't easily gather so many reporters just because of a small film with an investment of $15 million. In the screening room, the creators interacted briefly with the guests on the scene, and the film started playing soon. Unlike the Chinese original soundtrack with French subtitles at the Cannes premiere, this time the English dubbing version was played. There is no way. North American audiences are notorious for not liking to watch subtitles. The carefully crafted dubbing version is also the heritage of Deanery's Entertainment. One of the reasons why foreign films have been so successful in recent years is that Deanery's Entertainment has put a lot of effort into dubbing. The company has a high-quality translation and dubbing department responsible for this part of the work. In comparison, other companies, especially small film companies, often mess up a film that is very good overseas because of their lack of dubbing skills. On the big screen, after the label title, a picture of Oriental martial arts slowly unfolds. Chapter 1149. What's good about it? From last year when he was selected to now, more than a year has passed. For the girls of the National Style Art Troupe, this debut film starring Li Yaohu feels like it has finally come out after much anticipation. Because of Li Yaohu's luck, the 7 girls including Wei Kansi in the screening room have mixed feelings. They hope that this Chinese-language film from the motherland will be successful, but they also don't want it to be too successful. With these thoughts in mind, the girls' attitude towards watching the film is inevitably more contradictory than other audiences on the scene, with a bit of scrutiny in their expectations. However, when the first exciting fighting scene in the film ended, the audience spontaneously applauded in the screening room, and they suddenly felt proud again. The mentality changed again. In any case, It is a proud thing for a Chinese-language film to be recognized overseas. What's more, they have received a lot of similar applause during the tour in the past 6 months. Then it was a relatively pure viewing. Following the story told by the audience, they shuttled between the Deep House, the Gobi Desert, the Grassland, and the Bamboo Sea, and the children of the rivers and lakes, love, hate, and hatred. During the screening, the audience burst into applause again, which boosted the confidence of all those involved in the film. Ella Deutschman, president of Highgate Pictures, who came to attend the premiere in person, also specifically told his assistant to remember to emphasize the spontaneous applause of the audience in the publicity draft tomorrow. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after 2 hours of screening, the main creators began to take the stage for interviews amid the last round of applause from the audience. Even Martin Scorsese, who came to support the film out of personal favor, took the microphone and asked Ang Lee how the Bamboo Sea duel between the two protagonists was shot and whether CG special effects were used. After learning that the only special effects were just the removal of the wire, Scorsese was quite surprised and expressed his hope to make an appointment to discuss it in depth with Ang Lee, who agreed. This conversation was naturally recorded by many media at the scene. Because the interaction was too enthusiastic, the originally scheduled half-hour exchange time was delayed for more than 40 minutes before the premiere finally ended. Then there was the after-party arranged by Dina Reese. This time, Li Yaohu was unable to get invitations for the 7 friends. Of course, she had to attend and took time to come and say goodbye. The girls were very sorry about this and had to leave. They did not go to Li Yaohu's residence, but returned to the apartment building that Simon bought for them in Midtown. Because they were in the rest period, there were some other girls in Manhattan. The 7 girls did not disturb others, but gathered in Wei Kansi's apartment tacitly, turned on the TV, and found snacks. The topic was still about the movie they had just watched. To be honest, I think it's great. The scenery is so beautiful, and the action scenes are also very exciting. However, overall, I don't feel much. Su Fengnian, who was holding a bag of potato chips, spoke first, and added, I don't mean to be jealous, it's really that feeling. Your feeling is right, I feel so too. Yang Shuli, who was holding a fruit plate next to him, said, and then looked at Wei Kansi, Kansi, what do you think? Wei Kansi, who failed to grab a sofa again and had to sit on the carpet, squinted at Yang Shuli, who was sitting on his favorite single sofa, and said, this shows that your aesthetic level is too low, and you are only suitable for watching popcorn movies. Tisk, then tell us, what's good about it? Wei Kansi ignored him arrogantly. Yuzu Ineo, who for some reason did not have a strong presence in this small circle, said weakly, actually, Feng Nian just said that the scenery is beautiful and the action scenes are exciting. Aren't these the advantages of this movie? Ordinary popcorn movies are often seen and then forgotten, and it is difficult to leave any impression on people. Yin Kwei also said, I think so too. Guo Xiao, who happened to be holding a box of popcorn, waited for everyone to finish speaking, and suddenly changed the subject. I wonder if Simon will appear at the after-party. Chen Xingwei, who was next to Guo Xiao, grabbed a handful of popcorn from Guo Xiao's box and teased, what's the matter, do you miss a man? Guo Xiao blushed slightly, but did not hide it. Yes, don't you? You two should stop being so dishonest. Wei Kansi interrupted and glanced at Yin Kwei and Yu Zunio. At this time, 5 of the 7 girls in the room had been eaten by a man, but Yin Kwei and Yu Zunio had not been taken away. These things were not a secret within the National Style Art Troupe, but they were not suitable for random discussion or jokes. However, since the topic was opened by Guo Xiao, the atmosphere was inevitably a little subtle. So after gathering for more than 10 minutes, everyone dispersed, leaving only Wei Kansi and Guo Xiao. The two of them were a couple. There was no conversation that night. Early the next morning, Guo Xiao woke up and found that Wei Kansi was no longer around her. After getting dressed and washing up, she went to the living room and found that Wei Kansi was curled up on the sofa and flipping through a stack of newspapers. Knowing roughly what her friends were reading, Guo Xiao also took a newspaper, flipped through it, and soon gave up. Her English ability was not as good as Wei Kansi's, who could read the newspaper, but she could understand some of it if she forced herself to read it. But why bother with that brain? So he asked directly, how are the reviews? Very good, Wei Kansi said, and read a passage from the film review in the New York Times. Li Shanggong broke through the model limitations of the unique martial arts film genre in Eastern China and created a gorgeous, poetic, romantic and profound film. The beautiful natural scenery in the film is like a scroll falling into reality, and the creative action scenes are both incredible and natural and smooth. Guo Xiao listened nearby and tilted her head. This review is too high. It's a very good movie. Wei Kansi continued to flip through the newspaper in his hand, and said, all the articles I just read are praising it, and they also predicted that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon will become the best-selling Chinese-language film in North America. Then how much box office will it make? Who knows, it must be tens of millions. It seems to cost $15 million US. It's not just in North America, Europe, but also in China. In short, it must be very profitable. While the two girls were discussing in their apartment, a new day had come. Media opinions about Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon also spread rapidly. After all, more than 100 media from various platforms such as television, newspapers, and the internet were invited to the premiere last night. After all, as long as the public who paid a little attention to film information could not escape the news brainwashing of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The new work of the Oscar-nominated Best Director, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, premiered in New York. The audience spontaneously applauded many times and the response was enthusiastic. Martin Scorsese asked Ang Lee for advice at the premiere, asking how to shoot the film's wonderful special effects. Jack Chang and Jet Li, two Chinese male stars, attended the film together to support the film. Roger Ebert praised Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon as a self-transcendence of Ang Lee. Background description: the heroine of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is from the National Style Art Troupe. In just one day, many people knew that an excellent Oriental movie was about to be released, and the film's super high movie score of 9.7 points after comprehensive evaluation by various media also made more people want to buy tickets to enter. However, after the public opinion fermented on Thursday, when Friday came, some viewers discovered again that the film was only arranged on 143 screens in several core cities such as New York and Los Angeles in the first week. The momentum was so high, but many people could not buy tickets in the first place. It was a rip-off. This was naturally a deliberate arrangement by Deaneries Entertainment. In the final analysis, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is an art film after all. After so many years of exploration, Hollywood has already summarized a set of progressive long-term distribution models for the distribution of art films, which is to first preview and then gradually expand the scale of the release. Although the awards season is the best time for this distribution model, it is also effective in other periods. Simon personally knows the box office potential of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. It is actually no problem to intervene in person like some other films in the past and directly roll out on a large scale. However, the reason why he did not do so again this time is mainly to maintain the fixed distribution model of art films. A more important reason is the intention to gradually let go of Deaneries Entertainment and let the company operate more and more on its own. To achieve this goal, rules must be established. Otherwise, if they think that a certain film will sell well, they will break the distribution rules, and sooner or later, their own company will suffer losses. On the other hand, Deaneries Entertainment currently has a strong distribution strength, and can also accurately and flexibly adjust the subsequent release strategy of the film. Just like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, since the reputation has been confirmed, it only needs 1 week of preview screening, and more than 1,000 screens can be arranged in the next week, and even more will be added rapidly in the future, so as to maximize the box office potential of the film. Simon did not attend the after-party of the New York premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon as Guo Xiao guest. On July 23, Irene Lauder gave birth to another boy, who happened to be Simon's 10th child, and the name had already been chosen, Noah Westeros. Then there was only Lin Su. Because Irene was emotionally unstable before and after giving birth, Simon stayed with her for the next few days, and had no time to care about other women, and even turned down a lot of work. Hollywood is still paying close attention to the 1997 summer season entering the second half. The key is naturally the box office. With the release of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon on July 25, the box office for the week from July 18 to July 24 was also released. Roland Emmerich's blockbuster One Day at a Time, which opened on July 4, is still leading the pack. After setting a record for the opening of a movie in 1997 with a box office of $91.07 million in the first week, One Day at a Time performed even better than Twister in the second week, with a drop of only 23% and a revenue of $70.12 million in the second week under the hot reputation and lack of competition. In the third week just passed, the drop of One Day at a Time slightly widened to 33%, and it collected another $46.98 million. In 3 weeks, the cumulative box office of this $90 million blockbuster quickly exceeded $200 million, reaching $208.17 million. Unstoppable. The second place on the list is finally no longer another film of Deanery's Entertainment, but a new film of Fox film Spawn released on July 18. This is a comic book movie. The film tells the story of the male protagonist Al Simmons, who was framed and killed, then signed a contract with the devil and was reborn to take revenge. Obviously, the idea is similar to Marvel's Ghost Rider. Fox invested $50 million in the production budget of Spawn, which can be regarded as an important attempt to follow the DC comic-based movies in recent years. In addition, the male protagonist of Spawn is black, which also created the gimmick of the first comic-based movie with a black protagonist. Relying on 2,762 screens, Spawn won $25.31 million in the first week. Obviously, it did not meet expectations. The average number of theaters did not even reach the level of breaking 10,000 at the level of a big seller, and coupled with a poor reputation, even if the start was good, the domestic box office would probably stop at around $50 million. The third place on the list is a comedy produced by Disney, Nothing to Lose, which is also a new film that opened last week. Simply put, this is a male version of the comedy Thelma and Louise. It tells the story of Nick, the male protagonist played by Tim Robbins, who drove away from home in anger after his wife betrayed him. After being robbed by the robber played by Martin Lawrence, he unexpectedly partnered with the other party and started a crazy journey. With a production cost of $25 million, Nothing to Lose won $17.55 million in the first week of its release. It is quite satisfactory. The fourth place is American Pie, and the ranking is back to Deanery's Entertainment. This low-cost youth sex comedy released on June 20 can be said to be the biggest dark horse of this summer season. In its fifth week of release, the single-week box office of American Pie fell back to the $10 million range for the first time, earning $9.16 million, but the cumulative ticket price just exceeded the $100 million threshold, reaching $100.61 million. The total investment in production and publicity of the project is only $20 million. Deanery's Entertainment has made a lot of money just by distributing it locally. The sequel has been approved. The fifth place is Twister, which is entering the final stage. It is also the first time that the box office has fallen back to the 10 million yuan range. In the seventh week of its release, Twister earned $9.03 million, which is not much different from American Pie. However, this blockbuster movie with an investment of $100 million has reached $256.16 million in the domestic box office. After all, it was hit by Independence Day. Judging from the current trend, it is hopeless to make $300 million in the domestic market. Of course, with the domestic box office exceeding $250 million at this time, Deanery's Entertainment has basically recovered the total production and publicity costs of $150 million. Counting the overseas box office that is also rising steadily, this blockbuster has entered the profit cycle. In addition to the top 5, it is also worth mentioning Project Eagle at the 7th place. That's right. It's the one starring Jack Chang. Jack Chang was able to attend the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon on July 23, just because he had to participate in the promotion of this project the week before. The film was released in Hong Kong in 1991. It was also an old film bought by New World Pictures. Because of the success of young Wong Fei-hung, Iron Monkey, New World Pictures temporarily arranged the release of this film. It was released on July 18, the same as Spawn and Nothing to Lose. The number of screens was 1,317 and the box office in the first week was $6.17 million. The average theater box office was about $5,000, which was not a success. However, considering that the average buyout cost of the film after the package was less than $500,000, even if the release cost $2 million, it only took in $6.17 million in the first week, and all the expenses were recovered. With more than $6 million in the first week, The total box office in North America is expected to be around $10 million. Coupled with the subsequent videotape revenue, it is still a small profit dark horse with a very high return on investment. Coincidentally, like Iron Monkey, Project Flying Eagle is also from Golden Harvest. Hong Kong Golden Harvest made a fortune with Police Story 4, which was released on May 16 at the beginning of the summer season. Unfortunately, the total box office of Police Story 4, which has been withdrawn, is only $53.46 million. Considering the high cost of $25 million for Hong Kong films, and the need to share profits with the distributor Disney, even if the subsequent channels are taken into account, the final net income will not be much higher than that of Project Condor, which was released by New World Pictures this time. If Project Condor and Iron Monkey are added together, they can directly blow up Police Story 4. Even Simon, who is far away in North America, heard that Boss Zoo was in a very bad mood recently and directly fired a Golden Harvest executive who was responsible for the copyright transaction. Then there is Face Off. Face Off, which is in its 9th week of release, has only earned $1.79 million in the past week and will be withdrawn soon. The cumulative box office of the film is $198.38 million. With a difference of less than $2 million, it will not be a problem to pass the $200 million threshold before it is withdrawn. The new week of July 25th. Because there were several new films released last week, apart from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which was screened on 143 screens, the only other film that opened this week was the low-budget black comedy Burger King, produced by Paramount and cost only $9 million. It is not a big concern. The only ones that can pose a threat to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon are the still powerful One Day, as well as old films such as Spawn and No More to Lose. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.